I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to all of you who are already here. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, a place for you to come and share whatever it is you feel is important to you to share, a place for you to meditate upon what is meaningful for you as an individual and what you feel is necessary to be heard by other individuals, all here, all together in good faith, trying to find something meaningful, trying to find gnosis. And by gnosis, I mean knowledge that will help us as individuals figure out our subjective path and the best way forward for ourselves as individuals in this often strange existence, in this often tragic and sorrowful realm, this place we find ourselves in. Do come on and say hello when you feel compelled to do so. We have a few comments in the chat. We have Christian here who says, a good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. That is true, Christian. They are enjoying the journey. I do hope you are enjoying the journey, but one must be mindful that the journey can be hellish. And that is something to consider. How can we bring ourselves and others out of the hellishness of the journey through this strange existence? Japoops is here. Hello to Japoops. He said, "Aye. Indeed, it is a question that has baffled some of the greatest minds, Japoops. And I'm not claiming to know, but perhaps you do. Although I believe you don't think it exists." Japoops says, "I this, I that. Meanwhile, I doesn't exist." The seeker never finds what they thought they were seeking. Yes, that is true. That is the kind of irony of seeking. You often never get to where you thought you were going to get to or where you wanted to get to, but you find something worthwhile perhaps along the way to feed your imagination, to sustain you, to give you something to hold on to. Hello to Jean Francis. Good to have you here. Divine Hazel says, "Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel." Thank you for that, Divine. Divine, you are welcome to come on here. We haven't heard you speaking in a long time, so it would be good to hear your lovely voice here. Mike Dunnigan says, "FG needs JC." Indeed, we all need a bit of JC. So thank you for that, Mike Dunnigan. Very kind of you to state that out in public. Harry Baker says, "D&W, I watched your This World is Hell video for the first time the other night, and I must say it was absolutely incredible. Without any hyperbole, I honestly believe it is in my top 5 YouTube videos." Okay, Harry Baker, thank you. Yes, I haven't really changed my perspective on that, Harry Baker. I do believe we are in some kind of hellish place, whether you take that literally or metaphorically. I suppose I've I've realized it's not as simple in terms of a solution as I used to think. You know, I used to be an antinatalist. I used to think that might help matters. But of course, hell being hell wouldn't be hell if things were so simple. So it does seem that we are in between a rock and a hard place. We are in this terrible place, and one must find a way to cope individually if you can. One must also find a way to rise others up. In my humble opinion, I think that is a good thing to do. We must help others stand up, rise up, express themselves. And by expressing themselves, the hope is that we will all listen to them and find out what really matters. You know, we will find out that there are people suffering and they need help, for example. We will hear stories of individuals who never had a voice before, you know, and we will be enlightened because we are all connected. We are all literally related. We are the same species, you know. We are all involved in this strange cause and effect mishmash of everything that is. So, if you care at all about yourself, if you care at all about other individuals, sentient beings, animals, etc., I implore you to meditate immediately on pertinent matters as you see them, and come on here and talk about them, whether it be veganism, whether it be human rights, animal rights, whether it be the possible AI takeover of humanity, the possible dystopia that we are walking into, whether it is the unfair um, way that wealth is given out around the world, the problem with the disparity between rich and poor, whatever the matter is that's close to your heart, do come on here. And as Divine says, the link to join the live is in the chat. So now is your chance. We are a friendly bunch. There's a load of us here, and we will get going eventually. So don't feel afraid if it is your first time. We will be very, very easy on you, and we will help everything get going. We already have someone here, guys. I'm glad to say it is Cougar Duma himself. Cougar Duma, brother, welcome to the show. I do hope you are well. Namaste. And what is it you would like to get off your chest that you feel needs to be said in this strange existence to the masses so that they hear you. The stage is yours, brother. I will sit back and listen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Um, yes, I'm actually out having my morning walk, well, morning here in California, before I get back to work on my house project. So thought I'd take a minute to jump on here and say hello. I want to say something. I'm not sure this is really on topic, but it's on my
Can I
mind.
just say, Cougar, if you could, Cougar, if you could
Yeah,
move somewhere with a little bit better reception. You're slightly crackly, unfortunately. So if you could walk towards somewhere with better reception, that would be good.
yeah. It might actually be the wind. Is it? Is the wind messing up my audio?
Yeah, it's coming through a little bit, crackly, as I said.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm on my phone. I'm
Are
walking.
you on the roof?
No, I'm on 5G. I'm outside my neighborhood.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
But,
suppose you could put your hand over the receiver, where the voice goes in, the microphone, and try
yeah,
that.
possibly. Yeah, and let me actually go to.
We'll wait for Cougar to
Is
sort
that
out.
any better?
Try again, brother.
I'm just trying to try my different settings here. Is that any better?
That is much better. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah. So let's just start with that then. Yeah. So I was um, I was hearing this morning from, I guess Bill Gates is going to the conference of the parties, or at least he wrote a letter to the conference of the parties, which is a climate change forum. We're up to number 30 now. So in 30 years we've been having these things. Still no improvement in our behavior. But anyway, we're up to 30. And he was saying something that I think might be interesting topic for this crew, which is that he was saying we have to stop worrying about the numbers around climate change, like is it 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial, or is it 2 degrees, or and reducing CO2 emissions. And he was saying, look, what we really have to do is float all the boats. We need to get everybody to a Western style level of existence so they can be comfortable and they all have an iPhone and they all have internet. And then we can tackle climate change, global heating, whatever you want to call it, which is which will resonate for most people, right? It's like, oh, that's fair.
So
Sure, why not?
basically,
That's
he's saying. Sorry, just to paraphrase, just to kind of say what you said, because I think I get the gist of it. As I said, you're coming through in bits and bobs, so it is problematic to understand you. But basically, it sounds like Bill Gates has been saying, before we worry about climate change, we should be trying to raise the living standards of everybody around the world so that they all have access to the best technology possible, the best standard of living, and then we should face the problem of climate change or climate heating. Is that right?
yeah, I think that's fair. And most people would say, oh, wow, that's a great idea. And so this opens up a subject for debate. Yeah, the scientific community, apart from politics and economics and all that kind of stuff, the scientific community is greatly disturbed about what's happening with the environment and global heating and climate change, and refer to it as an existential risk. So it's a risk to our existence, the scientific community. But that message gets filtered through mainstream media, politics, economics, and it comes out as, oh no, we're going to deprive people of luxuries, a wonderful life. And I think that debate, that discussion is now on the table. You know, what are we doing? Are we trying to save ourselves from an existential crisis, which is how science defines it? Or are we trying to use our resources to float all the boats and get every child a pony, which is understating it. I understand that there are real challenges in the world, but my thesis is that a good part of humanity is going to die, and I guess they'll die clutching their cell phones as they float down the river or something. I don't know, but anyway, that was on my mind. I thought I might even do a video about it on my
Yeah,
own
yeah.
channel
I
when I get
definitely
home
think
and
it'll
just
be worth
discuss it.
doing a it would be worth doing a deep dive into. Now, for the newbies here, Mr. Cougar, would you like to introduce yourself? You're coming through a bit better now. Tell them about your book. It was 100 days, and who you are, etc. But also, you made a startling observation there. You think that everybody's going to die, and you think people are going to die clutching their cell phones. When do you think this is going to happen?
Okay, let me get to the first ask first. Yeah, I'm on here as Cougar. My actual name is Cat, so that's not too far from reality. And I wrote a book called "It Was 100 Days." It's an end of civilization speculative fiction. It's based on. It's not based on fantasy. It's not really a fantasy novel. It's actually speculative fiction. So I'm a scientist and an engineer, and so I understand how these things ought to play out. So I wrote the book, and it's about 100 days of a group of people randomly chosen from the community. They didn't really know each other, but they came together in a difficult way in difficult times, and they survived by recreating village life. And it took 100 days, and that's the book. Um, and to your other question, which was about mortality, fatality, let me just state something for the record that maybe is not perfectly clear to people, which is that most of humanity, we have a global civilization, basically, and we have a global marketplace, and those things. And most of humanity at this point is 100% dependent, entirely dependent on uninterrupted access to cheap and available crude oil, natural gas, and coal, fossil fuels. And if there's ever an interruption in that, it doesn't have to be a complete interruption. 50%, 25% interruption in that uninterrupted access, people die. And they die in enormous numbers. It's as if, it would be as if half of your breathing was interrupted. You can only take every other breath. You could fake it for a while, but then you would die. Um, so, yeah, that's just a simple statement of reality, I guess. This is where we're at. This is our life now. Certainly here in the West, Europe, the U.S., China, South Asia, and most of the world, really. We're there. That is our dependency. And when fossil fuels come into the into the crosshairs because of global heating, because we have to stop, because global heating is caused by consumption of fossil fuels. So when the existential crisis is suddenly made manifest, and if you're in Jamaica right now, you're having to deal with that, then we're going to stop burning fossil fuels. And maybe only the elites get them or some combination of things. But everyone else is essentially going to die. And that's a crude thing to say. That's a harsh thing to say. And we should save all the people and all this kind of stuff. But I'm not a politician. I'm not an economist. I'm an engineer and a scientist. All I can do is state the problem. I can't state the solutions.
Yeah.
That's politics.
So, Cougar, in your opinion, then, how much time do people have before shit really hits the fan? In terms of they are literally in mortal danger, in your view?
Yeah. Moral will depend on how much money you have and what part of the world you live in. The timing, again, depends on what part of the world you live in. Here in, say, the west coast of North America, we're probably in a better situation than, say, the southeast part of the same U.S. Nation. We're probably in a much better situation. So, but let's just say that the earliest signs of implosion that affect maybe the most vulnerable will be in maybe 3 years, at most 5. And then very shortly after that, maybe 2 years after that, then it'll start to bite for everybody else. And this is not because the heating is going to be so terrible or whatnot. It's because of cascading failures. We live in a highly geared, highly complex global civilization, and it is fragile. We saw that with COVID. Just a tiny interruption. It was minute, and there's lots of nations still haven't recovered. They didn't even claim, including the U.S. So we are all geared together. It's all very complex. It's actually very fragile. And so once some part of it starts to fall apart, creating refugee crises and food chain breakdowns and things like that, and of course, the rise of totalitarian regimes as people start demanding solutions that are easy and simple. And then you start getting demagogues and populists, and they're running the show. And we're seeing that now with Donald Trump. So it's already started. And once the demagogues and the populists start running the show, it just falls apart completely. The show becomes a circus act, and you can't maintain complex global civilization if a lot of your leaders of the quote free world unquote are circus clowns, as is happening in the U.S. The U.S. is finished. We can't help anybody. We can't help ourselves. We can't even feed our poor. And on November 1st, one of the major programs that helps to feed the poor is being defunded. Those people are done. They're not going to have food to eat. I don't know who's going to feed them. This is happening in the
I
U.S.
don't know the ins
So
and outs of that. Could you heard about this? It's something to do with the government shutdown, is it? And basically, he funded. He made sure to fund the military's wages, which is fair enough. But apparently, they stripped the money away from funding for. I don't know what it is. Is it food stamps or something? What is it they've stripped funding away from? As food. Anyway,
yeah, you've got the gist of it. Like most advanced nations, the U.S. has like minimal programs to support the poor. People out of work, can't find work, people with behavior problems, drug addictions, right? It doesn't even matter how it happened. But we try to provide for the most needy, and that approach has been built up in the U.S. over 50 years of progressive, um, socially minded programs. But the Republican Party doesn't like that because it raises taxes, and they'd rather give that money back to corporations. And that sounds like an ideology, but it's not. That's their stated goal. They want the money to go back to the corporations. So Donald Trump has managed to get the government shut down. That was part of his plan. They didn't hesitate to do that. And he's using that event as an excuse to defund and destroy, basically get rid of, these programs that have been built up over decades. And that's been the stated goal of him and his party for decades, since back in the Ronald Reagan era. Just get rid of this stuff. But they haven't been able to do it because they had to share power. So now they have all the power, and they've shut down the government, and they're going to fire all the employees they can, and they're going to shut down as many programs as they can, take away the funding, and then when the government comes back, the idea would be it's maybe half the size. And so this is not an accident. This was a stated goal, and they're making good on their goal. So nobody should be surprised.
when is this? So basically, poor people who have extreme disabilities, can't work, etc. They're going to struggle to get fed in the future. When is this exactly going to happen? And you said literally people are going to die because of this. It really is that bad then?
Well, I'm not sure I used the word die. I think I used the word starve. So this kind of goes back to the Great Depression, 1929 to about 1935 or so, when people would have to line up at soup kitchens to get any food to eat. The economy had imploded. There was businesses imploded. There was you had to have a lot of money to be able to buy anything. So people who were out of work because of the Great Depression and no money, they lined up at soup kitchens and they would be fed. But the soup kitchens they weren't run by the government. They were run by charities, Catholic charities or the Rotary or whatever, the Freemasons, and they were running these soup kitchens and feeding these workers who used to be, manufacturing industrial workers. And they're not farmers, right? They're industrialists. They work for the industrialists, Henry Ford and the like. So they were feeding them the soup kitchens. Well, after the Great Depression, there was a decision at the top echelons of government that we can't really rely on soup kitchens, charity, for these people who are on hard times. So they came up with government programs to provide for really anybody, anytime. If any one individual finds themselves on hard times, and and sometimes it's their own fault, whatever that means, right? But a lot of the times it's not. Local, regional, big companies go bankrupt. Local economies implode. The U.S. South never had any money. They were never manufacturing giants, and there's just large parts of the United States of America, maybe even 3/4 of it, that depend on money from the federal government to feed people. That's just how it is. Most people in your audience will know this, but the states of California and New York pay so much money in federal taxes into the country's coffers that these two states, support like 40 other states. And the way that support is doled out is through food projects. So the government will give you an allotment for food, and you can buy whatever you want. I mean, not everything you want, but it's somewhat restricted. It used to be it was restricted. You couldn't buy fast food, so you couldn't take your benefits, your monthly benefits, and go to McDonald's and buy a burger. But about 20 years ago, they got that turned over. So now you can even take your benefits and go to McDonald's and buy junk food. Of course, now they love the program, but the idea was that anybody, no matter your situation, if you can't feed yourself, there's a couple of government programs that will help feed you. There's one called WIC, which is for women, infants, and children. Here in America, we don't do a good job of taking care of our families and our women. So when a single mom has children to feed, but she has no husband to support her, and she doesn't have a job, can't have a job, doesn't have a job, lost her job, then she can get on WIC. And there's a minimum amount of food for her and her children to maintain basic nutrition and health, and the children aren't hungry when they go to school. Also, there are school lunch programs funded by the federal government. They give money to the counties and states to fund these programs. And the school lunch programs have now been stopped. Children would come to school hungry because they couldn't get food at home for whatever reason. Parents are alcoholics, can't function, or maybe they're at work, right? Maybe the parents had to go to work early. So, and both parents are working because that's what it takes in the US now, dual income families. So the children would go to work hungry, or not work, they would go to school hungry. And so then were school lunch programs, and they would feed these children.
Yeah.
And those have been cut. And so the whole idea is that what it is this cruelty. It's just cruelty. And they don't need to save money on these programs. Good God. They have so much money in the United States of America. And even if you don't tax the corporations, we have money for this. And it's money we should be spending. I mean, here I am pontificating, but I think most people would agree it's money we should be spending. We're the wealthiest nation on earth, biggest economy on earth, and we can't feed our poorest and most needy people, or at least we refuse to. So that's what is happening now. And I don't know that people are going to die from it, but they're going to starve. They're going to starve, and then of course the food kitchens will open.
It seems like it's a pointless thing to do in terms of a president who says he's opposed to crime. I mean, what are these people meant to do? If they can't eat, what are they meant to do? They're going to have to go and steal food somewhere, aren't they? I mean, it's going to cause more crime. It's going to cause problems for other people.
Okay, yeah, of course. And so now I'm going to put on my conspiratorial tinfoil hat.
It seems to be
but I'm not the only one.
Hegelian dialectic, doesn't it? It seems to be he's causing a problem to do something about it later on. Maybe a digital ID. Who knows what he's going to do?
It's actually worse than that. Donald Trump got elected. Donald Trump got elected on the votes of the poor because he's a populist and a demagogue, and he promised them streets lined with gold, or at least jobs. And the tariffs were supposed to bring jobs back. And this is the story. He's the Pied Piper. Follow me, and I'll bring you to the promised land. And he called it a new golden era. Well, now that he's elected, he doesn't need these people anymore, and they're costly. The poor are costly. Now, it's a debt we should be willing to pay because some of their problems are created by capitalism, but nevertheless, the poor are costly. And so he used them to get elected by claiming that he was going to bring America into a new golden age. And they were so desperate already, so desperate that I can't blame them for following the Pied Piper. But now he doesn't need them. In fact, during the campaign, this is often quoted, he was telling people on his rally, vote for me. I don't really need your vote, but vote for me. I don't need your vote. And now that he's president, he's basically telling these people, yeah, go pound sand. You're costing us money. And so I think the idea is, and there's different theories on this, but I'll give you mine. He wants these people either to die, which is cruel, but this is a capitalist ethic, right? If you're not working for me and helping me derive profits, then you should be out of the way. Dead obviously works. So there's that, but there's also another theory, and these are not even mutually exclusive. All these things happen at the same time. He wants a revolt. Donald Trump is really jonesing. He's really getting it hard. He wants a civil war. The GOP and the MAGA crowd, and even these poor people, he's convinced them that we need a civil war. We got to have a civil war. And they talk about it all the time. The enemy within, a civil war. It's a real powerful narrative among them that we need a civil war. And what he's hoping for is exactly what you alluded to, that people will be hungry. And when they're hungry, they try to improve their situation. They're looking at their hungry children, and they hit the streets, right? And they're like, I'm going to break this window and take this food. I'm going to break into the store and take these canned goods. And then he has problems. And as you also alluded to, problem solution. It doesn't matter where the problem came from. If you can create the problem, then you can apply your solution. And his solution is, sorry to say, he talks about it all the time. And him and his supporters talk about this all the time. So I'm sure they're aware of what they're talking about, is to suspend the Constitution, roll out the military, take over the troublesome cities, impose martial law in these cities, topple the local political apparatus, either install sycophants and supporters, or just let the military run the cities. And then he's on his way to a dictatorship. He has the military in the cities, and the people are being suppressed, and he doesn't need them anymore. He has suspended the Constitution. There's a big discussion in this country, open discussion, about whether or not we'll have elections, whether or not we will have them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's the topic.
I've heard he wants to do the unprecedented and up to now thought of as unconstitutional act of having a third term in office.
Yeah, and he's putting that out there because he wants to get people angry, and when they're angry, they'll protest. We just had a No King's Day protest that went off flawless. There no violence of any kind.
Yeah.
Some of his supporters showed up and tried to create violence, but people just laughed at them, and so he didn't get what he wanted on No King's Day. And he's actually, Donald Trump and the MAGA crowd are now in kind of a panic because what they need to do before 2026 is they need to do this. They must do this. They have fucked up this country so hard, and they have come out of the closet so blatantly as fascists and demagogues that they cannot survive another round of elections. They can't. And when they don't, they'll find themselves brought up on federal charges for all the crimes they've committed, including sweeping people off the streets, wearing a mask and sending them off to foreign countries. These are all felonies. And they can't have elections in 2026 if there's any chance that they won't sweep the elections and sweep themselves back into power. So they are sufficiently concerned, especially after the No King's Day marches. They are really, really worried about elections, and they really, really need a civil war. They've got to have it. They must have it, and they will have it. They will do whatever they have to do to create a civil war.
Is there a rule in America that if there is like a major war or something, that the elections are, put on ice until the war is resolved? So, for example, if there is a civil war, yeah, I can see that there definitely wouldn't be an election. And obviously, if there is a major war that America is involved in, maybe that would stop the election as well. So I suppose that's on the table as well, in terms of he wants war to keep him in power by default, because when the war would be ongoing, that would be the national priority rather than electing a new president. I suppose that's a possibility as well.
I'd have to go back and look at this. I'm not a historian, but my basic instinct is that we've never suspended elections. in America.
Yeah, but
Franklin Roosevelt had like 4 terms.
I presume there would be some emergency legislation brought, like either the potential is there already. Okay, emergency powers, I believe they call it, and in such situations, in this country, like we have like during World War II, for example, all the parties came together and they formed this like a government, and there wasn't any elections, during World War II. So
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense when the voters aren't going to be around to vote, and it was just to make them do it because the place would be under attack. So
yeah.
I suppose that's a
Well,
last ditch
yeah. Well, the difference is that the war you're talking about, of course, was the Blitz, where the Germans were bombing Great Britain on a nightly basis. So
yeah,
you're
yeah.
quite correct. You can't expect people.
You've only been attacked. You've only been attacked once, haven't you? That was War One, I
Yeah,
believe.
and it lasted
Russian submarine.
it lasted 2 hours.
Yeah, it was a Russian.
It
A
lasted two
Russian
hours.
submarine or German submarine. Sorry, German submarine. What am I saying? Fired a missile, didn't they, at the mainland, and it barely went inland.
Yeah, and
Right.
but apart from that, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, but it took like 3 hours. Okay,
Oh yes. I was talking
and
about the
so
mainland. Sorry.
yeah. And you're quite correct. Hawaii wasn't even a state at the time, but I'm just saying that we don't. I mean, what do I like to say? 2 oceans, right? We don't have these kinds of situations. What Donald Trump is trying to do, and he's quite candid in this, and his supporters are quite candid. They want to invoke the Insurrection Act. That's what you're talking about. We don't need to pass legislation. There is wording. I think it's in the Constitution. It probably is that in the event of an insurrection, that the president being the commander in chief of the army, the president has certain powers to suppress an insurrection. But the definition of an insurrection is not vague. It is very specific. I can't tell you what it is because this is all new to us too. We didn't even know there was an Insurrection Act until Donald Trump got elected and started talking about the Insurrection Act. Um, we had violent protests when on January 6th, a little while back, and that was an insurrection. But Donald Trump didn't want to invoke the Insurrection Act because those were his people attacking Congress. So he was quite happy to let them do that. But if the cities ever come under siege because the people are running out of food, so this is like a French let them eat cake moment, right? If the people are in an uprising, even if they're MAGA people, but they're hungry, use the word starving. So they're starving. They're missing meals. The children are going to school with empty bellies and coming home and eating, half a potato. If they're starving, then they'll, what do you want to call it? Rise up, riot, a protest. What are they going to do? They need food. And so if Trump has been able to shut down all these food programs and then shut down, there's even some talk, I don't know where this came from, but I heard it. They're talking about shutting down the food banks. So these are private food banks, Catholic charities, that kind of stuff. Private food banks. And they're talking about shutting down the food banks. I guess they're defunding them with what they're doing. There's some federal funding that goes to the states for local food banks. And the food banks are nonprofits, and they run the food banks on behalf of the federal government and the state. And they're pretty cool. Actually, they find excess food donated from stores or producers or factories, and then they just give it away. So this is the excess production of an enormous capitalist driven agricultural system that basically almost feeds the world. And so the little bit of surplus can be diverted to these food banks. But there's federal money to make sure that the food banks have food. Even if it's surplus, it has to be purchased. That's part of the deal. The stores don't give away the food. They give it away and they count it off as a loss, and they give the loss to the federal government. The federal government reimburses them. So there's money involved. It's not charity. There's money involved. And so they're going to defund the food bank programs, which are private operations, so that there's no recourse. None of this makes any sense. None of this makes any sense. Why would you be starving your own people? scratching my head. What is this about? Well, this is about the Insurrection Act. He wants, his supporters are getting nervous that a civil war has not erupted in America because the left knows, his opposition knows what he wants. And as with the No King's Day, they are determined not to give it to him. They are determined not to give him an in or any opportunity to invoke the Insurrection Act. So 2026 is coming up. It's not too long down the road. There's going to be a No King's Day 3 and a No King's Day 4, and nobody's rising to the bait. And he's not getting his insurrection. And he can't invoke the Insurrection Act. And so he's going to starve people. Now, that's a conspiracy theory. That's everything. But it's all in alignment with his stated goal of reducing the size of the government, defunding support programs that are considered to be too expensive, whatever that means, and also having a third term and suspending elections. He thinks all elections are fraudulent. Any election where he is not elected by a landslide is a fraud. And so he doesn't want elections. He just doesn't believe the election system can be trusted to elect him. That's probably right. So he doesn't want them. He doesn't want them. He wants to get rid of them. And the only real easy one stroke, one and done way to do that is to invoke the Insurrection Act, place the country under martial law, and suspend the Constitution. And they have to do that now.
Cougar, what is the ultimate end game here for the American populace in your view? When I say the American populace, 99%, what is the end game here in terms of what do you believe the powers that be have in mind?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of powers that be in play here. There's several different groups. I'll mention a couple of them here in a second, but maybe not surprisingly, they don't agree on what the end game is. It's like there's 5 people playing the same chessboard, and they're all in the end game, but they're moving their own pieces, and they each have a different end game in mind. So here's the groups. There's the tech bros: Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos. They want the nation and eventually the world to be a safe place for capitalism and profits. They don't want any regulations. They don't want any restrictions on AI development or carbon consumption or anything else. They want all the electricity in the country to go into data centers, and they don't care what happens to the populace. I don't see how that works. Who's going to buy their stupid products? But they don't think that far ahead. They just want power, freedom for themselves. And then there's the Christian nationalists, who, by the way, detest the tech bros. The Christian nationalists want a Christian nation. And I don't mean like, well, okay, most people are Christian. No, everyone is a Christian. You're forced to be a Christian at gunpoint. And you worship a certain way, you read a certain Bible. There can't even be more than one Bible. There's one Christian nation under God, indivisible, and we all learn the same scripture. And they want that. They want Christianity as a state religion. They want the president to be the head of the church, and so on. Then there's another group, the neo-Nazis, who basically just hate. They hate anyone who doesn't look and sound just like they are. They are doing kind of what Hitler did, and for the same reason. They are intolerant. They're frightened of their own shadow, but they're intolerant. And if they can terrify people and get rid of people that they are afraid of, then they feel like they can relax. Of course, they can never relax because the source of their fear is their own anxiety. So what they really need is therapy, but they're falling back on fascism. So we have the fascists, the neo-Nazis. Then we have the group that has always been working, which is the dirt simple capitalists. They hated the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. They hate taxes. They hate welfare, and they definitely hate socialism and communism. They've been fighting communism and socialism since 1917. They just want to make money. They want to sell products. They want to have no regulations, no restrictions, and they're a little like the tech bros, except the capitalists actually hate the tech bros because the tech bros are eating their lunch. There's a lot of garden variety capitalists who are probably going to be forced into bankruptcy because of AI. Um, so that's just four of the people that are playing at this chessboard, and that's just the one side. The other side, I guess you'd have to say, are the progressives, the Democrats. I don't mean the large D Democrat Party. I mean the small D Democrats, people who want democracy just as a platform. We're going to do this democratically, or we're not going to do this. There's that bunch of people. Um, and then, America has always had a progressive bent. We had soup kitchens during the Great Depression. We didn't line people up and shoot them with the machine guns. We fed them. And so there's always going to be that group of people who just looks at the poverty, looks at the lack of opportunities, and just tries to make it better. But the problem with those people is they are running afoul of these populist demagogues who want a revolt. They don't want the people taken care of. So when the progressives come along and say, "Here, let's form a soup kitchen. Here, let's get some donations and feed some people." Well, then the goons from the other side show up and cause problems, and right now they're defunding these programs. So it's how many people are at this chessboard? I don't know. Which way is this country going? I don't know. But I can tell you right now, the American people are rapidly losing their shit over this. Rapidly. And I'm a little bit surprised to see it because I didn't think the American people were smart enough to understand that they were going to die. But I think that now they're looking at starvation.
Can you give us people on the outside here, people who are looking in? Perhaps we can't clearly see this. I mean, I've seen the No Kings protest. But you're saying American people are losing their shit at the moment. Can you give us an example of going in terms of the distrust and the anguish and anger? Can you tell us what's going on the ground?
There's a small problem with that, which is that another group of players on the chessboard is our corporate media, and the corporate media doesn't like because they're corporations and they're like capitalists and they want no regulations and they don't want to hear from poor people. They just want to sell ads to sell. They're not reporting where there is in the country because they don't want to feed the beast. However, if you get out of mainstream media and into, well, of course, most of it's online, so what are you going to trust, right? But hey, we did have a No Kings march, and 7 million people turned up at the No Kings march, and that was the second of so far two, and there were 7 million people. It was estimated, and Donald Trump says nobody showed up. It was a big loss, a bunch of losers. 7 million people. We've never had anything in America that attracted one event, even though it was distributed. Okay, we never had one event that attracted 7 million Americans to participate. Never. Never. We are way too involved in work and play and gambling and making money and watching TV and making memes, cat memes. And we're too busy doing all that to go out and march in the streets, especially with Trump's goons looking over you with automatic rifles. People just didn't want to do it, and yet they still got 7 million people. And the Trump administration, if you just want an example of how significant that was and how much anger must be out there, the Trump administration seriously lost their shit over it. And Donald Trump has been up 3 o'clock in the morning every night since, pounding out random bullshit about how small the marches were and how all of it was terrorism and we should have shot these people on sight and all this kind of stuff. And he's rattled, he's scared. And if Donald Trump, who as a clinical narcissist has his head completely up his own ass, can't see anything outside of his own colon. If Donald Trump is scared, then something happened. And his people are telling him something happened and we need to move up the agenda. So will there be a No Kings 3? Will there be elections in 2026? Midterm elections? Will there be elections in 2028 for the presidency? I don't know, but the Trump administration and his goon squad are really worried. They're really worried.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him. He was sending out memes and stuff, mocking them. He made an AI generated video of him flying over the No Kings protest. Apparently, well, it was releasing some kind of slurry effluent liquid over them. So yeah, it seems
Yeah,
he was making light of it, but you're saying he's rattled.
yeah, yeah. He's really scared. One of the reasons that he's building the ballroom is he's kind of turning into like Vladimir Putin. He wants to surround himself with the vestiges of power, and he wants to
Right,
have a place, a private place. Yeah, it's fine. He wants a private place. His gilded ball, are calling it a whorehouse. He wants his gilded ballroom. This will be bigger than the White House, where he can go like Louis the 14th, right? He wants to be in there like the king. He wants to wear ermine. And when he was in that AI jet flying over the protesters, dropping diarrhea on them, he was wearing a crown, and the jet was called King's Cup.
I saw that. Obviously, there was a nod to the fact it was in retaliation to the No Kings protest. He certainly knows how to wind people up. But yeah, he can't take even the slightest of slights. Cougar, just one moment. There's someone here. I have them on in the background. I don't know who it is. They're called Semiurge. Semiurge, you're on the show.
Hello. Hello.
Hello there. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I've been watching for maybe the last couple of months. I just thought I'd, try and join in for a little bit.
Good man yourself. Well, what is it you'd like to say, Semiurge?
I basically think that all of these politics, if you excuse my language, is just absolute bullshit, especially the American politics. I think is the red and the blue is all leading in the same direction. We're all going into a techno dystopia, and they're going to control us with AI, and there's nothing we can really do about it.
Right. Semiurge, that's extremely pessimistic, but I have to say I'm somewhat on the same page. Semiurge, would you like to, seeing as you're a newbie here, I'd like to say welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself, say whatever you want in terms of your outlook for yourself, for the humanity, for this existence, and then I'm going to bring Cougar back and you two can have a little conversation back and forth. That should be very interesting, seeing as you are blood. But go ahead.
My view for humanity at the moment, given that situation, is quite pessimistic. I think we might be headed for a serious war or something like that. And even if we aren't, I think we're headed for something might even be worse than the war, in that we might be subjugated under a technocratic government, which is just like forcing us, like techno-feudalism, as they called it. But I hope that that's not the case. I hope that we can, find a way out of this politically, hopefully. And I don't know. Apart from that, I'm really not sure what to say.
Well, Semiurge, it's good to have you on the show. Semiurge, have you got any questions for Cougar? And we'll get the conversation flowing.
I didn't really hear much of what Cougar said, so
he's in America, and he's been talking about Trump and just how much deep shit the general population is in over there, and how there seems to be a brewing in terms of there is somewhat of I won't call it a fight back. It's not violent, but there is some kind of upswell of retaliation. I hope it doesn't get violent, but he thinks it might do en masse. But yeah, he's generally talking about America, so. He's also somebody who is heavily involved in what he terms global heating. Now, that is the term that he feels should be used for climate change, because he feels that the world is going to heat up and basically shit's going to hit the fan, and we are all possibly going to die. Well, he's here now. Why don't you ask him?
Okay.
Go ahead,
so the question is when. Yeah, I heard the question. The question is when.
When.
Anytime. Yeah, anytime in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to see impacts that no one will be able to deny. We're already seeing impacts that are hard to deny, but we'll see a lot more in the next 2, 3, 4 years. And I think
That's
the wheels
very
come
fast.
off. Yeah, it is. It's rapid onset. And then I think the wheels come off in maybe 6, 7, 8 years. The wheels come off. So that means the global
So you
economy
think
basically
that
implodes.
we've, as a civilization, we've only got about 7 years left?
7, maybe 10.
Wow, you're even more pessimistic than me.
Well, yeah, but my pessimism isn't based on being a doomer, although that's my handle, Kuba Doomer. But my pessimism is based on my understanding of the science and the physics involved, and the examples we've seen of how fragile our global economy really is. For example, COVID, and the Ukraine war, and a bunch of other China, and the tariffs, all that other stuff. We're very fragile. It won't take much to push us over the edge. And based on that,
So
plus the physics
you
of our
don't think it?
reality,
Sorry, you don't think it would be a war, but you think it would just be a global economic collapse? Oh, I guess we lost him.
Lose him, but he'll be back. Oh no, he's back. He's back. He is back. When
yeah,
you're not
I just got.
talking, can you? When you're not talking, Semyon, can you mute yourself? But obviously, feel free to interject as frequently as possible.
Oh shit!
Just,
Sorry, though. It's
we
my
hear
TV. It's my TV.
Yeah,
Sorry,
your
I'll turn it
television.
down.
We can hear your television, or you can just turn the television
turn
on
it
and
down.
off if you're by yourself.
Yeah, I'll turn it off.
Go on then.
So,
The question.
you don't think it's going to be like a nuclear war or anything like that? You think it's going to be, financial situation that's going to bring us down?
I'll be honest with you. These are not mutually exclusive outcomes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fact,
I agree with that.
Yeah. So
one can lead to the other,
and maybe even inevitably. And it doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't even matter which goes first. Large scale global war and deprivations caused by global heating are basically tied at the hip. You really can't have one without the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm not optimistic. I know people like to focus on one thing or another, but I'm what you call a systems scientist. I don't study like butterflies. I don't study meadow flowers. I study systems, and I've always been a systems scientist. That was my career. And as a systems scientist, I can also look at other systems. And I've been following in the last 10 years or so geopolitics with considerable interest, not because I'm a politician or an economist, but because I'm a systems scientist. And I'm interested in that system. And the overlaps between what's happening with us with global heating and with the global economy, it's right there in the titles, right? The links are very, very difficult to ignore.
So you think it's going to be kind of like a perfect storm of like bad things happening together, and it's just going to fuck everything up, basically?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to sort of try and get a grip on what you're thinking.
Well, the reason why I'm Cougar Doomer is because I think we're doomed.
Yeah,
what I call
as well.
Yeah, and that's not because I'm having depression and I need counseling and medication. It's because I'm a scientist and I collect information, and I'm sitting back and I'm watching this play out, and I'm like, oh my God, this isn't going to work. Everybody.
Sorry, but just it makes it even scarier to actually hear an actual scientist be like depressed about
Yeah, and it should be, because I wouldn't say these things if I didn't think there was a high probability of these outcomes. And the problem, even for scientists, is that even though most scientists would agree that our challenges with global heating and or climate change, if that's what you want to call it, even though these are like, this could lead to an extinction event, they won't talk about it because economically,
it causes panic.
Economically, they're on the hook for capitalism. They get their grants from corporations, they get their grants from government, and they just can't piss in the punch bowl with doomerism. But I'm retired. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say. And if I think you're doomed, I'm going to tell you right up front, you're doomed. And I wish there was something I could do about it, but I can't. I can't save you. You can save yourself. And that's why I wrote the book, by the way. I wrote the book.
We can't save ourselves. We can't do nothing.
Oh,
It's probably too late already.
Okay, read my book. Available on Amazon.
Right.
It was 100 Days, and it's about how a group of people save themselves. And it's a group. So this is not The Road. This is not zombie apocalypse and a bunch of people with shotguns. This is how a group of people save themselves from the collapse of civilization. And in the end, as far as they know, they're the only ones who made it. Okay. There's some vestiges of the National Guard. There's some vestiges of governance in certain pockets, but it's obvious that it has gone away. And the book is about how do you get your shit together when the whole infrastructure of a global economy has just fallen down around your head. Uh, and so
Is it,
here, I'm shilling my book. But I wrote it for people who don't know
yeah,
what to
no,
do.
I'll look at it. Put it on the chat for DNW's channel, and I'll have a look at it. But my pessimistic outlook personally is that if that happens, things get that bad, then I honestly believe that regular people like me who have no experience of outdoorsmen or just anything basically outside of just going to work or coming home, sitting in an office all day, we're going to be absolutely screwed.
Yeah. My antidote to that is that everybody's in that same situation, but we have to avoid an extinction event. And the way we do that is by adopting village life. Nobody in the village has all the answers. There's no one person in the village who harvests all the wheat or tends to
That's
all the cattle or brings in
pretty
all the
much
sheep
what I'm looking at, actually.
or
Yeah.
builds all the walls or defends the perimeter or chases away the wolves and the bandits. There's no one person who does that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a village, and there in the UK and England, you have villages all over the place, right? And some of these date back to the Middle Ages. So you kind of have more of that in your DNA than I have in mine. And America probably has some soul searching to do. But you folks, you kind of know how to do this. And if you're not sure, then go on a drive and go out in the country, go in the West Country and find some of these places and sit down and have a beer in the pub and talk to the locals and say, what do you do here? Well, we have sheep over here, we have cattle over there, and we have handicrafts and we have a blacksmith still, and we have
Some
the
of
old
them not
medieval
too friendly
church.
to locals. To be fair,
Yeah, maybe not.
they think we're just tourists.
Well, you are, but if you could, I'm playing devil's advocate here, okay? But if you could convince them that you want to learn, they might talk to you differently than if you're just coming in there to buy a pint.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that this is how we survive. We don't survive by being Rambo. We don't survive by being Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is ridiculous. They wouldn't survive.
You sound like you're a South Londoner, if you don't mind me saying. But
Yeah,
wherever you are, there are actually organic farms outside the M25 that offer you can go there free to work just for the experience and also work with the animals in some of the shelters around the place. There are farms where they take in animals that need looking after because they were being neglected by their original owners, and you can go to those farms and they show you how to tend the actual organic farm. So they grow the veg, how to harvest them, the fruit, etc. And sometimes they show you woodwork, etc. There's a few of those places around, so it might be worth looking up if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's not the sort of thing you really think about on your own head. So that's nice to know. Yeah, definitely think about that.
And the key to all this is not to be anxious that you don't have all the answers. The key to this, the absolute key to this, is that you're going to build a community, and you can start anytime you want. You just had a recommendation on how to start that process, and it's going to be the community that pulls through, not the Rambo, not the Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, it's going to be the community that pulls through, and the people who have little to offer will offer whatever they have, and people who have a lot of help they can give will help everybody they can, and it's the village life. And you build your picket fences around the property, around the commons, and you send the shepherds out to guard the flocks, and you're doing it together. And you have a healer, and you have a midwife, and you have a spiritual leader, and you
So
have someone who
I have to
understands
say,
working metal, and it's just one person who does something good, but you have 200 people, and you cover the bases. And then your community has what I call a story. The
oh yeah,
community has a
no, I
narrative.
understand, but I mean, it sounds basically
Individuals
like
individuals have no story going forward. Individuals have no
yeah,
story.
Now
yeah,
there is a
absolutely.
there is a naysayer in the comments, the poops, and the poop says it's just a work fiction, not reality. And he says basically he says all civilizations have collapsed due to financial issues, debt. Same thing for today. Today's biosphere collapse is also tied to the same thing, having money represent debt rather than work. He also says the sooner the more the sooner the more optimistic. So basically, he thinks you guys saying things are going to hit the fan sooner is optimistic because he believes the further the status quo drags on, the worse it will end. So the more it drags on, the worse it will be for more people. He also says The Road by Cormac McCarthy. I don't know if you guys have read that. I actually haven't read it, so I can't comment.
I've only watched the film,
But I know it's one of those books I want to read. And he says that there is cannibalism in that. Obviously, when shit hits the fan there and civilization collapses, apparently there is cannibalism in that book. And he says that is quite a realistic scenario. That's a bit worrying.
I don't agree with that. I think most people would just give in to starvation before doing that.
What do you think,
But
Cougar?
that's my opinion.
Well, so okay, so all the comments you just surfaced, I agree with. I have never said, I don't say it in the book, and I'm not saying it here, that we're going to save civilization, or that that's our task. I am something of an accelerationist myself. That I think that yes, the best case scenario for the most people is that we don't go any further down this path. And this system, the way we're doing things, capitalism, fossil fuels, uh, inequality, wealthy elites, accumulation of wealth and power, all this, what I call monkey business, politics, economics, and religion, all that must implode and crash and burn. And that's not because I hate them. It's because they're taking us down with them. And as soon as they go down, the sooner we can all begin the process of rebuilding. And if we can do that from a lower threshold of catastrophe, then later at a higher threshold of catastrophe, then we'll have further to fall. It's the Seneca cliff. Now, yes, every civilization has ended, but you know what happens when these civilizations end? They re-emerge in village life. Village life is always there. And when the big civilizations collapse and Rome is emptied and there's no one in the Colosseum, what do you have? You have all these villas around, but they've got a vineyard and they've got an olive orchard and they got fields and they got animals and they just carry on. And then you build Italy from village life. You don't build Italy from Rome because Rome fell. You build Italy from village life. And that's what's going to happen to us. I am advocating a rapid.
says historically, cannibalism was quite common when food could not be grown. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know the ins and outs of
basing
that.
that on?
Yeah,
What is
I
he
don't know if
basing it
people got eaten in Ireland during the Great Famine. Did they? I don't know. I don't think they did.
I mean, exactly. I mean, I didn't hear anything like that. It just sounds like nonsense to
But
me.
yeah,
I don't know about common. Here's what I think probably happens to most people
there will
is
definitely
that
look. Undoubtedly, there will be cases of cannibalism. If shit hit the fan,
Oh
there
yeah,
will
of
be
course,
cannibalism.
of course.
But whether people would kill for the food or just be opportunistic, eat someone after they had died naturally, that's another matter. It might be a bit like
No,
that
just
film. You know the film Alive. I mean, it's actually based on a true story. Is it
with the
Chilean?
airplane crash.
Yeah. There was an airplane crash. I think they're from Chile. The rugby team was at Uruguay. I think,
Yeah,
and they
I think so.
crashed in some mountains in South America, and basically they had nothing to eat. And basically, what they ended up doing was eating the people who died first just to survive.
That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Have you-
That's the thing that I don't understand. Though, would every person resort to that, even if that was absolutely starving? I mean, I've never been in that position, so I don't
I
know.
don't know.
But,
I think I think you may well, if you're really, really hungry, you might do that.
yeah, I mean, I guess.
What do you think, Cougar?
Well, I think once again, these examples, including like the Donner Party here in California back in the 1800s, they had to resort to cannibalism when they got caught in the snow trying to cross the Sierra Nevada mountains. These are
Sorry, who
small
was that?
groups of people. The Donner Party. The Donner Party.
Donner
It was
Party.
a wagon train. Donner, Donner. And the Donner Party in California history is synonymous with people in Lord of the Flies. It's synonymous with Lord of the Flies, where you're a small group of people, they can't figure it out. They can't survive. They can't help each other survive. So as they die, they eat the dead. That was the Donner Party. And that's a big deal in California. And in my book, it was 100 Days, I have cannibal zombies. But the cannibal zombies are a small group of people, and they're isolated, and they're religious, and they're ideologues, and they can't get their head out of their ass, and they can't figure out how to survive. All they can figure out is what's been deprived from them and how they're waiting for the rapture and the return of Jesus. And so they can't figure their shit out at all. And so they have no leadership, they have no critical thinking skills, and they revert to cannibalism. Meanwhile, also in the book, there's 100, 200 people building a village. They're not resorting to cannibalism. They have land and they're all working together to try and get the most production they can out of the land. And because they're a village, there's some food available at the state level, and the National Guard delivers a little bit of food. And so they're able to get some support because they're visible in the landscape. Meanwhile, the cannibal zombies who are waiting for the rapture, they turn to cannibalism. And so this is the dichotomy. When Rome fell, the people who used to be Roman citizens didn't revert to cannibalism. They went back to village life. And that was it. That's all they did. And, you know, if you have a Donner Party or an airplane crash or Lord of the Flies, I trapped on an island, then you might resort to that. And that's all very titillating and dramatic. And we all like to watch those movies that come away with our skin crawling. But that's just a very tiny, minute example of how people fall out of civilization and then have to cope. Most of the time, I would contend, they come together. People come together naturally. They just do that, and then they figure it out some other way besides eating each other.
Yeah, I think.
So
So the Poop says there are many examples of cannibalism in history. The Roman siege of Jerusalem, famines in ancient Egypt, the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 in Europe, Chinese famines, and the Jamestown settlement colony as well. Do you know anything about the Jamestown settlement colony, Cougar?
once again, it's a small number of people that had a bad winter. They were cut off from their support network, and they did all kinds of things. There's lots of horror stories you could point to, but
Is
from
that
my
to do with the pioneers? Who were the Jamestown settlement colony? Who came? When was that? Do you know?
they were English citizens. It was part of the early settlement of New England, and they were citizens of the crown, and they had they were surrounded by Indians. They didn't have a country. They just had a settlement, and they were tied to England. And when they couldn't get support from England, then they were on their own, and they weren't prepared to be on their own. They didn't have a proper footprint. They were new. It was new. They didn't have agriculture. They didn't have hundreds of acres with sheep and cattle and goats. They didn't have a blacksmith. They didn't have anything they needed. And so once again, a small group of people, isolated, suddenly don't know what to do, and they have no leadership. They pray to God for everything. Don't know what to do. Not getting any guidance. God isn't bringing manna from heaven, and because they just wait too long and they fuck around and they're praying and waiting for God and Jesus, and then they turn to cannibalism. And in my book, that's where the cannibal zombies come from. They're religious people, and they're too tied up in their ideology and their wish for rainbows and unicorns to save themselves. They can't save themselves. And in contrast, people who are not just completely detached from reality and have children and have families and have neighbors and they're talking among themselves and they're figuring out, those people do not become cannibals. They become villagers. And you can obsess about cannibalism if you want to and go read The Road 3 times and have wet dreams about cannibalism, and if that's your kink, go ahead. But that's not my kink, and I don't see the world through that lens.
Sorry,
I
you're talking about. You're talking about.
I wrote about cannibal.
Basically,
I wrote about. Yes, it's always that way. I wrote about cannibal zombies in my book to make fun of them. They're a clown act. They're a joke. And eventually the villagers say, look, we've got to help these people. They're just a nuisance. They can't hurt us. They're just dying of starvation. They're eating rats and dead animals. And now we have to do something for them. And they eventually, the cannibal zombies go into a facility to be rehabilitated.
Sorry to change the subject
Yeah,
briefly.
Please do.
I've just been alerted to something here. Ex-cabinet member sounds alarm on Trump's obscure new order. Okay, so former Labour Secretary and class warrior Robert Reich took to social media on Monday to sound the alarm about something flying under the radar that you should know about. There's a new directive from Trump, NSPM7, or National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, that Reich said could make it a crime to criticize him. In September, Trump ordered Attorney General and the Secretaries of State, Treasury, and Homeland Security to implement new measures to counter domestic terrorism and political violence, he explained. Now, at first glance, this may seem reasonable. After all, we all oppose political violence. But the reality is far more dangerous. NSPM 7 hands the federal government sweeping power to target anyone who speaks out against Trump or his administration, warned Reich. It's a blueprint for criminalizing disagreement as terrorism. The American Civil Liberties Union noted, like the president's investigation into the Open Society Foundations and his order purporting to designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, which is not a thing, NSPM 7 is a deliberate attempt to sow fear and intimidate and silence opposition to the president's abuses. The FBI has already visited the home of someone who appeared at a protest under SPM 7. Wright called the language in the order alarmingly reminiscent of the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, in which Senator Joseph McCarthy threw around accusations about being a communist as people were blacklisted, silenced, and fired over allegations. 1 second, I'll just let him back on, then I'll read that. Nearly finished. Wow. Over the allegations. Trump's memo is filled with the same kinds of vague, accusatory terms American, anti-capitalist, anti-Christian. McCarthy once used to smear and destroy political opponents, said Reich. Under these sweeping definitions, peaceful advocacy could be branded as extremism. A sermon, a protest sign, an op-ed in a student paper, or even a donation to a social justice or environmental group could be held up as evidence of disloyalty. He noted that Trump has already started using words to describe Democrats like vermin, scum, and the enemy within. He even went so far as to tell members of the Navy and Marines, take care of this little gnat on our shoulder, called the Democrats. Such rhetoric isn't just pretty petty or divisive, Reich continued. It's highly dangerous, especially when paired with presidential memos designed to give those words the force of law. Reich closed his warning by warning that memos like this from Trump aren't about terrorism or safety, but about silencing his critics under threats, investigations, and even imprisonment. Any person, who believes America has a right to speak freely, worship freely, and associate without fear should contact their member of Congress to intervene immediately. This is not democracy. It is a return to the darkest days of McCarthyism, when fear and accusation replaced freedom and truth. My goodness me, that does sound very worrying indeed, Mr. Cougar.
Yeah, so remember a little while ago, I said that Donald Trump was psychopathic about No King's Day version 2. He came he came away from that completely deranged. This comes out of that. He wants to be able to go to the next round of he doesn't want the next round of marches to happen. And these aren't really protests, by the way. They're marches. They're just uh, gatherings. They're gatherings, and they're saying, down with fascism, no kings, no kings in America. They're some of them are very, very careful to say that. No kings in America. We like your king, but we don't want any kings in America. And he is actually losing his mind over this. And he wants to be able to, and it's not really McCarthy. I understand what Reich is saying, but it's not McCarthy era witch hunts. He wants the ability, and this is going to sound extreme, but hear me out here. He wants the ability to deploy the military, the U.S. military, into cities where these protests, marches are taking place, and shooting people, killing them with automatic weapons. Now that sounds extreme, but that's what he wants. He wants that. And he'll tell the army, well, shoot not to kill, shoot them in the legs. He has said this many times in the past. We've had other protests in his first term. And his admonition to the military was, well, can't you just shoot them in the legs? That's his feeling about it. Now, as you can probably guess, once you start shooting people in the legs, the next thing is you're shooting people all around you and everywhere. And so he just wants it to get started. Shoot them in the legs, and then we'll see what happens. All right. So that's what he's doing. And this is about the No King's Day. And he is terrified. Donald Trump is losing his fucking mind. And I'm happy to see it. And that means he's going to start making mistakes. And this is probably one of those. Now he's hoping, my guess is, that either this flies under the radar and he has all these powers that he can shoot people in the legs, or that it riles people up and they get angry. And then they're serious. They're throwing bottles at the White House. And then he can roll out the military and say, we have an Insurrection Act. So let's invoke the Insurrection Act because now we have an insurrection. Ha ha ha, I win. And so, roll out the military, roll out the tanks and the guns, and Tiananmen Square version 2 right here in America, and just kill the people. And that's how that sounds unhinged coming from me, but that's what he wants. He wants that. He needs that. He needs that. He needs that to happen. Because if there are successful elections pulled off in 2026 for the midterms, which might change the accounting in Congress, and least of all 2028 when there's a presidential election, if his party gets drummed out of power, and if people come to power, even just independents who are not happy with him and his goons, then we're looking at Nuremberg 2.0. It's already being discussed. The Democrats and independents are already talking about Nuremberg 2.0. We're not going to have it in Germany. It's going to happen right here. And we'll call it something else, but they're calling it Nuremberg Trials 2.0. And now Donald Trump and his goons are losing their fucking minds because they know what happened after the Nuremberg trials. People were hanged. They were hanged. And they can't have that. They can't have any elections where they lose power. And they're going to roll out every presidential decree, every interpretation of the Insurrection Act, every interpretation of posse comitatus, everything that they can figure out. They're going to roll it out, get their brown shirts out there in the streets, and kill as many people as they can, because they can't have
Can you
it.
tell us a little bit about the Project 2025? Because we haven't heard about that in a while, but that was bandied about there for a long time as the ultimate plan by the Republicans going forwards. What are the main parts that we should know about?
Well, I haven't read it, and I refuse to read it. I'm not going to let my brain be polluted by that cesspool.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what it's about. It is strategic, and the strategy is worth understanding, because strategy is what we have right now. Everything is strategic right now. Everything he does is strategic. It's a setup for the end game. Everything is strategic. And the strategy behind 2025 was that. In his first term, he was surrounded by people who were like the adults in the room, and they managed Donald Trump. And the conservatives and the GOP and the MAGA didn't get what they wanted. They didn't get the pain, the suffering, the punishment, and the retribution they wanted. So when he was out of office for the Biden term, he hooked up with the Heritage Foundation. And he claims he doesn't know anything about it, but it doesn't matter. The Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank in the US and has been operating since the Reagan years, they wrote up a script, bullet points of what to do in the first day if he's elected, what to do in the first week, what to do in the first month, what to accomplish by the first 100 days. And they had all their analysts working on this. It's called Project 2025. And it's like 25,000 objectives. It's a huge number. And his supporters said we could get 2025 accomplished if we flood the zone with shit. So they put every shitty thing they could think of in Project 2025, written by the Heritage Foundation. Some of it is just deranged retribution. I hate you and I want to kill you. Some of it's just deranged retribution. Some of it is conservative talking points, like from Ronald Reagan's times. We have to have this, we have to have that, we have to get rid of corporate taxes, we have to tax the poor, we have to tax the middle class, we have to get rid of publicly subsidized healthcare, right? Called Obamacare by some people and the Affordable Care Act by others. And of course, people want to get rid of it, call it Obamacare because it's that black guy. And we don't want anything from him. He's a black guy, so let's get rid of that because it's just welfare anyway for welfare queens. Meanwhile, most of them are already signed up for the ACA, but they don't know that that's Obamacare. So they have like 20,000 things they want to implement. And they had them all lined up. All the horses are all lined up at the gates. And as soon as he was inaugurated, hand on the Bible, swearing to God he doesn't believe in, that he's going to do all the things, the next day they rolled it out. And Project 2025 is the blueprint for destroying liberal democracy in America because they don't want liberal democracy in America. Nobody wants it. Even the liberal Democrats don't want liberal democracy in America. And this agenda is just going out whole cloth. And that's what the Heritage Foundation came up with.
Scary stuff indeed. Semyosh,
yeah, it is. And
what about your views then? Sorry, go ahead, Kuga. Yeah.
I just wanted to say one more thing. I know I'm dominating the conversation, but and actually I have work to do, so I'm going to have to sign off here in a moment. But I just wanted to say that this current government shutdown is also strategic. This is not an accident. The Republicans led it. They then give themselves like 2-3 week vacations afterwards. They're vacationing back to back, so they don't.
I guess we lost him earlier than expected.
We lost you there, Kuga. Do come back. Oh, he's back. He's back. 1 second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone is maybe it's overheating.
Go ahead, Kuga.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and then I'm going to sign off because I don't want to interrupt things anymore.
Okay, brother.
So the government shutdown is Donald Trump's.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
So Donald Trump's shutdown of the government is a strategic way to fire government employees, not pay people. He's paying the military because he needs them on his side, but apart from that, he's not paying anybody else. He's going to shut down the government, whittle the government down to size, whatever he thinks that is, get rid of people that he doesn't like, hire people that he does like, and do all this during the government shutdown. And then when the government comes back online, it's his government, not the government of the people, his government. And, he would love to get rid of Democrats. He would love to throw them in jail. Who knows what he's going to do during the government shutdown, what mischief he's up to. But this was strategic. He wants this. The Republicans voted for it. They're pushing it as far as they can. It could be 60 days, 90 days, who knows? And, of course, during this time, the food support benefits aren't going out to poor families. People are starving. People are likely to revolt. And then he can, invoke the Insurrection Act. And then he's got this new thing with this new presidential decree and he's got all the things lined up so that if there's real protests in the streets, like Marie Antoinette, you know, let them eat cake because they're hungry and they're starving and they want food, and so he just rolls out the military and kills them, and then he declares martial law, and there's no elections. He cannot have
Can I
elections. He
just ask
cannot
something,
have them.
please? While
He
you're still
cannot have
talking,
elections.
can I just ask something?
Yeah, sure.
How much
I'm really
better
done.
do you things would? How much better do you things would be under Kamala?
I didn't hear the question.
How much better do you things would be under Kamala Harris?
Well, I would assume she would be like every other Democrat, uh, no direction, trying to make everybody happy, not rocking the boat, working with Republicans, no extremism, not threatening other nations, and would it do us any good? Would it bring back industry? Would it dampen down the Chinese aggression in the first island chain? I don't know, but we'll never know because we didn't get Kamala Harris, and we're not going to get anybody else. We're stuck with Donald Trump, and we may be stuck with Donald Trump and his acolytes for 20 years because I don't think there's going to be elections. I don't think there will be.
You
Yeah,
seriously believe?
okay. Okay, okay, maybe not 20 years. Maybe how long was Hitler head of the Germans under the Third Reich? So say 1933 to 1945. So that was what, 12 years? Okay, 12 years, three presidential terms of 4 years each. We'll have 12 years, three terms of Trump, the Trump family, Trump sycophants, Rieslings, and all the other wannabes who are just going to fit into his shoes and take orders from him and orders from his family. It's going to be like a crime family. And after 12 years or 15 years, what's going to happen? It's going to be Marie Antoinette and the guillotines, right? And so it'll be over. It'll be over. It'll be over just like it was in Germany, like it was with Mao. It'll be over. And Stalin, Stalin has a different legacy, but more like Mussolini. Okay, Mussolini, it was over. They hung him upside down from a lamppost with his mistress. So it's going to be over. And Trump knows that. Everybody knows that. He has to fight this battle every day he's alive, every breath he takes. He must fight this battle. Or he's going to be like Mussolini or Hitler, eating bullets. And so how long does it last? How long can they juggle these chainsaws? I don't know, 15 years? Maybe 20? Maybe they can juggle chainsaws for 20 years, and then the guillotines come out. And then we have something else. And maybe we have a Christian nationalist government. I don't know. Do the Christians decapitate the Trump family at guillotines? Maybe they do. I don't know. But it can't last forever. Crime bosses always have enemies. And sometimes there are other crime bosses who want that position. They want that money. They want that tax money. They want to write themselves checks for $1 billion every time they feel slighted. Every time they're jealous of somebody, right? They build a ballroom and gild it with gold so they feel better about themselves. Every crime boss wants that kind of power. So there'll always be another crime boss who wants to be in that position. And as long as the criminal families, the Trump criminal organization, is on borrowed time. And they know that. Anyway, guys, it's been a pleasure. I really enjoyed it. I got to go. Yeah. I got to work in my basement. And
okay, good.
Maybe another time.
Well, thank you very much. Very much. We hope to hear you again soon. Take care.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, sure. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. And comment below after the stream, Hugo, with your book, or Semi-Urge. It was 100 Days is the name of the book. I've actually got a copy. Okay. It's a good book. Semi-Urge, do you have any spiritual views? Do you have any weird views about this reality? What are your views on what is actually going on here? Or are you somebody who just...
My view...
Yeah.
Is it's very hard to describe, so you're gonna have to give me some, just give me some time to think about it.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Take the time. Take your time. Take as long as you need. Take as long as you need. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to play the little meditation mantras whilst you're thinking, and then just let me know when you're ready to talk. Yeah.
No, it's fine. I can
the
talk now.
beginning of
I'm ready.
wisdom.
But
Go ahead then. So
yeah,
basically the question is, have you ever thought about what is going on here? Go ahead.
my philosophy basically it aligns with yours and Benedictine's. You know, Benedictine the truth.
Yes. But me and him are
You
slightly
did
different on yeah.
you did a thing that's actually how I found your channel.
Okay,
I
cool.
found your channel through him. Yeah, I was
Mhm.
listening to you two talk one night on the live stream, and I thought this guy DNW really knows what he's talking about. So I subscribed to you. But
Well, I don't really
yeah,
know what I'm talking about, Semio, so don't ever think that. I am just speculating. So
oh yeah, no, obviously we'll just speculate, but it's just good to know that other people having the same ideas, you know. But yeah, my basic idea on reality is that I've 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 got a fucking Bible next to my bed. You know, I don't even read it. I don't even know why I brought it. I think I brought it while I was drunk. I have like these religious episodes where I think like you know, God is watching me or whatever.
Mhm.
And but most of the time I just think that basically what we see isn't what is actually there. You know, there's something beyond that.
Okay.
Sound like a
No,
idiot, but
it's a look. It's a common belief. I mean, I've actually had a lot of strange experiences. I don't know if you've heard some of my recent ones, and I do. I think I think at this stage I err on the side that there is probably something else going on. Okay, now
oh yeah, absolutely.
that is not to say that I don't know what is going on. A, I want to state that. B, I don't know if there is a continuation of the soul. Okay, I don't know if we have souls. Okay, um, but I think there is probably something beyond the veil, like as in something. I don't know whether it's controlling us, watching us, feeding off us,
Oh
or
fucking hell, it feels like it.
I have no idea. But I've heard too much strange stuff now at this stage of my
It
life.
really feels like it, man.
Yeah, I mean, it
There's
does
there's
seem
too much shit that's gone wrong in my life, like with like ridiculous coincidences, like things that could
right.
not go wrong unless
But there's
like
also
these
things,
like
Semio,
millions of
with
things.
respect, there's things that have gone right as well, right? You know?
Well, yeah,
Um,
but in comparison to the things that didn't, they like it almost seems like they're just kind of building you up to make you fall down. If that makes
hmm.
sense.
Okay, well, they do say the Buddhists do say life is suffering.
Oh
Now,
yeah, it fucking feels like it.
everybody does carry their own cross in some way or other. Eventually, we all will fall apart and die. And if you
Oh
are an
yeah.
emotional being, you will take on the burden of feeling sadness for the effects of this realities on others, let alone the effect of it on yourself. So
Well, yeah,
yeah,
you know,
there is a lot of suffering here. But
yeah,
Semi-Urge,
the
you're not
worst thing
alone.
about this whole situation is like the idea that I might actually have to come back here and do it again. I'm ready
So
to
you're
just
worried
fucking
about
dive into
reincarnation.
oblivion, mate. Yeah, I'm ready to fucking dive into oblivion and just fucking be, you know, unconscious for like the next whatever it is, infinite years, you know, like what I
I hate
was
to
before I
break
was
it to
born.
you, and I say this in jest, like, but there is some truth in it. I mean, statistically, you're already here, so that means there's a chance of it happening again, I suppose.
Yeah,
Um,
no, I've read that. It's scary. Scary scares me, man. I fucking hate
Now,
it.
whether that's by reincarnation or just by reconfiguration of all the different constituent parts of the universe coming to the fore so that you exist again, like the Nietzschean proposition of the eternal return. It's interesting thing to think about. Now it is scary, but one bit of solace from that would be you would know. So semi-urge, even though that is possible, you wouldn't know. So you might have existed an infinite amount of times already, but you know the point is, you don't know that, so it doesn't really matter. It's neither here nor there, because we only know about our own current existence. So don't let it worry you. Don't
I
let it worry
guess
you
that
too
makes
much.
sense.
Sorry.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, don't let it worry you too much. Don't be consumed by it, as in don't let it get you down.
Oh yeah, no, I'm that personality type, you know. I let things run around in my head, like philosophy stuff, and like I get myself consumed with shit. Like if I'm gonna come back here again and again and all this bullshit, man, it's
Right. Yeah.
crazy.
Well, I would say perhaps one of the things you have to do, young man, I don't know what age you are, sorry, is to let go of that worry and live. I mean, Nietzsche did say, live as if this life is going to be repeated. So in that sense, try and make the most of this life.
Didn't
Try and
he
build
believe
yourself
in
up.
eternal? Didn't he believe in
Well, he
eternal
did.
return?
He didn't necessarily. Well, he propositioned it as one should think of the eternal return and the horror of that, and live your life accordingly, so that if you are to exist again and again and again, you live as best a life as possible. Do you understand?
Mm.
So that you beat the tragedy. You take as much out of the tragedy now by living your best life possible, and also trying to make the world a
And
better
make
place,
it better.
so that when you
Yeah.
come back again and again, the story is one of a hero rather than one of tragedy,
Well,
because it
that's
will be the
kind of
same story repeated
uplifting.
again and again. So you might as well make it a heroic battle, even if it is
Yeah.
Sisyphean. Even if we don't make it, it's better to die heroically at trying to make the world a better place than to die in our basements depressed and not interacting with the world or reality. Perhaps, I don't know.
Yes.
You know,
Oh yeah, no, I understand what you're
when I say
saying. Yeah.
die, I mean die naturally, die of natural. I'm not
Oh
suggesting anybody.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I
I'm
understand.
not
I
suggesting
understand.
anybody do anything. I'm just saying make the most of your life and find your own way to do that. I mean, what do you think would add value to your life in terms of making this reality maybe not less bleak, but maybe adding value to it in terms of your own input into it? What matters to you? What can you do going forwards that will maybe align with how you see the world, but also make you feel better given how you see the world?
For answering this question in like such a awesome question that you asked it, but I literally can't think of anything.
Okay. I mean, I can give you thoughts that I have sometimes, and that is trying to lift others up, you know, trying to. For example, if you have suffered in a certain way, you might see that other people are suffering in that way, and you might be able to lift them up. And there's nothing wrong with suffering and also trying to help others who are suffering at the
What
same time.
if? Give me a second, DNW.
No, it's fine.
What
I
if?
mean, this is complex. This is
What?
very complex, and there are no look. I don't have all the answers. There are no right or wrong answers. Actually, it is just a matter of
This
opinion,
is.
and
I'm
people
just
will
happy
be.
to have someone listen to me. Honestly.
That's okay, brother.
What if? What if? You keep trying to make yourself better, make your life better, and even make other people's life better. But the universe continues to fucking shit on you and just fucking throw you down every time. You know, it's almost like it punishes you for trying. This happened to me like dozens of times.
Mm,
I'm
mm.
sick of it, man.
I would say in these situations you have to assess what your goals are. Okay, yeah, and see if you're being sucked into things that don't really matter. Like your goals might be extreme material success. Your goals might be, you know, having lots of friends. Your goals might be having lots and lots of sex with lots and lots of different people.
It's definitely not that. Definitely
Well,
not
I'm
that.
just saying people have different goals, like at different stages of their life. And I would say if you're not being satisfied, it may be that you've got the wrong goals, because your goals,
No, but
A,
I'm talking about like
maybe they're not being.
helping other people.
Sorry, say that again, Semioz.
I'm talking about helping other people.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a bit like, look, a lot has been said here without you saying it, actually, Semioz. You said just
Okay.
now that you're glad to just have someone to listen to you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Of course.
So if that's the case, what
No one
about
else
you?
would.
What about you listening to other people and giving them your time
Why
in a
would I
safe
do
way?
that?
How would you do that? You're doing it right now. You're talking to me. You're talking to everyone here who's listening.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
well,
the first step.
oh I
You're
guess
stepping
yeah.
outside of yourself. You're
I
putting
think,
yourself on the line, and that's quite brave. You know, you're coming on the internet. You're in public, and you're being vulnerable, and you are allowing time for others to speak. You're allowing the possibility of interaction, and you're allowing other people to express themselves. You know, and it is in that, I think, that the magic happens. It's like your expression, my expression, other people's expression. Sometimes, just sometimes, there's a synergy there that allows something that brings well-being to occur. And it may not be well-being that lasts for forever, but at least it provides an ember of warmth in an otherwise harsh, cold existence, you know?
yes, I understand.
Do you do any thing to lift your mood? And do you exercise? Do you eat well? Do you
Oh,
meditate?
I try. Well, when I'm in this state, I'm just really all over the place, man.
I hear that.
I fucking
I hear that.
fall asleep at 3 a.m. Wake up at noon and don't eat for days. Just eat
Yeah, well, there's
like
two
some
problems right off the bat.
Doritos or some crap,
Well,
something like that.
yeah, there's some huge problems there, Semiosh. I mean, you're not eating properly. Number one, you need to be eating healthily. I am vegan. I eat only plant material, plant-based foods, and I take my
I
supplements
respect
as
you
well.
for that, man.
Take
I
vitamins.
respect you for
I
that.
take my vitamins, right? I take some supplements. I worked on my nutrition. That does help. It really helps if you're getting all the little
Can you
micro and
really be
macro nutrients.
vegan without having any nutrition deficiencies or something?
Yeah,
like
well,
that?
I take the B12, okay, and I take creatine as well. I take that as a supplement as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I'm as
Doesn't
strong
that
as an
come
ox
from
at the
cow's
moment.
milk though?
Don't worry, I'm as strong as an ox. No, you can get this
Doesn't
is a
that come
vegan
from
based.
cow's milk?
No, it's a vegan based one.
Oh right, okay.
Creatine, and
Oh
you
yeah, I
can.
know what creatine is, but I just
Yeah,
assumed it came from
yeah.
cows for some reason.
Yeah, I think there is a version that comes from milk, but you can get a vegan one as well. Anyway, work on your nutrition, Semioz. Work on your sleep, and get out for a walk every day. You're not exercising, so go out. You should be walking every day at least, starting
I
out.
work out in my room, mate. I just
You
do a
do
bit
work
of
out.
push-ups. I've got to
That's
pull up a
good.
bar, and
That's good.
I
But yeah, but
go. Well,
there is something about.
I haven't done it in about 2 weeks. Well, when I get really depressed, I
I know.
just totally shut off from everything.
Well, you
I
need
literally
to
just wrap up in my bed.
listen, mate. I don't know what age you are, but you need to go for a walk every day. All right. And I'm going to say baby steps first. So start out just 2 miles, all right, a day
That's what my
minimum.
therapist said. You
Minimum
sound
two
like my
miles. So a
therapist.
mile there,
Even I said okay.
walk a mile, yeah, then sit down somewhere and then walk a mile back. That's what you got to do. Starting out, make sure you do that every fucking day within a 24-hour period. Make sure you get at least a 2 hour, 2 mile walk in, right? Eventually, you'll be able to build that up, all right? So you're walking 4 or 5 miles a day, yeah? Now,
All right.
if you're doing that and you're managing your nutrition, yeah, and you are, hello to Chris James. Welcome, brother. It's nice to have you here. Do come on the show if you want to. We'd love to hear your thoughts on reality and what is going on here. At the moment, I'm talking to Semiosh, who's having a difficult time, and I'm trying to lift him up out of the mire and set him on his way so that he is feeling stronger and more resilient. But yeah, Semiosh, look, you know, you're not a stupid guy, right? So you know the basics here. That walk, right? That exercise you need to be doing, yeah, and also getting up as well. I know you said you stay up till 3, but that doesn't mean you have to stay in bed after 10 a.m. You know, are you staying in bed?
No,
What time are
I
you staying
don't.
in bed till?
I don't always. Sometimes I get up at like 8 or 9 a.m. So
Okay.
it just,
All right.
it just depends on how I feel. Sometimes I just have
I
to
mean,
get
have you
up
got
and
any
have a
friends? Have you
fucking
got many friends that
have a
make you feel
cigarette.
happy?
I ain't got
Smoke
no
as well.
friends, man. I used to have friends, but they're gone.
Well, look,
Like
now you have.
5
Now you
years
can.
ago.
I'm not saying you
I've
can
got
come on here and
nothing.
talk whenever. You can come on here and talk whenever you want. Okay, we're trying to be
Yeah,
a
no,
safe
I
space.
appreciate this. This is actually making me feel better. Just being able to talk to someone. Talking to you actually feels better than talking to my therapist. Seriously,
All right. Well,
you should
listen,
be getting paid for
don't
it,
worry
man.
about it, Semiosh. Semiosh, don't worry about that. Semiosh, but what I really think you got to look at what you care about, right? Do you like animals? Do you pick a cause as well to devote yourself to? So that helps. Okay, so it could be the environment, it could be animals, it could be people. Yeah, it could be you could be opposed to something like digital ID, the AI dystopia, whatever it is, and that could be one facet of your identity. Okay, yeah, that's useful. That's beneficial to the world. Yeah, and in that you'll forge because you're picking an area that you care about. You will meet other people who care about that as well, and they'll be like-minded. So you might make some friends in that regard. Number 2 is the walking every day. Number 3, I would say start going to on your walks. Walk to a cafe or something and sit down and have a nice, tasty beverage. You know, hopefully vegan soy milk chai latte. That would be lovely.
I'm
But
trying to do
also,
that.
you know, make some friends with older people. You know, there's lots of older people out there, and just people who they might have problems as well, semi-urge, but at the end of the day, they're human beings just like you. All right, and you'll start seeing the human in these individuals, and it will start giving you this connection to others, right? That you seem to be lacking at the moment because you said you have no friends. Now, I used to, as a young person, I used to wonder what is a friend. All right, now I haven't really because this thing about trusting people is quite hard for some of us. You know what I mean? But what I do now is it's come to me late as I got older that you can trust some people. Now, as a younger person, it can be difficult to see that. But as you go through life, you will realize that some people you can trust, and you can trust more than others. Okay, and they will become closer to you because of that. You know, but again, it's not going to be easy. People are going to break your heart, etc. You'll probably break other people's hearts. But as long as you're acting with good intentions, semi-urge, you know, you can go forth with a good conscience. You know, so I don't know what
Right.
can you. Whilst we're talking about this now, can you commit, please, to honestly? Have you got a pen and paper there or something? Have you got a pen and paper?
I could lie
Please.
and said I did, but I actually haven't.
Have you got anything? Have you got anything, a pen and paper in your gaff that you could find? Whilst you're looking for one, Chris James says animals are good as they don't argue back and can be really loving indeed, and they do need our love. It's it's our fault that they exist a lot of time because we bred them into existence. So we do owe them a lot. You know, we owe them a lot. But Semi-Urge, when you're looking for a pen and
I've
paper,
got something resembling my phone, which is resembling a paper, which is my phone.
all right. Well, I'll tell you what. Send yourself a WhatsApp message if you have WhatsApp. With I want you to admit we've had a basic conversation here, but I want you to take from that 5 things you're going to do, right? And I want you to start doing them
All right.
tomorrow. No excuses. Tomorrow, I want you to start doing them. Okay. So whilst you're thinking of those 5 things, and I want you to take your time doing that, Semi. I should only speak when you've come up with the list of 5 things. Whilst you're doing that, I want to talk to the newcomer here, Chris James. Chris James, you're on the show. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We're a friendly bunch, just talking about what is going on in this strange existence. None of us really have a clue. We just think it's not very good. and we are extremely worried. But also, we like to explore it together and try to find connection, even if it appears to be illusory in some cases. But Chris James, you're on the show. Would you like to introduce yourself? Say what your thoughts are. I know this is a deep question. What are your thoughts about this reality?
It's getting stranger by the day. It seems like I was born in the 70s, and I have watched the world change, sometimes for the better, but mostly for the worst. And I don't blame just the normal general public. I blame the leaders of countries that are causing most of the problems, and it's the public that's suffering.
Yes, that was a very good intro there, Chris. So you were born in the 70s, and so you do feel life was better in the 80s and 90s. I was born in the 80s myself. Now,
Yeah, the 80s was a good year.
yeah. I was life better then? Well, I could walk around then as a kid, and it did. I tell you what, I remember people had a bit more pride and a bit more hope in the social mobility back those days, right? Because where I was born in London, and I remember around where I lived, people actually took care of their houses. All right, even if they were humble abodes, they painted them, they swept the leaves up and stuff. Now, if you drive around a lot of places in London, if they're not really opulent, right, they're
Yeah.
shitholes. Really are. They really are shitholes. People don't paint the outside of their houses, unless areas, and it's it just seems that we are moving towards a strange situation where pride in oneself, pride in one's neighborhood dissipated, and hope for the future is dissipated. And yes, it does seem not to be getting any better for the vast majority of people. I remember being a youngster, and yeah, as I said, there was social mobility. People could climb out of their situations, but I wouldn't like to be a younger person now, going into this world with.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn in today's world. I mean, growing up in the 80s when computers was just starting to come in, and you got your gaming and everything, it was great. And then social media hit the airwaves, and that's when it all started going tits up. I lived in Acton in London, Zone 3, for 9 months. And I swear I could not wait to get out of London because I was working down there. Just a totally different way of life living in London. It's fast. So I couldn't wait to get back to a town where it was a lot quieter and easier pace of life and everything. Right. And don't get me wrong, I love the London people. I love the London vibe. I love
I completely understand, Chris. I mean, I live in London. I have lived abroad a couple of times in my life. But I feel the same. I mean, I went on holiday during the summer to the Isle of Wight, would you believe? Hadn't been there since I was a kid. And I have been spending the odd day here and there, the odd weekend, like on the south coast. Like I was down in Devon. I've been to Eastbourne, and it's like, yeah, I wouldn't mind moving out of London, to be honest with you. But whether that's because I'm getting older now and I'm just fed up with the hustle and bustle, or because, cities are just becoming strange places where there is a phony sense of community because the people don't stay around. It's a transient place. People are moving on all the time. And there isn't really the same essence of, going out at night. There aren't really like pubs anymore. People don't go to the pub, There aren't any cinemas, it's like the cafe culture's crap.
It's all changed. I mean, growing up, we had youth centres where every Wednesday, Friday, even on Saturday, you could go down to the youth centre, you could play football, snooker, tennis, whatever, and you was there with all your mates. And it was a great place to grow up in the community with your mates. There's none of that now. Now,
Well, apparently there are. No, I will bite back a little bit. There are. I believe
yeah,
there are,
only
but maybe not
because
as many.
no, but
Maybe they're not as, for some reason or other, maybe parents aren't sending their kids to these things. And I don't know why that is, but I presume a lot of parents are fatigued by how much they work. And
well,
maybe
it's not
they're
just
also,
that, it's the cost.
it's the cost,
Everything's
exactly.
sky high.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember going to youth club and it used to cost me £2, and that would cover me for the whole month. That £2. Now you go to youth club and they'll probably ask you to charge a £10 to get in, and it's just what. All the money that gets put into the youth club, though, goes towards the youth club so they can buy more equipment and keep like the place going.
Right.
But not everybody can afford to pay to go to these places, or if it isn't where you have to pay, you've got to buy your kit for football, or you've got to buy this to play or whatever. And again, it's just money. And these places can't afford to stay open anymore. So a lot of the places closed down until the government realised, oh, there's no youth centres. So they start doing government schemes where they're bringing in youth centres again. And where I live on the west coast of Wales, there is football clubs and there's other clubs as well where the kids can go. We don't have much of a gang problem here in Wales, in Aberystwyth. So it's a real good place to grow up. But
Yeah.
I've noticed I grew up in Birmingham in the Midlands. Oh, that's where I was born. And I went back recently, basically just to reminisce about my childhood. And I couldn't believe how much it had changed. The parks are not there anymore. The outward spaces have all been like houses have been built on them where we used to go and play. And the place was just broken glass everywhere, graffiti, needles. You don't look at people because you're probably frightened of getting stabbed or something.
Right.
So it's all changed. The whole society's changed. And the government's banging their heads against a brick wall because they don't know how to deal with it. Parents don't know how to deal with it because a lot of the parents are frightened of their kids. And the only way
I know, just want to say, I know I'm not saying too much, but I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't want to say too much because, you know, the political climate and everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, I understand. I'm 100% with you, man. 100%.
This is what I've noticed over the years, how things are changing, and it's not getting any better. I don't know what the solution is. A lot of the people that enter gangs is because they're not getting the loving from home. So they go to their friends and then they say, right, we'll do this for you, but you've got to do this for us. We'll buy you a new pair of trainers because your mum and dad can't afford them, but you've got to go and sell drugs on the street for us. And that's how society is now.
Right. I mean, I would say community is the answer. Like going back to what you had, like this community.
It's gone beyond that, though, hasn't it? It's gone beyond that.
Chris, I think there's huge problems outside of that because I think a lot of people are pretty antisocial nowadays.
Oh, definitely.
I'm sorry if that sounds misanthropic, but
no.
I mean, if you read the comments online, people are just at each other's necks, you know, trying to throttle each other with angry rhetoric. And I don't know how, as I say, I'm not a young person, but I just do not know how much love there is left in humanity for each other.
There's no love. There's no love. It's finished.
Yeah, everybody's online chatting instead of being face to face. That's all it is nowadays. People used to go out.
Just stayed indoors. They literally just order their food in, and it's terrible.
You don't have to go out anymore. You can have everything dropped at the door. Yeah,
exactly.
I have my shopping delivered because I can't manage my shopping.
Right.
I can't lift. So I have all my shopping delivered, but I don't have meals delivered. I'll go and cook in the kitchen, or I'll go to the shop and buy the stuff myself.
Good for you.
Nowadays, you can have anything delivered to your door, and it's just society's.
And that's what they want. That's what they
Yeah.
want, because if we're indoors, then we're easy to control.
I agree with that. I agree with
You think
that.
it's that? You think it's that dark? Chris,
I think it is.
Chris, do you have any views? We talk about everything here. Do you have any views on a possible spiritual element to what's going on? Like, do you think there's anything going on beyond the veil of what we can see? Are you a believer in anything, or do you have your own
Oh yeah,
subjective beliefs? And would you like to say what they are?
Yeah, I'm a ufologist. I study
I love
everything.
that.
I
love
study
that.
everything
Expecting
anomalous
that.
in the sky.
Chris, I was not expecting that. Was not expecting that. So
Yeah, I'm a ufologist.
I'm gonna quieten down now, and I'm gonna listen to why you are a UFOologist, or however you say it, and what that entails, what that means for you, for humanity. And please talk away, because I'm going to go and boil the kettle and make a cup of tea. So I might be a couple of minutes. So take your time speaking. This is your chance to tell the world what that is. And Semi-Urge, you can feel free to interact as well whenever.
Oh, thank you.
I have been into ufology for over 40 years. I had my first encounter when I was about 5 years old, and I've been wanting answers ever since. So I have spent most of my time trying to figure out what people are seeing in the skies and what people are feeling when they are at home and they report that they've been abducted and everything. So this is what I do.
All right, I'm going to let you speak, but before I tell you, recently, only 2 weeks ago, I literally saw a light going across the sky, and it wasn't a satellite because it was zigzagging and it was bright, and I was like, no way is that a satellite, man. No way. I think they're doing it all the time, ain't they? They're doing it all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot more activity lately since the Pentagon come out saying UFOs are real. We don't know what they are, but we're going to look into it. The subject has exploded, and now everybody's into it, and everybody's doing.
Tell me about your story anyway. Sorry to interrupt you, man.
That's right. But it's something that I've always been interested in, because I strongly believe we are not alone in this universe, and I have never thought that we was alone ever. So I look for answers. I've done investigations. I've interviewed people, and it's just, it keeps me busy, but also it keeps me interested in other people's situations and what they're going through. And then I help them out and discuss with them everything that they're going through. It helps. It doesn't give them the answer, but it gives them a starting point where to go from. But yeah, I've been in it for a long time. It's exciting times at the minute because of everything that's going on.
Are you keeping an eye on the Atlas, the 3i Atlas?
I was just about to mention, that we got this 3i Atlas.
What do you think about that? What do you think about it, honestly? What is
your
honest opinion?
Personally, it's an object. I'm not classing it as a
you
UFO.
Let me down. You let me down. I wanted you to say it was an alien.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. But until I've got, I deal with hard facts. I always do.
Of course.
I don't deal within speculation and people saying, "Oh, this is my idea." I deal with hard facts. So we've got a large object traveling through our solar system. I'm not saying it's alien. I'm not saying it's a comet. I'm saying it's an object. Until we've had proper information from all the observatories around the world that are monitoring it, then that's all it's going to be to me, is just an object. But if they say it's a comet, great, it's a comet. If they say it's an alien being, great, it's an alien being. But until they give the confirmation, it's just an object. But where I live in Wales, it's a hotspot. I can guarantee I can probably see something on a daily basis here where I live.
Seriously?
Oh yeah, yeah. South Wales is more hotter than the Mid Wales, but
what do you think it is? It's more like the government stuff, isn't it? More like, you know, alien shit.
probably some of it is now. But going back years, no, because a lot of these objects were seen before we had flight, before the Wright brothers went up in their little plane.
Oh yeah. No, I've seen all the
Yeah.
YouTube videos about that.
So
Yeah.
they have been around a long, long time, and it's been kept secret from the public. But now, because of everything that's going on in Congress in America and everything, and everybody's all kicking off about it, it's had more attention than when the 50s, when they had Blue Book and everything. So there's a lot more people that's interested. There's a lot more people that are refusing to let it go. So this subject is never going to die because there is that many people. There's millions and millions of people all around the world that want answers.
Oh, absolutely.
And also about the
answers.
abduction as well. There is millions and millions of people around the world that have been reported that they've been abducted. So is all those millions of people lying, or is there something to it? So
and there's the cow mutilations as well.
Yeah, you got cattle mutilations, human mutilations, because it isn't just cattle. There's been human cases as well. So until governments released the information that they've gathered over the last near enough 90 years, we're not going to find out. The public's not going to find out what's really happening because governments know. Even our MOD know. And I've had dealings with the MOD for years, trying to get information from them. And he's trying to get blood out of a stone with them.
Oh, yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah, well, they've closed down their UFO case books now. The MOD.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
If you actually go onto their website,
that's convenient.
Well, if you actually go onto their website, they've actually got a sign up now that's saying that they're not looking into UFOs anymore because they don't class it as a risk.
Oh, they make you laugh, don't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, they think that the public's naive and we're not going to be able to handle it and everyone's going to start panicking. Yes, there will be some people that are panicking, but a majority of the public are ready for this. They know what's what, and they know that the wool's being pulled over their eyes when it comes to government. So until the government comes clean and starts dropping all the information that they've got, I'm not interested in the weapons that they've made from this technology. We want to know. We want to see the discs. You know, the craft.
You can kind of understand the apprehension in some respects. I mean, like, not many people want like these random spaceships coming from out of nowhere, flying around the world and shit. They're gonna start thinking, wow, they're gonna fucking kill us.
That's the narrative everybody's scared of. The government's going to make false claims that aliens are coming to wipe us out, to get the public panicking and get the public back on the side of the government. So I won't believe if the government suddenly announced, oh, there's an alien invasion, we're all doomed and everything. I ain't going to believe a word they say.
Well, so you're not gonna believe that that's happening, or you're not gonna believe that the aliens are there at all?
No, I'm not going to believe that the government's going to make a false claim that the aliens are here to wipe us out.
All right, okay.
Because if that was the case, they would have done it a long, long time ago.
Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Yeah.
So I don't like governments. I don't like authority.
I don't either. They've fucked me up too many times.
But I stick to the law. I don't break the law.
Oh yeah. No, so do I. So do I.
Well, that way then I don't have to have any dealings with them.
Yeah,
They stay out
exactly.
my
Exactly.
lives. I stay out
That is
there.
the best
Yeah,
way to go. That is the
yeah.
best way to go.
But you
Just
can still make your point.
avoid them completely.
Yeah, but you can also
Exactly.
still make your point to them without being offensive or
Oh
anything.
yeah. Oh yeah. Brilliant. Yeah.
So I'll tell them straight. I want nothing to do with you. I don't trust you. I don't like you. I don't like your organisations. And just no skin off their nose. They're like, fine, fair enough, whatever.
Yeah. As long as you're not breaking the law, that's it.
Yeah,
They can't do nothing.
no. Well, they can.
By the way, has Semiosh come up with a list of things he's going to do tomorrow? We're not letting you off on that, Semiosh.
Actually, Chris was so enthralling in his conversation that I actually completely forgot about that. We actually had a really good week. We had a really good conversation, and you should read it back after the stream ends. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, well,
Seriously.
Semiosh, you can maybe start thinking out loud. Maybe Chris will help you. Basically, Chris, this Semiosh fella it has been down on his luck. You know, his ass has been hitting the floor, and he
I've
wants to
been there.
stand back up. Yeah, we've all been
I've
there,
been
mate.
there. I've been there many times. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. My ass is fucking ready to hit the floor as well. I ain't scared of nothing. They can
So
hit
anyway,
you with
he
a
wants
fucking
to stand
tank.
up again, Chris. He wants to stand up again, and he's committing to doing 5 things. And he's going to start doing them tomorrow, and they're just easy things, right? And we want him to just make the list and tell us what they are, and then commit to them. That's it. So whilst you're here, Semiosh, you can think out loud now, because really, I think that's the priority here. We can talk about UFOs another time, but seeing as you came out
All
with
right.
that, you're
Okay.
feeling so shit. I think we can try and help you.
Is this like some kind of weird like ritual shit that I've got myself into?
No.
Ooh.
If it was
I would. Yeah.
if it was an initiation ritual, I'd make it far more interesting.
You would be the leader.
Yeah. Now, rituals are bad for you because they can screw up your mind, and which will make you even worse than what you're feeling now. So they are not a solution. You may feel that you're happy because you're probably hanging out with other people that feel the same way, but at the end of the day, it's just going to bring you down even more because it's not giving you the answers that you're expecting. So my advice is I would leave that and don't touch it again. Find something that you're good at. Are you good at artwork or writing or anything like that? Jimmy Edge.
Semiosh, you there?
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I'm I used to be really
Anyway,
good at
that isn't a
writing
bad thing. That
stories.
he could write. I tell you what, you could do. Write
No,
one
no, no, no.
paragraph.
The DNW. Let me talk. Let me talk, bruv. I used to be really good at writing stories. I was like the best English writer in my high school. I used to be able to just write these stories. It should come out of my fingers, you know. It's just to keep going, you know. I haven't got that anymore. It's disappeared from me, and
I
I
know.
think
I know how you feel.
one of the reasons why it was hurting me is I just feel like I'm worthless, you know. That was like my one thing that I was good at, and I've got nothing
Right,
now.
Simeon, let me tell you, you're not worthless. 100% you are not worthless, right? To me, you sound a good egg. You sound like you're a good guy, right? Just got a few issues that you're trying to sort out, and that's the start of it. That's when you know that you've got a problem, and you admit to yourself you've got a problem, and then you sort it. That's half the battle already, right? I say that find a subject that you're good at because I strongly believe that everybody's born with some form of ability that they're good at, be it football, art, music, whatever. And as you grow up, you'll get better and better at that subject. So then you become a famous writer or a famous artist or a famous singer or whatever. So everybody's born with some form of ability. Yours, you say you're good at writing, you're really, really good. I know a lot of writers, they get mental block, right? They can't figure out what to put on the paper. I get the same with my artwork. I can look at a blank piece of canvas and I'm scratching my head thinking, how am I going to do this? So I'll sit and have a cup of coffee and have a cigarette and I'll be staring at this blank canvas, and then all of a sudden I can see the picture on the canvas ready. And I'll be, right, that's it, I'm ready, I can start painting now. It's the same as writing. If you're looking at a piece of paper, the words are not coming out. But if you sit and you calm yourself down, your mind will start working. Then you'll start getting the figures in your head. Then you can start jotting everything down. And that's the beauty of making mistakes. You learn from a mistake, so then you don't make that same mistake. So if you're writing and then you make a mistake and you think, oh, I can't be done with this, roll it up, screw it up, put it in the bin, just start again. And believe me, you will get through that blockage. And then one day, words will just start coming in your head and you'll start writing it down. It'll make you feel a hell of a lot better because the weight has been taken off your shoulder because you can't write, and then all of a sudden you can write. I don't know if that helps.
That. Yeah, no, it's really helpful. I really appreciate that.
I try and help out as many people as I can. And sometimes I can't help somebody. But if that person can see that you're trying to help them, it does help them.
That's true. That's true.
So
that's really true. That is really true.
Because it shows that people do care. Yeah.
Oh,
Semios. Anyway, Semios, I'm not letting you off hook here. You said 5 things you're going to start doing tomorrow. I need that list. I'm sorry. I need it on my table. I need it on my I need it on my desk like yesterday. I need it on my desk like yesterday.
Like a good deadline.
We'll see about that. Maybe tomorrow. It's nice
man,
to have
you said you were going to do it on the WhatsApp. You said you were going to write it in your WhatsApp. It doesn't matter. Remember, you said you're going to walk 2 miles. You're going to fucking have a shower every day. You're going to fucking...
Did I say that?
I don't know what it is you need to do, but like you should just commit to... All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll say just 4 things, bro. 4 things that you can do tomorrow. And it can be as simple as you fucking like, man. Just something you're not doing now. You already said you're eating fucking churritos for dinner. Fuck me. You can start there. Have a fucking dinner tomorrow that at home that's not Uber Eats. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's fucking beans and sweet corn on and a bit of fucking rice.
I can't
cook.
I mean? I can't cook. I mean, I
can cook.
I have to cook because I've got to eat. But I detest cooking.
I like cooking now. But anyway, go ahead, Semios. Think of Semios. I'm sorry to do this. This is the last time I'm going to do this. All right. 3 things. Just 3 things. All right. 3 fucking things. Come on.
What?
Things you're going to commit to doing tomorrow that is going to help that you believe are a good first step towards feeling better.
3 things.
And then you're going to continue doing them for the rest of the week until this time next week.
Water.
Write it down.
The fuck, man.
3 things you're going to do every day for the next week. So today is, what day is it today, guys?
He's starting to sound
it's Tuesday
like
now. So until next Tuesday, you're going to do these 3 things every day.
Yeah, sure. I feel like I'm doing homework again.
Well, it's not. It's more important than homework.
It's life work.
Yeah. It's more important than homework because it's not about getting results for some school subject. It's about getting a result for your well-being.
It's about rescuing my soul. All right. I don't know. What do you want me to say? I'm ready.
I want you to say whatever you want to say. I'm not telling you what to say, man. This is up to you.
I don't even know if I'm on the fucking right thing. I've got what is this? YouTube over here.
3 things you think you
What's
can
this?
commit to,
MSN
all right?
over here.
3 things you think you can commit to, all right, that are achievable for you to do every day for the next 7 days.
3
That
things
are
I
going to
can
make you.
commit
So
to.
we already said get up every morning at 10 a.m. At least 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah.
10 a.m. Not sure if I can do even that.
You're not sure if you can do that.
Well, no, yeah, no, but I'm
Semyoj, you do have to make some decisions in life. Sometimes you have to make a choice to do better for yourself, you know, and start immediately. Don't put it on the long
I
finger.
understand.
Don't put it on the long finger, because there's some things you can do right now. You could literally do them tomorrow. You don't need to put them on the long finger. You can make a decisive choice that you're going to do a few things tomorrow and repeat those few things and continue with those few things, and they will they will be a benefit to you going forwards. They will make your life less difficult.
Right, so I'm not actually in here already.
So basically, global solidarity has given you 3. I don't know if you want to take these, right? I could say drink 2 liters of water. Can you manage that?
I can't see your fucking things right
Don't
now.
worry, I'm
Give me a
telling you. I'm
second.
telling you. Drink 2 liters of water. Yeah.
Let
Walk
me
2
see. Let me
miles.
try and find your other thing. Wait, where are you?
Look, I'm reading them to you. You
somewhere.
can write them down somewhere else. I'm reading them. Don't have to worry. I'm writing. You can write them down yourself. I'm reading it to you.
Right.
Okay.
So what am I meant to do?
Drink 2 liters of water.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Walk 2
yeah, I get
miles.
that.
Walk 2 miles.
Oh, I ain't gonna fucking do that. You got more chance of fucking Jesus returning
Well, it's
than
up
me
to
doing
you,
that
bro. I
tomorrow.
mean, it's your life. It's your
I
life,
ain't,
but it's
I
going to
ain't,
help
I
you.
ain't, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that.
Why not?
There's no chance of me doing that. I
Why
might
not, bro?
walk up the street. Might walk up the street a little bit, but 2 miles, fucking hell. We live in
All
a
right.
fucking shithole city like estate, man. I don't want to walk around here. Fuck that shit.
We'll get on the bus and go somewhere else and go for a walk around a park.
I
Have you got a bike?
don't mean it's offensive to you, by the way. It's just like the fucking. I just hate this shit, man. Just hate living there. Hate living life. It's actually nice to hear your voice.
Well,
You still
Global
there?
says half a mile. What about walking half a mile?
I
Well, that's
ain't
just
going
like down to
nowhere.
the shops and back, isn't it?
Yeah, that's something. Maybe you can walk to
I
the
ain't
shops
going
and back and buy
nowhere.
yourself your dinner each day. So go in and
I
buy
ain't going
yourself a can of
nowhere.
beans, a can of sweet
Tell
corn,
tell
and some rice, microwavable rice, maybe.
tell everyone that I love them, because I really love you guys for like having me. I really, really do. Fucking love you guys. You're like my family that I never had. But I am just so fucked up.
Fight it.
Well, listen, you know what you got to do, brother, and that is you've got to think of some things to do, easy things that are achievable. We've all been there. We've all done this. You know, it's something you can do, and I know you're seeing darkness at the moment. All right, but you still have some potential within you. All right, that will make your life easier. And that's all you got to
All
do
right.
at the moment. And and by easier, I mean start releasing some good feelings, some good hormones, some happy hormones. All right, some hormones that
And
will
trust
make you
me,
feel a bit better.
NDW, I'll be back after I get over this shit. Like you are an awesome you are an awesome YouTube channel. You are the best. I love you, Benedictine, and all of those guys. Seriously, I'm just in a really fucked up place at the moment. I just can't deal with it.
Well, we care about you, bro, and we don't want you to feel alone. And as I believe in yourself, and look at us too. Look at nearly every adult that has existed, that exists, right, has been through shit. I'd say most adults, like literally 99% of adults, have been through some serious shit in their life at some point, and there were things they did that made their life better, you know. So I would say I'm going to let you go then, Semio, if you want to go. But I would say before you go, remember the
Well,
basics.
unless I can say somehow, because I can't find the way to say. Unless you want me to go, I guess.
No, you can hang around if you want to, but just remember.
All right,
I
I'm still here. Oh
I
shit!
want you to. Yeah.
I'm still
Okay.
here.
Cool. Relax, brother. Relax. Yeah. I'm talking. Relax. I'm telling you. All right. There are simple. Remember, there are some simple things that are within your power. All right. Simple things that you can do. You can buy cheap, nutritious food. You can go for a little walk every day. Yeah. You can go to sleep before 1 a.m. You can get up at like 9 a.m. All right. You can do these things. Yeah. Okay. And you can drink 2 liters of water every day, as someone says. All right. You can go to a park. You can go to a cafe. There are simple things you can do, semi-urge. All right. I'm telling you that you have the power to do some things that will slowly lift you out of this dire pit of despair that you're in. And I understand it. I've been there before, but it's worth getting out of, my friend. Believe me, it's worth getting out of.
Well, what about when you literally see everyone around you, and literally every country around you, descending into a fucking literal cyberpunk dystopia, where
Well, it's
they're
not
they're not
really
going to be able to have any
semi-urge.
chance
You
of
got to take
escape.
that shit. You got to take that with a pinch of salt. All right, you got to take that with a pinch of salt. I know we talk about that a lot on this channel. We're worried about it. Now, basically, what you got to remember is humans have many different tendencies. One of them is catastrophization. So sometimes we catastrophize situations. All right. Why do we do that? I don't know. I mean, we have a predisposition to doing it, and in some ways, it's because we're afraid and we're trying to prepare for the worst. So we think of the worst possible scenarios, and we try to see if
Good
they're
at that.
livable, if we can deal with them. So it's part of our psychology. But this has never been any different. We've always been like this. There's always been people walking around town saying the end is nigh. There's always been trouble in the world, okay? But there has also been joy and happiness, okay? And in the darkness, there is also connection. Like us here tonight, we're having a chat, we're having a good time. So it's not all blanket or bad, okay? Just remember that, okay? And you are here, you exist. So remember what you said earlier. You're afraid of reincarnation. You're afraid of coming back here again. You said you're not feeling good.
Absolutely.
All these things say to me, this man is on a mission to feel better and to help others feel better. Okay? Because A, worried about yourself. B, you're worried about existence. And C, you don't want to come back here again. Okay? Well, I would say coming back here again, in terms of reincarnation, if that's what you believe in, would mean that you haven't learned enough. You haven't been able to develop enough that you've been able to carry and accept this reality whilst interacting with it meaningfully and helping others to accept it and interact with it meaningfully in a way that brings them well-being. So there's a lot of work to do, Semi-Urge. Take it seriously, my brother. Yeah, take it seriously because you do matter. Your consciousness
100%.
matters.
So what you're saying is enter into the cult.
Sorry?
It sounds like I'm entering into the cult.
No,
No, I'm just talking about these are general ideas. This is not my.
You mentioned
Yeah, no,
reincarnation.
I'm just scared. I'm scared about that kind of thing, you know,
Well, you don't
because
have
that's
to enter anything. You don't
widespread about
enter.
the internet.
Well, you're right to be think about these types of things, but you don't have to enter anything. You know, there's no group. There's no fucking. You don't have to fucking give any money or anything. You don't have to fucking do anything. You don't even have to watch this channel. We are just people giving our opinions on reality and trying to be there for people. That's all. And it's up to
Okay.
you whether you want to watch. Okay, as I said, take it with a pinch of salt. Form your own opinions. Build yourself up so that sometimes you can say that's a load of rubbish. Me and Chris are fully grown blokes. I'll have a right laugh with him about UFOs, and he'll tear into me about other stuff because I don't really agree with UFOs to the degree that he does. All right. Now that doesn't mean I don't respect him. That doesn't mean I don't think, you know what, he might know something I don't know. So I'm willing to listen. Okay. I'm willing to listen, but I am very skeptical about UFOs. Okay.
Most
I
But
love
people
you. I
are.
love your
exactly. But
voice,
me and
man.
Chris, I have respect for him enough to say, he's seen things differently to me. That's okay. That's okay. You know,
It's all about
I love.
perspective
it's all
and
about
looking at
perspective, man.
It,
what other
it
people are
really
thinking.
is.
Yeah.
Sorry, Semioj?
I said to DMW, I said I love your voice, man. It's very persuasive.
Well, Semioj,
You got a
wherever you came
very
from, I don't know how you
persuasive
found this. You said you
voice.
found it from Benedictines. Share the stream, by the way.
I
Bring
actually
other
did,
people here.
yeah.
Bring
I
some other
did.
voices
I
here.
did.
Do you have any people you can invite here so we can have more voices? Because it is
No,
good to have more.
unless you count the Discord, but
Yeah, the
they're a
Discord.
bunch of
That's what I
fucking
mean.
dickheads.
Oh, you don't have any
They're
friends on there?
dickheads. They're a bunch of fucking
Don't have any friends on
idiots. They're a
Discord?
bunch of fucking idiots.
Right, yeah. Well, there's a lot of idiots on Discord. There's a lot of idiots everywhere, so
Well,
get used to it. But there's good people as well.
I'm a monitor on the internet, and I monitor about 4 platforms. And I don't stand for anybody that's going to be belittling somebody else. So if they put up a post and somebody takes the piss out of it, I have a go at that person. I say, don't start taking the piss out of people. We don't allow it here. And then the amount of people that thank me for what I've just said, because a lot of people go onto these platforms, they say something, and then somebody will argue against them, which then makes them feel even lower than what they were when they first started the conversation.
Yeah, they start bullying them. They start bullying them.
So I don't allow bullying on the platforms that I monitor.
I mean, I tried to stop it as well. I tried to stop it as well.
I monitor YouTube, Facebook, and Discord. And I do all my work for Christina Gomez. She is like an angel, that girl is.
Can you tell us who Christina Gomez is? And by the way, there is someone waiting in the wings, so if you could do it with a bit of brevity, I'd appreciate it. There's someone waiting. Go ahead. Who is Christina
Gomez? She runs a platform, and it's discussing everything, not just UFO stuff. It's all like what the government's coming out with, and what other people are thinking about, 3i Atlas and things like that.
All right.
She's got a really good following. She's just made 100,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Cool.
She's up to like near 17,000 on Facebook. So
good luck to her.
But
where's she from? Is she American or?
Yeah, she lives in California. Yeah.
Well, Chris, don't be afraid to invite some of them over here for a chat as well about all that kind of stuff that they believe in.
Oh, there'll be loads. Yeah, there's loads that want that. I do a lot of shows.
We lost the Hermit. There was someone called the Hermit who had joined, but he's gone again. I don't know where. Hermit, I was just about to let you speak, but you disappeared. Hermit, hopefully you can come back again. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on Discord that I know that think the same lines as I do. They hate bullying. They hate people that like dictators, things like that. They hate what's going on in America. So we'll chat with things that's going on in America and everything, or around the world. And it's a way of unloading all your anger. and you're amongst people that feel exactly the same as what you do. So you can talk freely. Everybody will understand what you're saying. You'll have people that will argue against you, but that's great because you're literally having a discussion. You're not having an argument. You're sitting having a discussion. So that's why I like it so much with all the people and that. We bounce ideas off each other. We help out each other. If someone's got a problem, we'll bend over backwards to help them out. So yeah, it's a good community. But there is a lot of platforms out there that is just, it's just bullshit all the way. And they'll fight you, they'll argue against you. I don't allow those two type of people to come into the groups because they're there just to cause trouble.
Right. Chris, how do you moderate in these Discord groups? Because I reckon it's difficult.
Yeah, it's mainly the posts that go up. Or if somebody's going to spam the platform with, say, some bullshit, like if it's going to be cryptocurrency or starting a cult or something, they'll spam the platform on every page, so they get banned straight away because they're breaking the rules, because you don't allow spamming or anything like that. And you monitor what they're saying, and you're looking out for people that are trying to start arguments, the gaslighters. Those people
what are the signs of these gaslighters then on Discord?
They'll first agree with you, and then they'll disagree with you, and then they'll start arguing and start calling you names and that, and then they'll start dropping in conversations that they know that's going to start an argument. So they'll keep badgering you, and they'll demand answers. They'll want this, they'll want that, and they'll come out with a lot of big phrases, a lot of big words, so a lot of people can't understand what they're saying. And it makes them look bigger than probably what they really are. So we have to go through, and you look out for these people, these troublemakers, and you nip it in the bud. You get rid of them straight away. I give them a warning or send them a message telling them to pack it in. You don't allow gaslighting, don't allow belittling the people. And 9 times out of 10, I'll get a message back going, sorry, I'm sorry. And then they'll behave themselves. You don't hear any problems off them again. But there is those people out there that think they have got the answer to everything, and they'll argue you down. Now, no one's got the answer to everything. I don't have the answers to everything. So when I hear people turn around going, oh, I know how that works. Oh, I know how a UFO flies. I know how this works. No, you don't. It's guesswork. But they'll argue their case, and if you don't accept it, then they'll just kick off, and they'll drag everybody into the conversation and the arguments, and then it causes a lot of problems on the platform because you've got people that are saying things that they wouldn't normally say. So we get rid of them. It's stopped. It's slowed down a lot. We don't get as
one
many.
warning. One warning.
One warning. Yeah. You either behave or leave. That's it.
I think that's fair enough.
But we do get people messaging saying, look, sorry, this is what it's like on the other platforms. And I go, yeah, but this platform's different. We don't allow bullying. We don't allow belittling. If somebody puts a post up, I get really annoyed if somebody puts a laughing emoji on a serious post. I go, it's one of my go-tos. It just really pisses me off, because that person has had to have the courage to tell their story, and then you've got some idiot puts in a laughing emoji thinking it's funny. So yeah, it really pisses me off.
Yeah, it isn't nice, and that's quite common in other servers. So it sounds like you're doing a job there. Yeah, so if you have many friends on Discord, do invite them here, mate. And I'd love to hear their thoughts on this strange reality. Because
I'll see if I can get Hello Ali from Living Consciousness. She's
Wonderful,
ace.
yeah.
Her and her
Cool.
husband, they're awesome people.
Oh,
They do their own
that'd be
show.
awesome, yeah.
But
Awesome,
they're
yeah.
always
That'd
up
be
for
great.
a good conversation.
Cool,
So
cool.
I'll see if I
So
can get them on.
yeah, so are we, and it's great to have you here as well, Chris. I'm really great. It's really great to meet you and to have you here tonight. I'm so happy that you arrived. We have Hermit is here. Hermit, how you doing?
Ah,
Hermit,
is his
you're on the
mic
show.
working?
Oh yeah, Hermit, you got to add your microphone. Somehow you got to go into your settings. Maybe the three dots at the top of the browser there on the right hand side. Go to settings, and then allow.
Oh no, I think he's got problems. The amount of problems that I have on this is online is unreal with cameras and microphones.
Yeah, I'm using Restream. It can be problematic for some people.
Yeah, I use them all. Zoom. What was the other one? SteamYard. I can't remember the other ones that we used. It could have been remastered actually, or Restream. It was Restream, but apparently a friend of mine, Terry, who I do a show with every last Sunday of the month,
Right.
his Apple PC won't accept Restream. Keeps having problems with it, so we had to revert back to SteamYard.
So yeah, I mean, sorry, Hermit, we don't know what happened there, but you've got to allow access to your microphone to your browser, I believe, and that's how you'll get on, because you need to connect your microphone, mate. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear you. But yeah, Chris, you said you saw a UFO when you were 5 years old. Can you tell us about that?
It wasn't a UFO when I was 5. It was a visitation.
A visitation, an alien, or someone from a yeah?
Yeah, I would say alien being. I didn't know at the time. I was 5 years old. I woke up in a sitting position in my bed with my covers pulled down to my feet, and there was someone standing next to my bed. And I screamed, and this thing dropped to the floor, rolled under my bed, and disappeared into the wall. Well, my mum and dad switched the bedroom light on, and I was screaming, "It's gone into the wood! It's gone into the wood!" Meaning the skirting board, because I didn't know what skirting board was. It's just wood. By this time, I'm out of the bed, stamping my feet, totally hysterical. Mum and dad just looked at each other, shocked. And then my dad pulled the bunk bed away from the wall and was knocking on the wall to say, "Look, it's solid. Nothing can go through it. You must have been dreaming." Well, my answer to that, of me must have been dreaming, is I had no concept of what an alien being was. I didn't have toys.
Right.
I didn't have a toy UFO. I didn't have teddy
So
bears.
hold on a second. Did you say it was an alien? Is that what you thought it was? You instantly thought it was
later
an alien?
on, yeah. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but later on, doing my research, the only conclusion that I come to, it was an alien being by the side of my bed. Now,
Why not a ghost? Or I've heard of interdimensional being. Why not those things?
it could have been an interdimensional being. I mean, if this thing can go through the wall, then it probably can go through time. That's my theory. But at the time, it was a solid object in front of me. Now, I don't know if I had been abducted and then brought back and then woke up, or I woke up just as I was being taken. Now, I reported my case to Dave Hodgren of the Birmingham UFO group. He covered my case. And he suggested that I go for deep regression hypnosis because there is a lot of my childhood that I can't remember. It's totally blocked out. And I reckon that is to do with that. Something traumatic happened at that time that I can't remember. So I need to go for deep regression hypnosis just to find out where I've gone. If I didn't get abducted, fine. If I got abducted, fine. I just want answers. And I'm 55 years old now, so 50 years I've been wanting answers. And I got into the UFO phenomena when I was, say, 13, 14. I'd seen some shows on TV. I'd never seen an alien on TV. You know, they didn't have them back in late 70s, early 80s. So I'd started seeing videos, pictures, films, whatever. And then it started to make more sense. And then in 2001, that's when I came out with my case. Now my family know about it. Ridiculed from my family. My main, obviously, my brother, mum, and dad, they all believed me, but the rest of the family, you know, on the black sheep of the family, nobody pays attention. But I've been wanting answers ever since. So I've made it, I wouldn't say I've made it my life's work, but I have made it so important into my life that I need to find the answers. And as I've been going along and going through all the studies and interviewing other people, and I've come to a conclusion that that's what was standing by the side of my bed.
How long was it there for, Chris? Because this is a really, it seems like it doesn't seem like it was that long, and yet it's had such an intense impact.
From when I woke up in a sitting position to actually seeing it standing in front of me, 10 seconds. So it was like eyes open, Robert. The only thing, what it was, there was the light in the hallway. My bed was behind the door. So the light from the hallway shone up all the one wall and part of the bedroom, but the rest of it was all in darkness because of the door casting a shadow. But as this being standing in front of me, it's only the one side of it that's lit up. So I could just about make out the eye, the side of the head, the shoulder, the rib cage, and that's where it finished because the bed was in the way. I estimated it being around about 3 feet tall because in the house that we lived in, it was a Victorian house and they had 6-paneled Victorian doors. Well, I've hung doors a lot, and the door handles are 3 feet from the ground. And the beam was level with the door handle. So doing the maths, this beam was about 3 feet tall. When I never used to live at home much, I went to boarding schools and I only came home during the holidays. And I found out that after my dad had passed away, that him and my brother used to sit up at night and talk about what I'd seen. And I didn't even know about it. Then them two did that. And I would have loved to have spoken to my dad about it because we never really spoke about much after. It was just forgotten about, you know, get on with it. My mom didn't believe. My dad did. He used to love his sci-fi stuff, you know, watching sci-fi films, things like that. So he had an understanding that there is something else. So I just wish that I had a chance to actually speak to him about it, but never got to.
Wow, that's yeah. I mean, I can't believe seconds of your life, and it's had this massive
Oh,
impact.
yeah.
It's quite amazing. So can you tell us what it looked like?
Well, because the room was,
height.
there was no colour. I couldn't see if it was grey or anything. It was just a dark figure, but only lit up on the one side. So the areas that was lit up, you could probably say light grey. Maybe it's hard to describe with the way that the shadow of the door was covering it. I even got asked, did you see the other two? And I'm like, what? Well, these beings normally travel around in threes. So did you see the other two in the room? And I don't remember seeing any other two, just this one right in front of me. There could have been some others in the shadows. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, the one that was standing next to my bed freaked me out, totally freaked me out. I was hysterical, everything. But but it's waking up in the sitting position as well got me, and the covers being pulled down to my feet. So that makes me think
Hold on,
that I was
you didn't mention that. So it pulled your covers down.
yeah, my covers was down on my feet.
That's why you woke up, presumably, right?
Well, yeah, but I also woke up in a sitting position, not in a lie down position, but in a sitting position. And then next minute I'm wide awake and I'm staring at this thing. So until
I mean,
go
just two things, just two things, right? Firstly, obviously you've thought about this. I mean, I'm not. I've also had some strange experiences. I've had some poltergeist experiences, and I saw an old crone
I
or
want
an
to hear
old
that.
hag. What?
I want to hear the poltergeist one.
Yeah. And I saw an old crone or old hag appear in front of me once when I was a child. But part of me, Chris, cannot say for sure, in all humility, that it definitely happened, because there is this thing called a hallucination, and when you have a hallucination, you don't know you're having it. So I've never had a hallucination as far as I know, other than those possible times. But then again, that could have really happened. But I have to hold my hands up and say it could have been a hallucination. So do you accept it could have been a childhood hallucination?
No, I've
Why not?
actually done,
Why
right,
don't you accept that?
because how could I hallucinate something that I've never seen before?
That's your answer. Okay. And
Because
just
we didn't have a
other point.
TV. I was going
Yeah,
to say we
yeah,
didn't have
yeah.
a TV until 1977. I didn't have any
Right.
comics
Yes.
like with UFOs on them or aliens on them. I didn't have a plush toy of an alien. I didn't have a toy UFO or nothing. I didn't know what UFOs were or aliens or anything.
Hmm.
So when people say, "Oh, you had an hallucination or you had a dream or you were seeing things," my answer to that is, how could I have had a vision of something that I've never comprehended before?
Now, I am just bouncing ideas off you here. I'm not trying to belittle you.
No,
Um,
go carry on.
what about, say, you went shopping on a Saturday, or you went to the supermarket with your mum, and you saw a poster, like at a cinema, or maybe, I don't know, Halloween costume or something. There was something, a comic book maybe, that you might have seen in the newsagents when you were a kid. I'm just saying, you might have seen this kind of image somewhere else other than on TV.
Well, back in the 70s, there was a lot of sci-fi films about, but I may have seen something in a shop on a front cover of a magazine that could have gave me some form of concept. But this thing was, what got me is, like, when I really screamed out, this thing just dropped to the floor, rolled under the bed, disappeared into the wall, and on the other side of the wall is my mum and dad's bedroom. Well, they was in the front lounge. They wasn't in their bedroom at the time. So whatever went through the wall could have easily made of its escape. But I need to go for the hypnosis, because that will give
Yeah.
me the answers that I'm looking for.
Chris, I just want to say one other thing on this, and you may not like this.
No, go on.
I'd say you should be wary of going for any hypnosis when you don't actually know what's happened, because
Right.
they may use the power of suggestion to put ideas into your head that may not be true.
No, right.
And then you could go forward basing your life on a lie. I'm just saying that is.
Oh yeah, I understand that, and there is a lot of people out there that will put ideas into people's heads so they can come out with scenarios now. How I said it to Dave Hodron, I wanted Dave there. I wanted it filmed, and then the person that's doing the hypnosis.
Chris, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah, the person that's doing the hypnosis doesn't get told anything.
Yeah.
And they just
hold on a second. You've got someone going there that you trust, a friend in real life.
Yeah. Well,
okay. Well, that's all I was worried about was that, Chris. So if you've got someone you trust and you're assured that he won't tell this person what your thoughts are, etc., etc., then maybe it is worthwhile. By the way, we've got a regular here, and you can listen back to other shows. This is Chickpea. This is a remarkable coincidence because Chickpea has actually done a regression, or what is it? A past. What did you do? You did some kind of hypnosis where you went back into your child and even in utero, right, Chickpea?
Yeah. But that wasn't my intention. I went to actually try and stop smoking, and that's why I went to see this guy. That's the weird thing about it. It wasn't my intention
so
to get.
Chickpea, you've just arrived.
Yeah,
Chris basically saw something when he was a child, about 5 years of age. He saw a strange being appear at the end of his bed. In fact, it pulled his bed covers off, and he woke up in a strange seated position in the bed, and he was rubbing his eyes. He saw this creature. It was about 3 foot high, and it was looking at him, and it stood by the door handle. That's how he knows how tall it was. And then it ran into the wall and disappeared into the skirting board.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay?
well, we have beings,
and he reckons it was an alien stroke interdimensional being. And he said he doesn't know, he doesn't believe he hallucinated it because at that stage of his life he hadn't been subject to television or any film with aliens or ghosts in it. So it came purely from his imagination. Chickpea, what do you think of that story? And would you like to tell him what happened to you?
Right. First of all, I do believe there are interdimensional beings living amongst us. And that's what I do believe, because this world is...
Can you say what they are, Chickpea, for those of us that don't know?
Well, I've never seen one, but it's never happened to me, but I've heard other people saying it. And you know what I think? Well, yes, it wouldn't surprise me one little bit. There's all sorts of weirdos living amongst us. Because I've had weird things happen to me, as you know, that don't make any sense. I wonder where my phone call came from when the flat caught on fire. Well, almost caught on fire. You know, it's thing. Yeah, but Chris, I see
stories in full. Tell the stories in full so that Chris can hear them.
Well, Chris, back in the 80s, how old are you? You're the same age as me.
I'm 55.
Oh, you have been smoking too much.
I know.
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't look old. It's the beard, mate. That's all.
Yeah, I'm joking. Anyway.
I lose this. I look about 10 years younger.
Yeah. No, definitely. I've got a beard as well. It does age you. It does age you. Yeah.
I was being... I'm old. I'm old enough to be your mum, Chris. Anyway, I am. I'm old enough to be in D&W's granny. Now, what happened was, back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotherapist to try and quit smoking. And he didn't actually hypnotize me. He played word games with me, sitting at his desk. So I wasn't laying down on the couch being told to, want to, go into a trance or anything. And I don't know, I went to see him a few times, and then on about the third, fourth time I went to see him, I was still smoking at the time. I recalled, I found myself in my mind, I recalled basically being in another dimension, a blue dimension, and I witnessed my own conception. And I watched the little thing, that thingies go into the egg, and the cells began to divide. It all happened in a strange time thing. It wasn't the time, obviously, that we have. And it just kept growing and growing, and I was looking at it. And then the forehead began to cave in of this fetus. And I put my right hand out. And it wasn't a hand that I recognize as the hand I have now. And I put a big V on the forehead to make it all okay. And then it went on a bit longer, and then I entered the fetus, basically. And it was in a blue environment. But the thing is, my mother confirmed to me that I was born with a great big red V on my forehead.
Wow.
That's the thing. And with all this, with the hypnotherapy, I also, I had a very unhappy childhood, and I'd actually blocked everything out. You know, the way you just block everything. And I then started recalling all the horrible events I had as a child. But I ended up, my whole life started to fall apart because I could no longer stay in the present. Because once you start to think about the past, actually, it's not a good idea. And my whole life started to fall apart. I couldn't work properly anymore. I lost my home. Granted, it was a bad time in the 80s anyway. And I ended up spending almost, 8 months on a psychiatric unit. Granted, I was always a mess anyway. But the fact that I recalled all this stuff and all happened so fast, all of a sudden it came blasting into my mind. And my psyche couldn't cope.
Yeah.
But
Too much overload.
Sorry?
Too much overload.
Yeah, it just couldn't cope. Because
Yeah.
I've had a bit of a weird life. There's something weird about my life, which is why I come here, because you hear weird stories here and it helps me to hear other people's weird stories. Things just don't add up properly. But you have to be very, very careful unless you've got a very good friend who you can go to tell all your crazy stuff that's going to come flashing into your mind. Yeah. But it completely overwhelmed me. And I was working in the City of London. I had a nice job that I enjoyed. I had my own flat near the City of London. So I was doing quite well. I was single, but I was, stable. Well, I was on antidepressants because I've always had positive depression. But I was functioning and everything just fell apart on me. And I ended up in hospital having 9 ECTs. That's how depressed I became. It's a horror story, isn't it?
No, but I mean, you got through it though.
Yes, I got through it.
This is the problem. Oh no, this is a problem with. There is a danger in doing these regressive therapies where you go back.
Oh yeah.
Like it might bring up something that A isn't true and affects you, or B is true and affects you and isn't affecting you now. So it's like you got to weigh up that possibility, and is it worth it, Chris?
But Chris, I tell you, I've had tons of help from the NHS with this, and you're in America, aren't you?
Me? No, I'm in Wales.
Oh, yeah. Oh, another Brit. Oh, well, you've got the NHS to help you. But if it wasn't for
the state the NHS is at the minute, I think they're just like one look at me and go, no.
Yeah, but in the 80s and 90s, I was treated like a princess by them. They looked after me so well. Yeah, but I received a heck of a lot of support from the NHS and from the state. Yeah, I got.
Well, you see, I didn't come out in public about my encounter until 2021.
Oh right, yes.
And I told my family knew about it. My immediate family, they believed me 100%. The rest of the family, I got belittled and told that I was bullshit and I was waste of space and I shouldn't be on this planet and all the rest of it. Right? I'm the black sheep of the family,
Yeah,
and
I
hold that with honor. That
I'm the black sheep of my family.
Right? Yeah. It doesn't bother me one iota. I have got such a tough skin over my life. If I say something, people don't believe me. There's no skin off my nose. I don't care.
Yeah.
But I used to get really angry when I wasn't being believed. Yeah. And I would kick off. I've been banned from schools. This is why I went to boarding school, because I refused to be taught in normal state schools.
Oh, I went, yeah.
I tell the teacher, what you're teaching me is bullshit, it's all rubbish, I don't want to listen, nothing.
Yeah.
I even had homeschooling for a while.
Wow.
That got too much, so I ended up getting put into a boarding school. Yeah. I spent 4 years in this one boarding school, and it was the best 4 years of my life.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah. The only reason is because I didn't go home at weekends. So you would get teachers and members of staff that would take the boys out that stayed at the school, and we would go off into Wales, up into the Lake District, to do canoeing, rock climbing, abseiling. We did all sorts.
Oh, that was nice.
So I had a fabulous upbringing by these schools until the last school I went to, which was basically like, it felt like a bloody prison camp. Yeah. You had to bloody march everywhere and call everybody sir and everything. It was just horrible.
Yes.
So that was the last year of my schooling, because the school that I went to, by the time I would have gone back, I would have been 15 years old, which
Yeah.
would have been too old. So I had to go to another boarding school from 14 to 15, because I left school when I was 15.
Mm.
So, because my birthday's in the summer holidays.
Yeah. So it's mine.
So when I left school at 15, then my birthday's in the summer holidays, I would have been 16 and left school anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
yeah. So I left school when I was 15, and then I started working with horses for a while because
Lucky you.
I love horses.
Yes.
Well, we had horses at school, so I learned how to saddle, put bridles on,
Oh, you
how to
lucky
clean them,
guy.
brush them, clean out the hooves, everything.
Oh,
And I still help out people today with horses. So,
yeah.
and which is what I should have turned around and told that lad that we was talking to earlier, DMW, about animals.
Hmm.
He was having a hard time adjusting to life, and DMW suggested that he goes and find a friend or an animal. And I said, animals are great because they don't argue with you. They're so loving, and they're always like dependent to you.
Hmm.
So
It's true.
get an
It's
animal,
true.
you will feel 10
Yeah, but
times better.
you've got to be in a
Yeah,
position to look.
no.
Some people,
Yeah,
if you're not
that
able to
was-
look after yourself,
Exactly,
you've got to be
which is
careful
what I was
because
about to say.
yeah,
Which is what I was about to say.
you have to build yourself up first, and he will.
Oh yeah, he's got a good head on his shoulders. I can see that. It's just that he's finding life difficult, and I can understand with today's life, a lot of kids are finding it difficult.
Yes.
It was a lot easier growing up in the 70s and the 80s because everybody was going out to play.
Yeah.
Nobody does that anymore.
No, I've noticed that. Yes.
So, I mean, I loved growing up in the 70s and the 80s. It was exciting times, apart from obviously the nuclear threat. 10 years old thinking you was going to get crispy was not a good thing. Because when we was at school, we got sent home from school with all these pamphlets about how to survive a nuclear war. And it's like, don't you realise nobody survives a nuclear war?
No. Wouldn't like to, no.
But yeah, we got sent home with loads of pamphlets, how to prepare your house, paint the outside of your house white.
Yeah, I remember all that rubbish, yeah.
Tape up your windows, put mattresses against the inner
walls. A
walls.
nuclear war.
Yeah, take all the doors off inside.
Yeah, hide under a table. Yeah, I know.
I was 10 years old when all that was going on.
Yeah.
I was crapping myself. I really thought that was it, the world was going to end, you know.
Yes.
Obviously,
you
it didn't.
By having horses in your life.
Yeah.
You lucky, because I went to boarding school. I went to army boarding schools because I'm an army brat.
Yeah.
And it was okay, but we didn't get like what you got at your boarding school. Good Lord.
We had two horses. We had a Shetland pony called Monty, and we had a pony called Prince. And they recognised you. As soon as they saw you, they come galloping over to you, and so loving. But Monty, being the Shetland pony, he would come up and bite the back of your leg because that's what he did.
Good. That's love bites.
Yeah.
Like my cat does it. Well, I've got a cat that bites me.
Yeah, I've got a cat. He does the same. He's Ginge Tom.
I've got. Oh, that's like my Dave.
Yeah, he's 14 years old now.
Yeah, I've got a Ginger Tom. He's 7.
Yeah, he's. I've had him since he was a kitten. He's my best mate, and he's helped me through so much. It's unreal.
Don't tell me about it. I've got 7 of them. I do know. It's 1 boy and 6 girls. I've
had mainly dogs in my life. When I lived with my partner and we had the kids, we got the kids a cat each.
Oh, right.
They looked after them, and then obviously one cat got hit by a car, which destroyed the girls. They was just, you know. And I said, look, this is part and parcel of looking after an animal. You've got to, it's not just the good things that you've got to deal with, it's all the bad things that come with it as well. But it also taught them life.
Yes.
That these things happen in life. So when the other cat passed, it wasn't as bad.
Heartbreaking, though. Oh, heartbreaking.
That's what I'm not looking forward to when Jensen goes.
No. But actually, back to the hypnotherapy thing.
Yes.
Did I tell you something? Like I was saying, if you, because like most, I suspect, like most people, you've got stuff that you've hidden away that you just don't remember anymore at all.
There's a lot of my childhood that's blocked out. I can't remember.
Dangerous, because that was me.
Yeah. Now, my
sorry.
brother showed me photographs of where we was playing in Sutton Park, which is a park north of Birmingham, big park. And we used to go there playing as kids. And my brother showed me a photograph, and I don't remember it. He's like, "Don't you remember this day? We were damming up rivers and catching bullfish and all this lot." And I'm like, "I don't remember it."
You have to be very careful with that because, because at mine, it just the whole lot. I had a very unhappy. I had a terrible problem with my family. I'm a stepchild, and I'm the rotten one from Holland, and all this rubbish.
Same.
And when it all came blasting back into my brain, because it happens very quickly, as if you have this little space that you boarded up inside your mind, and then the board comes down, and the whole lot just gushes out. But I had a massive breakdown because of it, so be very careful.
This is what I've been warned by people saying, that it could open up a can of worms that I'm not ready for.
Yes.
Well, this happened when I was 5 years old, so I have had 50 years to prepare myself. And I've said, if I was abducted, fair enough. If I wasn't abducted, fair enough. At least I would have my answers that I've been searching for.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Yes,
but I have been also warned as well that it could open up emotions that was locked away for a reason.
Yes, yeah. Because when
I was going to say I am prepared for it.
Because when I first came to this channel, I remember talking to D&W about the fact that I was going to go and see a hypnotherapist this summer, oddly enough, just gone, to find out what I was doing in this blue place. But I didn't go. I've been coming here instead. I still haven't been to find out what I was doing in the blue place. Yeah. It's weird. There's something weird going on in our dimensions, and I suspect the blue place was in this dimension.
Well, I've noticed activity has picked up a lot since. Now, I don't know if it's because the American government announced that UFOs was real and they were going to look into it and everything, that everything's just exploded. But I am seeing more videos online of people that are catching ghosts.
Yes.
I'm seeing more videos online of poltergeist activity. I'm seeing more videos online of aliens being caught on camera or UFOs being filmed. There is just so much activity that's going on at the minute. Now, I don't know if it's because the walls of stigma has been broken, where people feel free to come out with their encounters, or there is more happening and people are catching it on camera.
People are talking about it, I think.
Oh yeah, a lot more. And also there isn't as much stigma.
Yes.
As there used to be. People now are starting to come out and talk, whereas before they saw something, they kept it to themselves, or they'd be classed as crazy.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that there is a lot more activity going on. Now, I don't know if that activity has been going on as much and people just haven't reported it, or it has actually picked up and more people are reporting it. So it's just, I'm looking into it at the minute because that's what I am. I'm a researcher. I'm a ufologist, and I look into everything. I only deal with the hard facts. It's easy for somebody to come out with an encounter. It's difficult to come up with the proof.
Yes, tell me about it.
I can't prove that I had an alien being standing by the side of my bed when I was 5 years old.
I believe you. I believe you.
But as I said to the other lad earlier, there is millions and millions of people being reported of being abducted. Now, either the abductions are real or millions and millions of people are lying.
Yes.
And I'm tending to sort of go to the former, you know, people are actually being abducted, because I've always said that we're not alone in this universe.
No,
Always.
unfortunately. Well, is it unfortunately? I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I haven't told my other story. When I was in my early 20s, I was living in Berlin, and I was living in this really sort of straight, well, you know, top of a anyway, what happened was I went to bed one night and I unplugged my phone and I fell asleep, and next thing the phone rang and this voice on the phone said, "Go to the kitchen." My flat, the kitchen was ready to go up in flames, and I had time to get out.
You were lucky.
The phone was unplugged.
How? Oh, you. So what was ringing you then to give you the warning?
The phone was ringing. Something made the phone ring. I don't know.
This is weird, because only not last night, the night before, we was talking about people that was receiving messages like after 9/11, after the MH370 plane crash, you know,
Yeah.
or plane disappearance, and
Mm.
other people that their loved ones have passed over,
Mm.
and they're getting messages on their mobiles.
Could be because like I said, I got this phone call from an unplugged phone to wake me up to say go to the kitchen, blah blah blah. And if I hadn't got the kitchen, the whole lot would have been up in flames.
That was.
And I'm very unhappy about it, because I should have died in that fire, but I didn't, which suggests to me.
It wasn't your time.
But yeah, because I don't like it here very much. And also back when I had my little problem with the hypnotherapist, I ended up taking a massive, massive overdose. And the doctor said I could no way have taken what I had taken. And I was in a coma for 5 days, blah, blah, blah. But I sometimes get the feeling that something intervened. I should have died, but I didn't, again, because I'm here against my will.
What, you think that you're not supposed to be here?
I don't want to be here. I'm entrapped here. I don't want to be here.
Well, that tells me you're here for a reason.
Yes, I know. It's horrible, isn't it? I'm not very happy about it. You just said what I dared say. I'm here to see something, I think.
You're here to
See something.
Yeah, you're here for a reason, either something that's to do with you or something to do with somebody else.
Yeah. Yes, I've had that feeling for a long time.
Well, a strange thing happened to me not this Monday just gone, the Monday before. I hadn't seen my mother since 2009, after a major argument we had in the family.
Yeah.
And me and my brother, we separated from the family. There's just me and my brother. Well, I got a real strong feeling on the Monday night to contact my mother. It was just overwhelming. So I sent my brother a message saying, look, if you want to get in touch with Diane, because I didn't class her as mother, called her Diane.
Yeah.
If you want to get in touch with Diane, I'm okay with it. If she wants to get in contact with me, I'm fine with it. Right? Again, gets a message on the Tuesday morning from my brother saying, that's a bit random. I'm okay. Cheers, bro. Right?
Yeah.
So I sent a message back, going, all right, bro, nice one. He then phones me back the next day and he went, you spooky sod. And I was like, what? And he went, you must have known that we had to contact Diane. And I was like, why? And he went, I just had the message that she passed away.
Yeah.
And it was like, I wasn't shocked that she'd passed away, because to me, my mother died when I was 7 years old, when I was put into a children's home.
Nice.
And she signed me away and didn't want nothing to do with me. So to me, that's when I lost my mother.
Yes.
So when she passed, I didn't get that overwhelming feeling that, grief or anything.
Yeah.
What did bug me was this overwhelming urge to contact her.
Yeah.
And it isn't the first time. It happened with my dad as well.
Yeah.
Now, when I had this feeling that something had gone on with my dad, I phoned my brother and I said, a taxi driver has just told me, no taxi driver had told me nothing.
Hmm.
But I told my brother, because I didn't want to say, oh, I just had this mad feeling, because it just classed me as weird or whatever. So I said, a taxi driver had told me that Dad had passed away.
Hmm.
And he was like, what? He goes, give me 5 minutes, I'll get back to you. So he rings me back about 15 minutes. He was like, yeah, he died in December.
Gosh.
Well, again, I got that real strong feeling that something had happened.
Yeah.
And because my dad's last wishes was he wanted to die here near the sea,
Yeah.
because I live right on the Welsh coast, on the west coast. And he was living here and he loved the sea, he loved all the wildlife and everything. And he said he wanted to end his days here. Well, literally a couple of months before he passed, my mother packed him up and sent him back to Birmingham, and he died in Birmingham.
Yeah.
So nobody in the family knew that he'd died. She had the funeral by herself and everything.
Your family's as dysfunctional as mine.
Oh, my family is just
Terrible, isn't it? Isn't it dreadful?
I walked away from my family years ago, and I have never been so happy in all my life, because I have been able to do, excuse me, I've been able to do what I want to do. I haven't had any worries about family business.
Hmm.
I've only had me to deal with.
Yeah.
And I'm a pain in the ass sometimes, but I get through it. But,
yeah, I've come from a very dysfunctional past. Completely.
But the only family I've got is my brother. That's it.
You've got that. I don't even have that. I've got none at all.
But there is members of my family that I do love and I do miss. But because of circumstances, I just don't get to see them. I've got family here where I live and I don't see them. So
where do you live in Wales?
Aberystwyth.
Oh, right. I was married to a Welshman for 2 years. I was 2 years.
They're great people. I love Wales. I used to come here when I was a kid with the school.
Yeah.
And I remember turning around to my teacher, who was a Welsh teacher. I said to Mr. Ratty, he goes, I'm going to live in Wales one day. And he went, it's the best decision you'll ever make. And he wasn't wrong. I absolutely adore it here. I've got red kites flying above my house every day and dolphins playing in the bay and everything.
Oh, you lucky thing.
Why would I give that up and go and live back in the city?
Yeah, I live in London. I'm thinking about leaving, but it's very hard.
Well, I lived in London for 9 months in Acton because we built the dome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right, yeah.
We did all the groundwork for the dome before it was built. So we cleared all the site, because the site used to be old coal works. They used to have like loads of coal and that. And I think they used to have like a refinery or something there, generating power or something. Well, that all got knocked down. But then the ground was all contaminated with coal and oil. So we had to scrape about 3 inches of soil off all the area. It then gets put through a machine and cleaned, and then the soil's put back on the ground.
All right.
So all the contaminants are taken out of it. It's a long process, but it works. And then we go in and we dig out all the drainage holes and all the communication holes and everything, and all the footings ready for buildings. And then contractors will come in and start putting the buildings up. Well, we was there when they put all the pylons up for the dome.
All right.
And then as we was leaving, they started to put the cover, the white cover over the dome. We didn't get to see it finished. We went back months later when it was finished and stood inside when it was just an empty space. And the echo you used to get in there was crazy.
I've never been there, yeah.
But we did. 9 months I was down there. I could not wait to get out of London.
Yes, I'm okay. I'm yeah. I've sort of.
Well, it got me. London at 11 o'clock at night has got more people in it than Birmingham during the day.
I know, that's the problem.
It's just, it never sleeps. I used to go to this arcade.
It's strange in that respect, though. Yeah.
Is it Leicester Square? I think it was.
Yes. Oh yeah.
They've got a
it's always like
shopping
that.
arcade, and it used to be shops, but
Yes.
now it's all for games. And
Yes, it's a nightmare.
yeah, downstairs they've got a go-kart track.
Mm.
Then you go up an escalator, and it's got like a sports bar.
Yeah, terrible.
And you go up to the next floor, and it had like Laser Quest and all that lot.
Yeah,
And it was just absolutely jam-packed with people
horrible.
playing games and drinking and that. And it's
Yeah,
just
I
like,
know. I used to do it in the 80s when I was young.
yeah, yeah, same.
But I'm still here. It's time to leave.
But I didn't like Acton. It was too rough. I mean, I was brought up in Birmingham on rough estates, really
Yes.
rough estates. But even Acton scared me.
Yes.
I get off the tube and I'm literally walking down the street with my head down so I didn't have to look at anybody.
Yes. I know what you're saying.
Because these are the type of people, and it's like they'll come up to you, punch you, and go, "Who are you looking at?"
Yes. Don't tell me about it.
So
Don't tell me about it. I do.
So I couldn't wait to get out.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. I absolutely love the architecture in London because that's me. I'm
But that's
into
all been
building.
destroyed. The city, the beautiful architecture of the city, could be completely destroyed. They've pulled it all down and put up these huge tower
Yeah.
blocks. It's so ugly. It is ugly.
In
Scary.
Birmingham, they're doing it the other way around. They're tearing down the high-rise blocks and building houses.
Yeah.
Because
I-
Birmingham used to be full of like housing blocks, and there was just because there was from like the late 50s, early 60s, they were all falling to pieces and they couldn't be maintained. So the easiest way is just to rehouse everybody and demolish the blocks.
Yes. But what they're going to do for land space for they keep building all these houses, I can't see how all this is sustainable. Anyway, we shouldn't be talking about are the buildings sustainable. We should be talking about weirdos in this dimension. Because I tell you something, I don't know. I've had weird things happen to me in my life that just don't make any sense. Things sometimes glitch in the glitch some sort of weird way. Weird. I'm very unhappy about it because I don't like it here, and I know for a fact.
Guys, I'm just gonna go bring my dog out for a little bit, but I will be back. So I could be gone for 20 minutes. 50, I could be. I don't know how long I'll be. It depends how long it'll take him to poop.
He's
Okay.
always
So,
doing this. You see,
If
come
Gaia
on,
comes,
back us off.
Gaia should be able to figure out how to get on himself. He is an admin, so keep it up, guys. I will listen, but I won't be able to do anything in terms of letting anybody on.
I
or
see
off.
you're a smoker as well. How long have you been smoking for?
Since I was 14.
Oh, same here. I stopped it.
I've been trying. I've just been diagnosed with emphysema.
Oh no.
So it's too late for me now.
Because I smoked for 36 years, and then my local hospital 20 years ago had anti-smoking classes, group therapy, and it worked on me, and I stopped 20 years ago.
I've been through all of it.
Yeah.
I've been to no smoking campaigns. I even had a vape for a while, and I had this fidget thing that I could like fidget around with, so it keeps my fingers busy. And I can't. I have struggled.
Yes. So how can you afford to smoke? Because it's so expensive.
I know. Well, I can buy a pouch of tobacco, which is 30 grams, and I can make it last 2 weeks. So I'm not a heavy
not
smoker.
that bad.
No,
that bad. No. Oh no, you're not as bad as I was.
No, I really smoked
Yes.
when I was younger.
Oh yeah. I loved it. And even now, if I'm out walking, I live in East London. If I'm out walking and I smell somebody smoking, I'll go up to them and have a little chat about their cigarette. That's how bad it is.
But I can't get on with those vapes. Those
Right.
vapes make me choke. I don't know. I smoke a cigarette, I'm not coughing. I go onto a vape and I'm coughing my lungs up.
All right.
So I'm one of these people that can't do the vapes. So,
Yeah.
but again, we don't know what damage the vapes are causing.
Yes, exactly. I think this whole thing, no matter what you do in this life, your body's going to break down because it's designed to break down because that's the way God created us to break down.
That's it.
So, the fact they blame smoking, well, I suspect if you weren't suffering from emphysema, you'd be suffering from something else.
Right. My nan she smoked from the age of 15.
Yeah.
She would smoke 60 a day.
Yeah.
She did not die of cancer.
No, my mother didn't.
She died of old age,
Exactly.
right? And yet she did have like bronchial stuff, she'd get more colds in the winter than, because she was smoking. So she'd get more lung problems.
Yeah.
But that didn't end her life. She
No.
died of just normal natural causes. And
Yes.
she smoked 60 a day.
Yes,
So did
exactly.
my granddad.
I smoked for 36 years. I used to smoke about 30, 40 a day to no ill effect whatsoever. No.
See, what the government don't tell people is that most of the cancers that are around is due to all the nuclear testing that they did back in the
Yeah,
70s.
and everything else, and all the stress of life itself. It's the body turning in on itself.
Yeah.
Plus, we're
Well-
designed this way. We are. This God of ours, this arsehole, because I hate God, is an absolute expert in planned obsolescence, and he is. He's got it down to a fine art.
Oh, yeah.
I hate him. I do. I hate
Well, I used to do church when I was younger, and then I got kicked out of church because I used to question the Bible.
Yes, you mustn't question it.
No, never question the Bible.
Question it. No,
The
I
reason
know.
why you never question the Bible is because the priest can't give you an answer.
Yeah, because you're trained. I've studied religion at school. I've got an A level in the subject, and you have to go. You don't pass your exam unless you write exactly what you're told to write. If you get what I mean. Yeah, I know.
So
Yeah.
I discovered that religion was a farce right
Yes.
from the beginning.
Yes, it's to control us in some way.
Yeah, it's a control management. That's all that it was given. It was put on the people to control the masses and
Yeah.
to give them something to do during the dark
That's
ages.
something to believe
Well,
in. 'Cause there's
through
nothing to
the
believe in.
but
Nothing.
religion goes back what 10,000 years.
Yeah, well, 6,000 apparently, but I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, but you've got the Chinese. They had their version of a religion, and that goes back
Oh yeah, I'm talking about
8,000 years or
Bible.
something. Yeah. But the religion that we know today, because I mean, the Bible goes back 9,000 years. It's not 2,000 years.
Yeah, right.
It's all different stories that
Yeah.
have been made up and put together. And then the origin, and then this Bible that we've got today, a lot of the stories was taken out because it didn't gel with their way of life. That's why the Book of Enoch was taken out, because he talks about aliens and UFOs and everything, which went against the church, so they had it removed.
Yeah.
And then you have all this business with Henry VIII and everything starting up his own church because the Catholic Church refused him to give him any more divorces and everything.
Yeah.
So that's why he started up his own religion.
Yeah.
But I find I don't knock people if they believe in a religion. That I don't turn around and go, "You're crazy because you believe in a God." Now, I believe that the people that they're talking about were people were seeing alien beings back then.
Yeah.
And then they depicted it as gods because they were more powerful than what the humans were.
Yes. Yes, it could be. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, Ezekiel, he writes about the wheel that he saw in the sky. Looks like a wagon wheel.
Yeah.
Wheel within a wheel.
Yeah.
Right. He was describing of what he saw a circle out, which is a wheel.
Yeah.
So, but he was actually seeing a UFO in the sky. And there was loads and loads of UFO stories in the Bible. It's the same as going through the art, the Renaissance period, where religion was banned. They banned all like science and everything. And so what these artists did is you weren't allowed to talk about UFOs. It was a source of, bad subject. There was demons and everything. So the artists, to get around it, used to paint UFOs in the sky.
Yes.
And when it was asked what it was, they say, "Oh, it's just a cloud."
Yeah, because it's depicted. Weird, isn't it? That it's so strange.
Yeah,
it's so weird. Because I saw a triangle in the sky back in early 90s. I saw a huge triangle in the sky one morning.
Where was she then?
Huh?
Where was you living then?
London, East London. I live in
London.
Hackney, and there was this huge. I was just coming back from the city, so I'd been out. It was just dawn was coming, and there was this huge, strange coloured triangle in the sky, enormous. And
That's funny because in 1993,
1993,
yeah, 1993, there was a report of 2 UFOs at RAF Cosford.
so it was 1993, yeah, early 90s.
Yeah.
Huge. And they were a colour, I can't even just, they were sort of a copper colour, but not anything that I recognised from this world. Really weird. And it was just hanging in the sky. It was early hours of the morning, so I'm living in Hackney, so I'm not going to stand around watching it. You know, I walked home rapidly because that's what you do when you live in Hackney. You know?
I was with a friend of mine, Jimmy, who worked on the dome, like on the foundations.
Mm.
And we was in Hatton Garden having a drink one night.
Yeah.
And we finished the drinks and we're walking along the main roads that goes up Hatton Gardens, and then you cross over and then you go into the tube.
Yes.
And as we're walking down a road, we see a big orange ball of light in the sky.
Yeah.
And I've because he knew that I was into UFOs, and I was just stopped, grabbed hold of him, and I went, UFO, and he went, oh no, that's a plane. You know, Luton's just over there.
Yeah.
And then this red ball of light has just zipped off really fast.
Yes.
And he was like, okay, that's not a plane.
Mm.
And then he went back to the hotel, and he wouldn't shut up about it. He told everybody, oh, me and Chris just saw this UFO and that. And then we all got ridiculed for it. You know, they was all taking the piss out of us and everything. But London, there's a lot of sightings in London.
Yeah.
I've got videos that people have took of objects in London.
Yeah.
Even recently, when you had the Jubilee, and you had the red arrows going over,
well, I wouldn't
and
know
there was this orb of light going in between the trails, red, white, and blue trails, and it went through the trails, and all that was all caught on TV. Loads of people saw it, including the royal family.
Yeah.
Because you had the little ones pointing up and look, you know, what's that?
Yeah.
But I think we're gonna find out soon if all this is all real.
Yes. Yes, but I tell you, yeah.
Well, the MOD, the British government, is going to start doing what America's doing about talking about UFOs and that.
But there's something very strange going on in the world, because back in 1968, I'm an army brat, and at the time I was living in Bahrain on this American naval base, which is where we lived. And one night, me and my little boyfriend were lurking around the base the way we used to, and we saw holograms. This was 1968. Holograms of military vehicles coming and going on this parade ground. This was 1968. That's how technology was in those days.
Yeah, apparently they had something like that back then, but no one's come forward with any information about it. So when I heard about it back in the late 80s, because there was no internet and I couldn't get any information, I just put it on the back burner.
Yeah, 1968 it was. And there was this, parade. We were on the tube, you know how big parade grounds are. We were just lurking about the way we used to, because we couldn't go out. We had to stay on the base because it was Bahrain, you know, Islam.
Yeah, my dad was based out in the Persian Gulf.
Yes, I loved it there, but you had to stay on the base. And they were, these holograms. There were holograms of military vehicles, cars, military vehicles. They were just coming. They were playing around with them, testing, don't know what they were doing. But it was there in 1968. Yeah,
good place to test it as well, out of the way.
Yeah. So
because my dad was a tank driver.
Yeah.
And he protected Kuwait.
Oh yeah,
in
I know
Persian
Kuwait.
Gulf. And he was stationed in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
My mum and dad lived out there, end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s.
Yeah.
And back in the 60s, if you was pregnant, you weren't allowed to fly.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
And my mum was 4 months pregnant with me.
Yeah.
because I was almost born in Hong Kong. I was going to get a tattoo on my back saying "Made in Hong Kong."
Yeah, I was made in Holland.
So when my mum was like 4 months pregnant, she didn't tell the airline. She just
Yeah.
came back because she wants to get home. And then I was born in Birmingham
Yeah.
and grew up in the Midlands. So, but yeah, I was almost born in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
It's probably why I got so much a love of Chinese food.
Yeah. But the army, yes. So.
But my dad never used to tell me about anything that he did in the army. He kept it all quiet.
There, yes. I tell you, when I look back, when it really, well, I saw, yes, the armed forces, they're pretty screwed up because I spent 3 years in the Wrens because when I was 17, my stepfather wanted to be out. So I had no option but to join the Navy because I had nowhere else to go. And I tell you, being in the armed forces really fucks your head up. Ooh.
Well, I tried to join the army. I wanted to get into, I wanted to drive.
Yes.
So I was going to go for my license on the trucks and all that lot.
Yeah.
And I failed the medical 3 times.
All right.
But I did manage to join TA.
Yeah.
But back then it was just weekend army.
Yes.
But we still did all the training and everything, and I still got to fire the SA-80 and all that.
Yeah.
At Whitstone Barracks in Lichfield.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the first Gulf War happened, all the soldiers was put out onto manoeuvres.
Yeah.
And the TA looked after the barracks.
Yes.
So that's what we did. We did a lot of gate duty. God,
Yeah.
I hated gate duty.
Mm-hmm.
It's so boring.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to do all the training. And then after I did the building work, I went into private security and did a lot of private security in places like around London, Midlands, up north. And it'd be people that are coming in on a flight from another country.
Yeah.
And you just look after them. Half the time, you don't even see the people you're looking after because you're stationed somewhere to keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
So you don't even know who you're looking after. You know, I only ever met, I think it's about 3-4 people that we were looking after. Mainly, it's the top people that look after them.
Yes.
And we just get told, like, you've got to stand here and make sure.
You'll just have to show.
Yeah.
Just show.
Or if they're coming in a car.
Yes.
You have to make sure that the traffic stops so that car can park.
So I know all this.
So I did all that. That was fun. That was, you get to go to, but I only did it in the UK.
Yes.
I could have gone abroad, to Europe,
but
I didn't have a passport. So, I was just given jobs in the UK. And they kept saying, Chris, you need to go for your passport. Chris, you need to go for your passport. But yeah, I enjoyed the security work. It was long hours. And you don't get no time for yourself. Because you could be starting like 7:30 in the morning and you're not going home until midnight.
Yeah, because it's not deemed as physical work, is it? No. I know. So
it gets, it does get to you. And then after about 2.5 years of that, I was like, I need to get into something else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. We did security when the Queen opened Meadow Hall up in Sheffield.
All right.
And at the time, Meadow Hall.
Me. Are you a royalist?
No.
No, I hate them. I met Charlie Boy when I was in the Navy.
Oh, I've met
a nasty piece of work.
I'll tell you who I did. I did admire, and that was Princess Diana. I did like her because she wasn't royal. She was just a normal person that was married into the royal family, and she hated it.
I don't know why she married Charles though, because he's an ugly mutt. I've met him. I bumped right into him.
I've met him a couple of times. Yeah, and I've met Prince William when they were kids, and Harry when they was both like 6, 7.
No, I'm very anti-royalty. Very anti. I'm so anti.
Yeah, I don't believe we should have a royal family.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a commie, I'm afraid. I think we should all call each other by our first names, regardless of who we are. Everyone
yeah,
should be called by
yeah.
their first name. End of. Yeah.
See, I get really annoyed what's going on in the world at the minute.
God, yeah. You're not the only one.
And I get so annoyed at Trump. I go on X and I send him messages and I
you?
slag the hell out of him. I do.
Yeah, I don't like him very much, I must admit. I think it's a
Well, I
little
sent him a
liberal.
message saying, I cannot wait to see the day that you are hurled up in front of the courts and you get done for the crimes that you've been avoiding for years. And then all of a sudden, I've got Baron Trump following me. I've got
Oh God, I'd be terrified.
Trump Jr. I had to block them because
Ugh.
they were just spying on me, just like what I'm saying about their father. Same as Netanyahu. I go absolutely ballistic at Netanyahu.
Yeah,
The one I haven't gone mad at is Putin, and that's
I
only because I
quite
don't
like
speak
him
Russian.
actually.
Hey,
I do. I quite like him. Then I like the Russians. I'll
Oh,
tell you
Russian,
something.
right?
You know what? If I had, I'm 70 years old now, but if I had the physical energy, if I was say 50 again, I'd probably will emigrate there. Because I think the future belongs to Russia, because Russia's
Yeah,
such
right.
a big country.
Russian people I've got a lot of respect for.
Yeah, I like them.
But I don't like Putin because of the way that he treats his own people and
Yes.
the way that he's treating Ukraine at the minute.
But then these leaders are all shit. But there's something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very
100%.
pro-Russian. Yeah.
Oh, don't get. I love the Russian people. I've got Russian friends.
Yeah.
It's just that I can't stand leaders.
Yes.
Even my own leader of this country, I think, is a complete crap.
Loathsome man.
Yeah,
Loathsome.
I used to be into politics in a big way. I used to help out the Labour Party.
Yeah.
I used to hang around with Jeremy Corbyn and all that lot.
Yeah.
And I used to call him a prat to his face.
Yeah.
Right. And all the others like Prescott. I got on with Prescott. He was all right because he was a northern lad. You know, he was. I think he was from Hull. But yeah, he was a good bloke, Prescott. So I did a lot of work for this for the Labour Party, you know, canvassing and things like that. And people kept telling me, Chris, why didn't you run? Why didn't you become a candidate? And I goes, if I got into Parliament, I wouldn't last 5 seconds because I'd end up sparking somebody out. So I would end up kicked out of Parliament. So they was like, yeah, maybe it wasn't a good idea to go into it. But I've backed away from politics the last 10 years because it's just a cesspit.
Yeah.
And everywhere you go around the world, I don't think there's a country where you can say that the leader's a good leader.
No, there isn't one. No, it's all definitely going downhill. It started going downhill in 1987. 1987, the world peaked. Speak of someone who's a lot older than everybody else. And I remember
it started changing when the Berlin Wall come down, didn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. I've been to Berlin. I lived there for about 18 months. But
I'd like to go to Germany.
Yes, it's a beautiful country.
Yeah.
It is it used to be. It's not anymore because it's been destroyed by immigration. But when I lived there in the 70s and 60s and 70s. I've moved around. I've lived around a lot, stepfather and everything. And it was such a beautiful, pristine country. Beautiful, beautiful forests and beautiful lakes and rivers and the streets. You could have eaten your dinner off the street. Just off the street.
And nowadays,
nobody was allowed to hang their washing out on a Sundays, so you didn't see this mess everywhere, and it was so beautiful. I've always found it hard to believe that Germany, as a nation, could have done what happened in Germany in the 40s. It is such a beautiful nation. Yeah,
there's a lot of Germans that I know, older Germans. They didn't want the war.
No, of course they didn't.
They didn't want Hitler taking over. They didn't want the black shirts, the kids taken up or anything.
Well, who does?
But obviously they didn't have a choice.
No, you don't have a choice.
You're either with them or you're against them. Yeah, if you're against them, you got shot.
You might just kill you. You might just. Yeah. I don't know what.
What did I miss?
Oh, we're talking about world now.
Okay.
Politics and
Chris is a
leaders
smoker.
running countries, and
Chris is smoking.
but I almost went to live in Italy.
Yes.
I went to Sicily. Now, apparently I've got Italian in my family. I don't know where it comes from. I went to Sicily and it felt like home. It really did.
Yeah, beautiful place.
It was just, the people are so warm and friendly. But it was the first time I'd ever been properly abroad. So it was the first time I'd ever been on a big plane.
Oh, wow.
It was the first time I'd ever seen a volcano kicking off, because the day we got there, Etna erupted.
I've seen Mount Etna. Yeah.
Yeah. First time I've ever felt earthquake. So I was taking photographs as the ground shaking. So I got photographs while I'm in an earthquake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Etna,
yeah.
But we went to go and get my mate's dad's yacht. His dad is he used to be an airline pilot, and now he's a private pilot. He used to fly Colonel Gaddafi's son around.
All right.
And he lives in London on the Thames. He's a wealthy man. Yeah, anyway, he sent me and his son to Sicily to go and pick his yacht up so we could sail it up to Hull to get a refit. And we sailed it for 5 days, and then the skipper turned around and said, "Nah, the yacht's unsailable. We can't sail it." So after 5 days, we came home, but it took us another 2 days to get back home. So we were at Rome Airport waiting for a flight, a standby flight for us. And they said, "Look, we've tried our hardest to get you a flight, and we managed to get you one, but it's in business class. Is that okay?"
Yeah. Wow.
It was like, yeah, if that's all you've got, I don't mind. So I'm sitting in business class in a tie-dye t-shirt, a pair of shorts and sandals. I've got a pair of binoculars around my neck, and I've got a hat on that says "Party Forever," and I'm sitting next to this businesswoman, and we talked through the whole flight. And she was more interested in me than I was. It was so funny.
Oh God.
But I sort of got into trouble a couple of times while I was in Italy, and I even got a gun pulled out on me from the police there, which I thought was a bit unfair. The first time I got shouted at, I picked a lemon out of a tree in Sicily, and you're not allowed to pick them. If they fall on the ground, you can pick them up, but you're not allowed to take them from the tree. So I got into trouble for that. I got into trouble because I picked up a piece of volcanic rock and I put it in my pocket. And then this bloke come running over to me and start shouting at me in Italian, and I didn't understand. And then the police come over, and then he figured out I was English. So he's speaking to me in broken English saying, "You can't take the stones. You can't take the volcanic rock." So I got into trouble again. But the one that I got the gun point pulled out was at Rome Airport. And it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. You got Air Italia at one end of the airport, and British Airways was at the other end of the airport. And Rome Airport's shaped like a banana.
All right.
So I walked all the way down this concourse of the airport to get to British Airways desk, and I got there and there was nobody there. So I leant over the counter and found a piece of paper and a pen, and I wrote, "Dear British Airways, can you give me and my mate a wake-up call in the morning so we don't miss our flight? Thank you," and put it on the desk. You know, I didn't know that you weren't allowed to do that.
I expect you. Yeah,
So
I can well believe it's not allowed.
So I walked all the way back up the airport, and my mate was like, "Where have you been?" So I explained that I left a letter, and he's like, "Chris, you can't do that here." He goes, "Even though it's British Airways, it's run by Italian staff."
Yes.
I was like, "Oh." I go, "So they're not going to understand what I'm saying?" He goes, "Oh, no, you'll understand it. It's just that they won't like it." So I walks all the way back down the airport to the desk, leans over the desk, grabs the letter, screws it up into a ball, turns round, police officer standing there. He's unclipped his gun and he's got it out of the holster, and he's got his hand up and he's going, "You know, what you doing?" Well, in Italian, "What you doing?" So I've like, whoa, put my hands up, and then I've opened my jacket wide, slowly took my passport out and handed it to him. and then unscrewed the letter and showed him. And he was like, no, you can't do this. You can't do this. So I walked back up to my mate and I went, don't you ever ask me to go and get that letter. Don't ask me to go and do stuff like that again. I only got shot.
Fucking
So
ridiculous.
yeah, that was the only time that I've ever been in trouble abroad.
Guys, I just want
Crazy.
to bring Hermit in. Kevin the Hermit, you're welcome here. What's going on, brother?
Has he got his sound sorted out?
Kevin the Hermit.
Yo. You hear me?
Hey!
Hey,
Hello,
let's
Kevin.
go, guys. Hey, I wanna say that I
We
love
can't hear you.
sound of
You're breaking up.
yo.
You're breaking up, Hermit. You're breaking up. You need to connect to
Yo,
your Wi-Fi.
yo. Shit, man.
Yeah. Hermit, your connection's crap. So you need to do something about that. But whilst you're doing about that, we'll welcome Sage. Sage.
Doing all right.
Hi, Sage.
Hi,
Yeah.
Sage. How's your showgies?
Doing okay today. Doing
Okay,
quite
good.
okay.
I'm going through the exhaustion phase at the moment. Do you get the bouts of exhaustion?
Oh, I get that more with just the chronic fatigue. I don't really think I
Yes,
get
I
off
mean
that.
fatigue. Yeah, I call it
Oh
exhaustion.
yeah, I get chronic fatigue all the time. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm the
Freaking
opposite.
that happened to me today. The first time like a month I wake up like a normal human being in the daytime, and here
Yeah.
it is like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm like, oh my god, it's fucking exhausting. It's tiring.
terrible.
Yeah,
Me and Sage have the same autoimmune disease.
oh, right.
Yes,
Yep.
Sjogren's syndrome for our sins. I've inherited mine from my father. It was my bitter inheritance. You know what? Oh, I won't talk about it. I'll just not talk about it. But it's
No,
my
I
bitter
actually just
inheritance.
picked up some really interesting eye drops I'm optimistic about.
Have you? Oh, right.
Yeah, it's interesting. They
Can I
have
just
caffeine and camphor.
Can I just say something?
Yeah,
Now
go
an
for it.
admin here. I sent you an email. You're now an admin here. Check your emails.
Okay, for sure. I'll check that out.
So you'll be able to let people in and out.
All right. I'll definitely be checking that out.
Who's not too
Check it out now
exhausted.
because I will go
Yeah.
leave here at some point and you'll be in charge. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm checking it right now. I'm walking over the computer.
D&W, because it might be too exhausted. Because showgies can be very exhausting, and it can be.
I
You
suffer
blow
from
you over.
insomnia.
Huh?
I suffer from insomnia.
Oh, I don't. I'm the
I don't
opposite.
sleep.
Oh, I sleep sometimes 14 hours at a time.
I wish.
I know. I love it. I love it. I tell you, because I'm not. If I just love being asleep with my cats. We all sleep together. And I can sleep for 14, 15 hours at a time. I've always been like this. I love sleeping, and it stops me from aging.
Getting that beauty sleep?
Well, you don't age when you're asleep. Apparently, and it stops you from eating and shopping. I can't Amazon shop when I'm asleep, can I? Actually, it's actually very useful. It saves me a fortune. Anyway, I like sleeping. The moment I'm in my bed with my 7 cats, are all dozing away. All the cats are home.
Yeah, Jensen's an indoor cat. I won't let him out.
Yeah. Oh no, my Dave goes out.
I don't trust these students around here.
Yes, it's isn't it terrible that people are like that now? Isn't that this? I would have thought they'd be happy to see a cat wandering around the place. I'm very lucky. Sorry.
When Jensen was a kitten,
yes.
He was on the windowsill. I've got a bay window, and he was on the windowsill. And the window's only open about that much because there's stoppers at the top, so we don't open all the way. And there was 2 girls outside, and they was tapping on the window and saying, "Oh, how lovely he is," and that.
Yeah.
And then I heard the window go up.
Yeah.
And this lad that was with him tried to grab Jensen.
Yes.
But luckily he ran along the windowsill and jumped off.
Yes.
And I run outside after this lad.
Nearly
And
killed.
the 2 girls are outside my house and they're saying, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry." And I goes, "Tell your friend, he ever tries anything like that again, I'll break his fingers."
Yeah, I'll break his bloody neck. I tell you, it makes me sick because you would think people would be happy to see cats around.
Oh,
But you know what? I live in Hackney, which is supposed to be quite a rough area, but fate has glitched in this respect because I live on the ground floor and there's a load of land around me that's safe for my cats.
That's
And
good.
in the 30 years I've lived here, I've never had a cat come to harm. It's weird. It's a weird glitch in the matrix. Even it's ever so strange. And people on High Street actually know me and the cats. And every now and again, it's oh yeah, there's your cats. Blah blah blah. Total strangers.
Yeah.
Because I've got a pavement. Blah blah blah. This way. So we did. Yeah, it's a glitch in the matrix.
Well, I'm nicknamed the Catman of Aberystwyth because I used to walk around with Jensen on my shoulders and I'd go to the shopping and stay there.
Wow. Oh, because I'm thinking about putting Dave on a lead for fun. Does he let me though? Sorry, Sage. Talk about cats. Sage.
Is it this Dark Horses organization in Restream?
What?
DNW?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Keep talking.
As I was saying about Dave, yeah, he's a lovely boy, actually. He's a lovely, lovely. And he gets on really well with the girls, all 6 of them. But he's definitely the man of the house.
I have said that once Jensen passes, I'm not getting any more animals.
Why not? But get a shelter cat.
Everyone keeps saying get another cat, but
the thing is, right, you're only 50. You've got plenty more years than you. Plus, get an elderly shelter cat. You know, it's good for you, it's good for the cat. A cat will soothe your broken heart.
Oh yeah, Jensen, he does. He's my best mate, Jensen.
Yes, I can well believe it. I can well believe that because my cat. Yeah, of course. No, you can always get a shelter cat. Give an elderly cat a home, and it will soothe your soul, and you're giving somebody a home. I
just found out he had a fall. He tried jumping. I think he tried jumping from the windowsill to the freezer, and he hadn't made it, and he couldn't walk. The back end kept just going down, and I said to the vet, he's probably bruised his spine or something. Yes, and they agreed. He said, yeah, the signals are not getting to his legs properly. Yes, so he's stumbling and everything. Oh God. Well, in a way, it was a godsend that he had that fall, because then I found out that he's got chronic liver failure. Yes, and a heart disease. Yeah. So did all the tests and give him medicines, and he's being monitored and everything. But I've learned him I've managed to get his back legs to work again. By massaging his legs and his back and everything. And to make it easier, I'll put he's got a wicker basket that he used to use as a bed. That's in front of the sink, so he can jump onto the bin and onto the worktop and onto the windowsill, where he'll sit and just watch the pigeons. But he didn't know how to jump. Yeah. Because his legs wouldn't allow him to jump. So he'd just sit there, look at me, meowing, like wondering what's going on. What? So
Can I just say something to Sage, guys, because I'm going to go to bed soon. Sage?
Yeah.
Are you an admin now?
It looks like it. I'm not quite sure. You know, this restream.
Well, if you click, can you see the right hand corner? You can see a little circle with number 4. The number 4. Can you see that?
No, I don't see that. Not at least not on my phone.
Did you do this on
shit!
your phone?
You might do it on your computer because you're going to have to let people in and out.
All right. Shit. So should I be switching over to the computer?
I think you should. Yeah.
All right. So should I leave this for a minute and switch over to the computer? Right.
Okay, buddy.
All right. See you in a minute.
Thing is, DW, you're way ahead of the rest of us when it comes to technology.
Sorry, guys. I just have to give him the instructions because I'm really fading here, mate. I have to go to sleep, Chris and Chickpea. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got to be up at 6 in the morning.
Why are you working?
No, I'm going to be going to North Wales.
Oh wow! Like I
I'm
said, I
going-
was married to him. Yeah, I used to go to
I'm
Swansea.
going to be interviewing somebody about a
Alright.
case.
Oh, cool.
So I've got to catch a train up to. In fact, I've got to get a train to England and then train back from England into Wales.
Oh, lovely! That sounds lovely.
Which
Because
part?
there's
Which part of England? Bristol?
There's no direct train link.
That's crazy.
the-
What part of England
the,
have you got to go to on the train?
Shrewsbury.
Okay, yeah.
So just over the border into Shrewsbury, catch another train from Shrewsbury up north. So it'll stop
God
at
almighty.
Prestatyn railway station, I think it is. Is it Prestatyn?
What a nightmare! I haven't travelled for 30 years. I haven't.
Yeah, Prestatyn. No, you travelled for 30 years.
Yeah, I haven't
Traveled
travelled.
since you were
I've got-
40.
Yeah. When I hit
left
40,
you haven't left your locality since you were 40.
well, I've gone to Clacton a few times. That's all. No, I haven't left since I was
Really?
40. When I prior to my 40th birthday, I was a real wild child, going here, there, and everywhere. Then all of a sudden, the RA hit, and I went from one mad extreme to another. Yeah, I've got from what? But I thought you knew that about me.
I didn't
went
know
from
you
one-
hadn't even. I didn't know you hadn't even got like the train to Brighton or something. You know what I mean?
No,
You haven't been anywhere.
No, I haven't. I've gone
Wow,
from one
okay.
crazy extreme to another. It's insane. It was like it was meant to be. It's like it glitched.
Right.
Really weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird thing. No, I haven't. Yeah, because like the RA hit, and RA takes your life away. It does. Not that I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining because at the end of the day, if I'd carried on the way I was, I would have probably burnt myself out. God knows. I don't. Yeah, it glitched. My life's weird. There's something weird about it. That's why I come here, D&W.
I have no idea why Sage is showing us D&W, but that's really
It
weird.
keeps on making my name and my thing switch to DNW.
That's really weird. That's really weird.
StreamYard and Restream, I'm just a copy of you.
All right.
It is a
Anyway,
clone.
anyway, Sage, you can change the picture if you want. Listen, you should change the picture actually. But listen, you got to figure out how to do this. So we've got to do a little bit of training on the job here. Can you see the circle now with the 4 on the right hand side? There should be a display.
Display. You're talking the QR codes. No, that's not right.
Look, a baby. Hello.
No, it's at the top.
Oh, the
It's
sources.
at the top.
Aw,
Sorry.
look at him.
So Chickpea,
he
can you be
loves
quiet
you.
for a second, Chickpea? Sorry.
Sorry.
I have to mute you guys. 1 second, just for a moment. Sorry. Sage, can you see what I'm talking about? Above you got chat, notes, music, QR codes, captions, design, and then at the top there should be a little circle with D&W in it and number 4. Can you see that?
Oh yeah, I see that. Yep.
So that's telling how many people are on air. So if you click
Yep.
on that, you can actually remove people by, if you click on it, it should open up and you should be able to turn people on and off, and that they'll disappear, and then you can turn it on. Like if you toggle it, I'll do it to you now. Watch.
All right.
Yeah, I've just done it. You've disappeared, and now
I
I've
see what
turned
you're
you back
talking.
on, and you're back on. Okay.
Yep.
Now, what I'm saying to you is, you'll hear a beep when someone new joins. Okay. You'll
Yep.
hear the beep, so you'll be able to see. But before you let them on, because they're new people, you click on the 3 dots. What you do is hide camera, keep audio. So I've just done that for you now. Okay. And then you turn it on so that they come on. Do you understand? So you don't do don't let them on until you've turned their camera off. Do you understand? And then get to know them a bit. Do you understand?
Okay, so turn off their camera, but turn their audio on, and then invite them on stage.
Yeah. So you can try it with me now. Try it with me now. Look, I've just turned your camera back on. So I've just turned your try it with me now. Go on. The 3
right,
dots. See the 3 dots. Yeah. So I'll turn.
So hide camera, keep audio. Click that, and then
1 minute.
invite you on. So
Yes, you've done it, mate. You've done it. Now
yeah,
that's what you got to do. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, mate. Well, I'll leave it in
Alright.
your capable hands. What was I going to say? Have fun and change the picture, man. change the picture.
Fuck, I'll do my best, man, but no promises. I just switched it to Sage to. Oh no, it still says Sage to Forest. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll check that around. I'll switch that.
No problem. Dave. Well, I suppose I'm still here. I suppose I'm here. Oh, it's audio only. Yeah, yeah. I will say good night and thank you guys for coming along. It's been fun. Show us your cat there, Chris, if you can, before I go. What's your cat's name, Chris?
Jensen.
Jensen. Lovely, lovely.
Yeah.
Well, mate.
Yeah, he's my best mate. He's
lovely.
He's just having something to eat at the minute.
Good for him. Good for him. Oh, Brother Marcus is here. Well, Brother Marcus, if you want to come on, do come on. Link is in the chat. I can hang out for another 10 minutes or so. Be nice to talk to Brother Marcus. Haven't spoken to him in a while, actually. If he wants to come on, that is.
I sent you a friend's request, by the way, on Christina's Discord.
Oh, lovely. Thank you for that. Yeah, yeah. Let me just check that out. Done. Accepted. Thank you for that.
If you need to message me anytime.
Yeah, yeah. As I say, invite whoever you can over here so we can hear some of their experiences, because I'm all about that as well, you know, hearing them. And if you ever do any of these interviews, let me know. We can share them here in the community posts or whatever, you know.
Well, if there is a case that I've been working on for the last 16 years. And then the MOD, I find out that they've put a 70-year secrecy act on it.
Oh.
So they don't want this coming out for 70 years. Well, I've managed to get my hands on some metal because there was a crash here in 1982, 83, can't remember what it was, 19th of January. Someone clipped the top of some trees in Aberystwyth and scattered debris over 4 fields and then carried on flying off down to South Wales.
Wow.
Police was involved, military was involved. They told the people of the village, shut up, we wasn't here, nothing happened, keep quiet, whatever. So the villagers shut up, they didn't say anything. I later found out about the case and I've been working on it for 16 years and I've managed to get hold of some metal from this crash site and I've just had it tested. So, and I've just had some results come through.
Wow.
And it's strange.
That is amazing. I can't wait to hear about that in more detail, brother. But
Yeah,
I have to go now. But that is actually...
I will be doing a show.
That's right up there with UFO. That's greater than anything we've ever heard in terms of UFOs, you know, if that is something like that.
It is,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Okay, brother. Well, I look forward to hearing about that more. And I want to say good night to everyone. Thanks for coming along and keep up the good conversation. And Sage, look after it. It's yours now. So thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
See you later, bud. Hi, Sage.
How you doing?
I'm good.
That's good.
Good.
So you were talking about testing this metal. What kind of testing techniques did you use?
Spectroanalyzing, radiation detection, metal analyzation. It's really high. It's almost pure aluminium.
Huh.
There's hardly any other metals in there.
Huh.
There is other metals in there, but they are so minuscule they hardly register. On the one side, it has a hexagon pattern.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then on one of the spectrum analyzer where it zooms in to like microscopic levels, it looks like there's, I can only describe it, it looks like bits like fiber optic.
Huh.
And I'm waiting for one more test, and the test is he's got to put it inside this vacuum, and it actually destroys the metal. It vaporizes it, and then you can analyze what's left, what comes off it.
Huh. Like some thermal vacuum chamber or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I can't remember the actual name of it, but all of the testing is being done at the Southampton University.
Right.
And it's being done by a friend of mine who's a physicist.
Huh.
And
How interesting.
He works for a company that makes sonar equipment for the military.
Oh, huh.
So yeah, he's well up. He knows his stuff.
Oh yeah, sonar is some fascinating stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, they make the casings, and then the military, they come in and put their equipment in.
Yeah.
They're not given to the people to put in there. And so they'll make the casing to spec, and make sure that there's a lot of compartments inside so they can put all their equipment in. And then these are used in military terms or whatever. So he's got a lot of credibility. He's a good friend. And I managed to get hold of this metal sample that I've been after for years. And when I actually spoke to the guy who's got the metal, there is some metal in these key rings he put, because one of his insurance was he had some guys dressed in grey suits, not men in black, but men in grey. And they asked to see this metal that he had. And he keeps it in like this briefcase. And he turned around to the guys, he says, well, you look with your eyes, not your hands. I don't want you handling it. So he opens the case, and they're like, okay, thank you. Closes the case. And then he turned around to the guys and he went, if anything happens to me, he goes, I have made 100 samples and I've put a little sliver of metal inside 100 key rings. And I've handed these key rings out to people with instructions to get it tested if anything happened to him.
Right.
So nothing's happened to him. He's still alive. But I've been after one of these key rings. So I asked for one of the key rings. Well, he sent me the key ring plus a lot more metal. So then I got in touch with my mates and said, look, can you get some of this like examined? And he was like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And he's done 4 tests. So I'm waiting for the last test that he does. But this has got to be done at a different university, because the Southampton University hasn't got one of these vacuum chambers.
Right.
So it's got to be sent to another university to get tested, and then I'll have all the results, and then I'll do a presentation. But I've heard so many stories of what it could be. At the time of this incident, there was a Russian spy satellite that was coming back into orbit. And it did make a couple of passes over the UK, over Wales.
I think I remember hearing about that. Was that the Russian satellite they were talking about that was actually going to enter the atmosphere? And, you know, there's some speculation that it wouldn't burn up in the atmosphere because it was this ultra high density metal.
Yeah, this is 82. So.
Oh, okay. So this was further back. All right.
Yeah, a lot further. But you are right. There is parts of the satellite that won't burn up because it's deep within inside the satellite.
Yeah.
So the outside of it will burn up and panels will be fried off and everything. But the main internal part of it would probably stay.
Yep.
But my argument is it couldn't have been that Russian satellite, because this object that came down here hit the top of the trees, spreading debris over the 4 fields, and then carried on flying. So it couldn't have been a satellite.
Yeah, totally. I know what you're
It couldn't have
saying.
been a plane.
Yeah, it can't remain
like-
aerodynamic after a crash landing like that.
Well, also they said it could have been an RAF Buccaneer, which was used in the 80s, and it used to do low-level flying, and it used to carry nuclear-tipped missiles. And what it would do would be it would fly 12 miles from its target, release these missiles, and then get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Right? Well, it couldn't have been the Buccaneer, because the Buccaneer was made of steel panels, not aluminium. Also, there is a hexagon pattern on the outside of this metal. Now, it can't be aircraft, because aircraft have to be smooth, for air resistance and things. So it can't be from a plane. So what is it?
Yeah, that hexagonal pattern really intrigues me. You know, all the hexagons found within nature, the sacred geometry within that is fascinating.
So, and then also the MOD have put a 70-year secrecy act on it. So whatever happened here, they don't want anybody to find out for 70 years.
Right.
So I keep badgering the MOD. The fact they're sick and tired of me. And they won't give out any more information to me.
Yeah.
I've even been threatened. It makes me laugh.
Fucking world we live in, man. Crazy.
Yeah. I've got... It's just, there's a lot that goes on in England that gets covered up.
Oh, I bet. For sure.
I think it's worse than the US. I mean, at least the US is coming out with the stuff now.
Oh, well, England has such a long history, you know, it sort of makes sense even from that standpoint.
Well, the night it happened, because I've been speaking to some of the residents in the village, and one woman turned around and said she was, I think she was around about 19, 20 at the time. She said that she heard American voices and saw American uniforms, right? So not only was the British forces here, but the American forces also. Well, the nearest base to here that had American and British forces was RAF Cosford, which is just over the border in England. And it takes 2.5 hours to get from England across the border to where I live.
Right.
They was here within the hour. So that tells me they was in the area at the time. Now, were they expecting this object to come down? And they was waiting in the area so they could go in there and clean up after it? There's loads of questions that need answering, but the MOD are refusing to give me any information. So, but you know, I'm not giving up. I mean, I gave up when they said they put a 70-year secrecy act on. I was like, oh, that's it. I can't get any more information. I'm done. And then I got the metal samples and it sort of kicked it back off again.
Right.
But I'm not the only one that's covering this story. There's quite a few other ufologists that's also covering it. And they're making documentaries about it and everything. So, and I keep having people coming to me going, Chris, can we share your information, please? And I'm a bit dubious at first, because a lot of them just want to put it in a book, you know, make themselves some money, and I'm not into that. I'm not in this UFO business to make money or fame. I'm just spreading the word, you know.
For sure, you're doing it out of good faith, not out of ego. Yeah.
I've never wanted money for it. If somebody offers me an interview, I'll do it free of charge. I ain't gonna say, right, you got to give me this and that and the other. I don't do that. So I'm at a crossroads. I mean, I don't know where to go next. I'm doing all the business with the metal and getting that tested. But as for they said a friend of mine, Mark Ollie, who made a film about it in 2011, he said, would I be interested in doing a new documentary about it? And I'd be part of the production. I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go for it. So I'm hoping within the next couple of months that gets off the ground and we start filming and all that. Because I've found new witnesses that wasn't in the 2011 production, so they can be added. Or if they don't want to be on camera, we can tell their story. You know, give them a false name or something just to hide their identity.
Yeah.
But yeah,
The story's out.
I'm loving today at the minute how everything's all starting to come out, but I'm also saying to my mates, I wish it was 10 years ago when nobody was doing it and you just had small pockets of people that was into UFOs and that was it. Because now everybody's into it. It's just too much overload. There's too much information. A lot of it's bullshit.
Yeah, well, it flattens it out, you know?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
But it's just everybody and anybody now is doing a podcast about UFOs and aliens.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I've
And
noticed that.
never used to be the case. Everybody used to frown on it and take the piss out of it and ridicule you and say you're a nutter.
Yep.
Now they want to hear what you're saying.
Right.
So this is crazy. It is. It's crazy.
I bet.
Give me
Something to live
2
through.
seconds. Just 2 seconds.
For sure.
So I just had to close my back window. It's absolutely chucking it down. What's the matter? Come on. Chickpea, I like your cat. Is she gone to sleep?
I don't know. You there, Chickpea?
Chickpea.
Did all those fuzzy balls of warmth put your ass to sleep?
I bet she has. I bet she's crushed out.
It's happened. Sometimes it happens.
What's that say there? Unblocked. C, unblocked. I just popped up.
What was that?
You know where you got private chat at the bottom?
Oh, yep.
It says C unblocked. Oh, Chickpea saying she's blocked.
Oh, I see. Here, let me fix that for you.
It says DMW has accidentally blocked me.
Let's see, does that fix it?
Oh no,
Nope,
she's
that
gone.
doesn't fix it. Here we go. I should be able to figure this out. Pops you
I
back.
thought she'd gone to sleep. Bless her.
This is weird. She's on. There, I hear you. I hear you now.
Oh,
You're not on screen, but I hear you.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
he accidentally blocked me when I was making noises about your cat. Noises. I'm no longer. Oh well, that's Pixie. I lost Pixie about 8-9 years ago, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, Jensen, he likes to lick my beard.
Yes, I know. I was making noises and everything, and DOW blocked me out.
You've done it since he was a kitten. He'll wake me up in the morning, like he'll sit on my chest if I'm fast asleep,
Yeah.
and he'll lick my chin until I wake up.
Yes, I could well believe it. He's gorgeous, but all cats are gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah. I don't
He's
see.
having a drink. He's got a water fountain.
Mine won't use their water fountain. They have to have the bathroom tap on.
Yeah, that's why I bought the water fountain, because he was wasting my bloody water. Because like,
Yeah, I know.
I put the water on in the bathroom, like on a low,
Yeah.
like low tap, so you know.
Yes.
And then he'll finish drinking, and I'll totally forget about it. And the tap's
Yes.
been running for like 2-3 hours.
Yes, that's how I live. Yeah, because they won't use the fountain for some obscure reason. And if one decides I'm not using it, they all decide. Yeah,
Cats are definitely individualistic.
What?
Oh, just cats. They're so individualistic, you know.
Yes.
Half of them love those fountains, half of them won't touch them with a fucking yardstick.
Well, I had to get him used to that one. I kept dipping my finger in the water and
Yeah.
then just letting the water drip off, and he'd lick it,
Well, that's a good idea. Maybe I should try that.
and then slowly move his head towards the fountain in the middle.
Yeah.
And then he'll sniff it, he'll lick it, and then that was it. He was so you can train cats.
Right, I'll have a go.
But he's
Oh, they're
learning
like
from
little
the- from the
scientists.
good
Someone inspect this water. Is it work? Is it right for me? No, not for me.
Yeah, he'll let me know if the water doesn't taste right as well. He'll sit there meow and meow and meow, and I
Oh
go,
yeah,
all right,
yes,
I'll change
yes.
it. Right, change it. He's happy.
Yeah. Hold on, I just go and get Dave, see if I can bring him on, because my thing has disappeared.
There you go,
Where's
back.
Dave?
There
Oh,
we
there
go.
it is. No, we'll see
I
Dave.
got it.
Hang on, where is he? There he is.
Ah,
Say
hello, puss.
hello, Dave.
Oh, he's showing us his little teethers today.
Yeah,
He's been
he
asleep.
looks half asleep.
Yeah, well, I've woken him up, and there's me. Oh God, getting so old. I need a nose job.
Yeah, he's got similar markings to Jensen.
Yeah, he goes.
Jensen's got rare markings. You can draw a line literally down his back, and he's symmetrical.
Yeah.
Either side, the markings are exactly the same either side.
And hold on. Oh, there's one jumped off, but there he is.
He's
Okay.
beautiful.
Oh, cats are beautiful.
Jensen has pussycats on the screen.
Hold on, here's another one. Oh, here's one of my torties.
See,
Yeah.
I wanted a tortoise shell, and then when I went to go because friend, her cat had 3 kittens.
Yeah. Ooh.
There was a tortoise shell, there was a tabby, silver tabby, and Jensen, Ginger Tom.
Yeah.
I went up there, and as I got up there, somebody was already there to pick up the female,
Yes.
which left the silver tabby and the Ginger Tom.
Yeah.
I said, I'll have the tabby, and she went, oh no, that's gone.
Good.
I'm waiting for someone to come pick me up. We only got the Ginger Tom left, and goes, well, I can't just leave him, so I'll
Yeah.
have him.
Yeah.
So
Torties are, they're such little madams.
he'll sit on my lap now and go to sleep.
Yeah, I used to have a cat called Chickpea. Chickpea is actually a memory of a cat I had who died 10 years ago now. And we were together for 20 years. And I miss her every day. And I actually prayed to this God of ours, who I don't even believe in, to resurrect her, because I still miss her so. But torties are little madams. They are such little madams. Yeah, I've got 2 of them.
I've always wanted a tortoise shell.
Yeah, they are some. You ought to still get one. You, Dave, your friend can live with another girl.
Yeah, well, he's been done anyway, so there wouldn't be any problems that way. And he'd probably give him somebody to play with as well.
Yes, I think you should go for it.
He gets bored.
Yeah, you should go for it. Get him a nice little torty cat to play with. He'll love her.
Shall I get you a kitten?
Yeah, go on.
He's sitting there winking at me. Yes. Okay, I'll look into it. All right.
Hold on, where's my? I must show you my. Where's? God, I'm so slow with doing all this. Can't remember where I put the pictures. Whoopsie day, but yeah, I'll have to find Chickpea. How did I do all this? I'm useless with technology, you know.
Yeah, I can build a computer and that's it. When it comes to anything like setting up a call like this, I can't do it.
Yeah,
it's
we're using the chat GBTs, but don't get me started on the user interfaces. I cannot keep up with them.
I don't use AI. I cannot stand AI. I hate it. The only reason, right? My feelings about AI is it should have stayed in industry. It shouldn't have been put out to the public, because as soon as it puts out to the public, it's misused. And I do agree with it being in industry like hospitals and pharmacists, where they can solve medicines and illnesses and that, and also in like industries like car industries and things like that. I agree with using AI when it comes to that because it helps with production. I don't
Yeah.
agree with using AI to take people's jobs, though. Like Amazon have just fired
Oh yeah,
14,000
no, I
people
agree with you on that.
for the sake of AI. Yeah. And it's easier for these companies to have AI do their jobs instead of paying out wages to people. It'll be a lot
Yep.
cheaper for them. So they're going to be making even more money than they make anyway.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying with that. Oh yeah, that use of AI drives me fucking nuts. You know,
And
The thing
also
with-
the use of AI where it takes over people's professions like artists, singers, things like that. I mean, there's a movie coming out and it's solely AI made. The woman that plays it is AI, and
I'm
they're
convinced
saying
some of
that
the- I'm
she could
convinced
be
some
in
of- there you
Hollywood
go.
as the next star. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I've heard
well, no,
about that. Yeah.
yeah, she's not a star. She's a computer program.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
So
know what you're talking about those like AI celebrities they're trying to make
yeah,
a thing now. That
yeah,
drives me fucking nuts. I'm like, all right, celebrities are already dying off. Like they're becoming a thing of the old, you know, of the past, and we're trying to replicate that with AI. Like that's just so fucking dumb. Like, oh my gosh.
well, I mean, there's I watched Ross Coulthard on News Nation, and his producer Megan O'Rara, she the other day had the Bigfoot, the AI Bigfoot, and she's done it AI as well. And we was having a laugh and a joke because she's been Bigfooted. But she was made AI and she didn't like seeing herself as AI.
Right?
And it's really, really weird. It's like Jensen's biting my hand. Ow! Oh, you little bugger.
I've put Chickpea up there. That's a torty. You should get him a little torty girlfriend.
Should I get you a tortured girlfriend?
Yeah, go on, you
You're going to
must.
stop biting if I do.
Yeah, get him a little torty girlfriend. You'll love her. You'll love her, and she will claw her way right into your soul because they claw your way in.
Jensen's already done that.
Yeah, that's true.
Jensen, I used to wash up at the sink and Jensen would climb up the back of my trouser legs, up the back of my jumper,
Like,
and then
onto your
sit on my shoulder
Yeah.
while I'm washing up.
Yes. Lucky you.
And
I'm
also,
jealous.
I'll go in the shower, or I'm having a shower. He'll come and join me.
Yes, lucky you're lucky. I envy you.
I was surprised that a cat likes water because I was told that cats
Yeah,
don't
no,
like water.
no.
It's a
Man,
myth.
a cat, a dog,
Cats
and a
love
parrot
water.
all in one.
Yeah,
Sounds gorgeous.
but I had to stop him getting in the shower because he'll go in the shower, he'll get absolutely soaking wet, and then he'll run into my bedroom all over my bed. So I had to change all the bedding and everything. It's like,
Yeah.
The entire inside house is not your blanket.
But I made him an indoor cat. I didn't want him going out
Yeah.
because of the
See your point.
traffic,
Yes.
the students.
You should get him a
There's
friend then.
also- There's a couple of Chinese restaurants around here
Yeah.
that were shut down because they was using animals.
Oh, lovely. Yes.
Got a big scratch on my arm now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying there. But there's
So,
Chickpea, my little chicks.
he's played rough. I've got scars from where he's like literally
Yeah.
raked down my arm.
Yeah, I
with his
think
fat
he
legs.
needs to have a little friend, to be honest.
Yeah.
A nice little torty girl. You'll love her.
There was a cat on the windowsill. It comes from a couple of doors down. Big fluffy ginger Tommy.
Oh,
And Jensen jumps up onto the windowsill.
yeah.
Basically, he's looking like this.
Oh,
Jet's going from
wow.
side to side and that. And this ginger Tom on the other side of the glass has gone ballistic. He's tried to get to Jensen, scratching at the grass and everything, doing growls. And Jensen just sat there as calm as anything, just like head going to one side, like,
Yeah.
what the hell are you doing? It's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but he'll sit in the window. Because it's a seaside town, we
Yes.
get a lot of visitors,
Yes.
especially from abroad. We get
Yeah.
a lot of Japanese and Asians and everything. Jensen will be on the windowsill and then they'll all be out there taking selfies.
Yes.
And the amount of photographs that he's had taken of him. He could set up his
Oh,
own website.
wow. That's gorgeous.
They all
That
know.
is
People come.
gorgeous.
There was a couple. I was sitting on my doorstep this summer because it was warm, and Jensen was sitting or lying in the sun on the doorstep next to
Yeah.
me. This woman's walked past, and she went, "Oh, you still got your cat then?" And I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "Oh, we was on holiday here last year, and we saw him in your window."
Yeah, people remember. I get it back to my cats. Yeah, people remember you and your cat.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
I don't even know these people, but they know
Yeah,
Jensen.
I can
Like,
say here. Yeah. Say here. Mine. Yeah.
Jeez, your cat's an an international celebrity. My goodness.
well, if I'm doing my show, Jensen will jump up, and then
Yeah.
somebody will say in the audience, "Oh, Jensen's on camera," and then that's it. We'll all start talking about Jensen when we're supposed to be talking about UFOs or something.
It's like that, isn't it? Yeah.
We don't need ADHD. We got cats. That's awesome.
But he's known on he's well known on Discord on Hello Ali's Discord, Christina Gomez's Discord, and Chris Latho's Discord as well.
All right.
They all know Jensen.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
goodness.
That's lovely.
Every time
Really
I'm gone
happy
on, he's
for
like,
you.
"How's Jensen doing? How's his illness? How is he
Oh,
going
that's
on with his
lovely.
medication and all that lot?" So
How about
Nice,
that?
isn't it?
don't
Cheers
want to
to
know
that.
about me.
Huh?
None of them want to know about me.
No, I know that one. I know that. Yeah. It's true.
But yeah, he's well loved.
Yeah. No, he should
I
be.
got really upset when I found out from the vet that he wasn't very well.
Oh, God.
It cost me near enough £600.
Yes, I know. Don't tell me about it.
Yeah, and then they turned around and said, "We want to see him in 3 months. We're going to put him through all the same tests again." And I thought, well, that's another £800.
Yes. Don't tell me about it. I do now. I've got 7 of them.
So yeah, but he's doing fine. He's starting to jump again, which is good,
Good.
and climb, and be his
Yeah.
usual self, which is a good sign.
Yes. Yeah, cats are adorable. I think there's no creature I love as much as cats.
See, I've always been a dog person, and
Yeah.
then I was like, well, I could get a dog, but that means I'm going to have to go out all the time, maybe like three or 4 times a day to take the dog for a walk and that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the time, and I thought it wouldn't be fair on getting
Yeah.
a dog.
They're high energy
So-
animals. Yes.
I got a cat, and as he was a kitten, I made sure that he stayed
Oh.
in. In fact, I let him out in the back alleyway,
Yeah.
because there's other houses. There's a back alley, and then there's other houses.
Yeah.
I let him out. I let him out there, out in the alley, and this seagull flew over.
Yes. Be
He
careful.
powered down and then ran back inside, and he never went back out after.
Mm.
And I was
Jeez.
like, "You're a cat. You're not supposed to be scared of birds."
Well, I
Oh
could
no, you might have a good instinct there,
I
man.
can well imagine.
My goodness, I remember I had Jack Russells growing up, and a hawk nearly got one of them. Like,
Yeah.
like I remember running outside, fucking saving it from this hawk, and the whole family didn't fucking believe me. They're like, "Yeah, I know we have hawks around here, but a hawk wouldn't go after a small dog." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, they would. We've
Yeah,
got
they
we've
would.
got around here. We've got red kites and buzzards.
Lovely.
Yeah.
It
The
sounds
only-
really nice where you live.
Oh, we got
It is
eagles and hawks
beautiful.
over here, so yeah, we
Well,
got all,
the
we
only
got a lot of
time-
the raptors.
The only time I ever saw a red kite was in the school book,
Mm.
because there was nearly enough extinct in the UK.
Yeah.
And now Wales have got feeding stations, and there is hundreds of birds that will circle these
Oh.
feeding stations.
Oh, how
And
nice!
where in my old apartment that I lived in, which was on top of a hill,
Wow.
we had a red kite nesting in our back garden.
Oh, you lucky thing.
And every morning, you'd hear her wake up squawking. She'd go over to a hill fort, which is called Pendennis, and that's her hunting ground.
Mhm.
And I've seen her bringing back baby rabbit, snake, slow
Yeah.
worm, voles, shrews, anything, you know, and you can see them as she flies back and she's got them in her talons.
Yeah. Nature's
Um,
cool, isn't it?
And then the male will come in once a year. They mate and they don't hang around. Then they go off back into their own hunting
Right.
ground.
Well, he's got it good, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wow,
typical
those red
male.
kites
You're on
are
about it's
beautiful.
typical male.
Yes.
So, and then the very first time I ever saw a buzzard was the very first day I come into Wales, and I was in a car with my brother, and he pointed out, he goes, "Oh look, there's a buzzard on that fence post," and I ain't kidding you, this thing was huge. It was massive,
Yes. Beautiful.
and then it just like literally just took flight, and you could see all the feathers all
Oh,
spread
I'm
out.
jealous.
Absolutely beautiful bird.
Jealous of you.
And then last week, I was watching sea otters play in
Oh, wow.
the
Oh,
harbour.
that's the best.
Watching, lying on their belly, lying on the backs, trying to
Yeah.
smash open mussels.
That's,
Just,
yeah, gorgeous to see, isn't it?
You gotta
So
love sea
fascinating.
otters.
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, see, I've got dolphins in the bay.
You lucky guy,
Every morning you'll see them spinning out the water.
because there's no one in the world as beautiful.
Oh, dolphins
Well,
are a trip.
they do boat tours, and they'll take you out to the dolphins.
Wow.
And I went out on one, and this dolphin's like come up, and the bloke on the boat's turned around. And he goes, "You can't touch him. You're not allowed to touch him." And I
Yes.
was like, "Screw you! I'm rubbing this dolphin's nose. I am," and he's loving it. He's putting his head up like that. He's knocking my hand and that, and I'm stroking his dolphin. And then skipper of the boat, he's gone absolutely ballistic at
Thing
me.
is, there is method in their madness, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's
I
the sad
understand.
truth
Yeah.
of it all. There's method in
Well,
the madness.
I was on top of there's a hill right on the seafront, and there's a train that goes up it.
Yeah.
It's called Constitution Hill, and there's this like double train. One goes up, one goes down,
Yeah.
and it will take you to the top of the hill. And on the top of it, there's an observatory where you can look, and it's like a mirror with a lens, and you can move it about so you can see for miles all the way around. And you look on this mirror and you can see it. Well, I was up there one day with my friend, and I got my video camera, and I was like, "Oh wow, God, look at all those dolphins!" And there was just this massive pod of dolphins going from like the north down to the south.
Yeah.
Well, it was on the news that night, local news, that a pod of over 2,000 dolphins had been spotted.
Wow.
And it was one of the
Whoa.
biggest pods that was recorded at that
Wow.
time. And I've got it on film.
Wow.
Wow.
And because I was on this hill looking down, you
Yeah.
could see all of them like just humping out the water,
Oh, my
going back
goodness.
in. You got all the juveniles coming out, spinning and playing.
Gorgeous,
You got
aren't
the
they?
bull. You got the bulls that will stay on the edge of the pack to
Yeah.
make sure that they're safe.
Yeah.
And then you could see all the mackerel in
Oh, wow.
shoals, and the dolphin surrounds them
Yeah.
and swims like in a circle, and all the ball, they make a bait ball, and then the dolphins will go in.
The bubble netting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I watched all that from the top of this hill. Absolutely fantastic. And it's like the only time I ever saw stuff like that was on a nature program or something
Yes.
on TV. And now
Yes,
I'm seeing
love
it
that.
in like real life, and it's like in the summer I'll go and sit up on top of this hill overlooking the sea, and I can see little skinks and lizards all running across the
Aw.
rocks, and slow worms will come out, and you pick them up, stroke them, put them back in the grass. I saw
Yeah,
my
here,
first,
yeah.
I saw my first adder the other day,
Wow.
which is Britain's poisonous snake,
Yep.
All right.
and I saw one for the first time the other day. I was on my bike, and he went across the path in front of me. So I had to quickly put my brakes on so this snake could go. It was a juvenile; it weren't fully grown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a badger set as well on the track where I go,
Oh,
and I have never seen a live badger in my life.
wow.
So I keep saying, I'm going to get a camera one night. I'm going to go and sit up there. I'm going to see if I can catch
Yeah,
these
you
badgers.
should.
But I went down there on my bike, and my front wheel went down the set, and it threw me off my bike, and took a big chunk out my shin and everything. So, but yeah, badger set. Foxes I feed by hand.
I do. They come to my flat.
Yeah.
I actually get fox outside my flat, and some of the foxes played by cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
they're
Oh, yeah. The
completely
cubs will play
tame.
with cats. Yeah.
Yeah, foxes and
Chase
cats
each
are all
other.
right.
There's a friend of mine. She lives in Surrey. She wrote a book about foxes. She had a fox that she called Foxy Loxy.
Oh, wow.
And how she met this fox was she had a handbag on the table in the kitchen. The doors was open, the patio
Yeah.
doors. The fox came in and pinched the handbag. And she followed all the contents of her handbag back to where the den was. And the handbag was outside
wow.
the den. So she's put all
Oh,
the stuff
wow.
back in there, you know, and she didn't see the fox. It was back in its set. So she's cussing this fox. And then she goes back home. That night, the same fox comes back out in the garden sniffing about. And she's like,
Yeah.
I've put my handbag away. You're not getting it this time.
Yeah.
Anyway, every night this fox had come into her garden. So
Yeah.
she got to feed it with boiled eggs and things.
Yeah.
And dog food and that.
Yes.
And then she would bring her cubs in.
Yes.
And Foxy Loxy, she passed, but her cubs kept
Oh,
coming in.
God. Yeah.
And now they've had cubs as well, and they're bringing their cubs in. And she's now a fully licensed animal carer.
Yeah.
That looks after foxes. And
that's the life I wanted. Yeah.
She's just recently had a black fox come in that was injured. Because now
So
she
she run
takes
like
care
a
of it.
fox sanctuary or something.
Yeah, but it's other animals. She gets hedgehogs and squirrels. And
life I wanted.
So a full-on animal sanctuary. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. She said that she didn't want to go down that path, but
that's the life that I wanted.
That's the life that she's been pushed down. So
that's the life I always want for myself. Yeah.
She loves it. Absolutely loves it.
I got sucked in by the city.
I used to do a lot of security work. So I would be on a site one night and I used to get a fox that used to come in, a male.
Yeah.
And he got used to me. Every night he'd come a little bit closer and a little bit closer. And I would sit on the step.
Yeah.
And not make any sharp movements, make a really slow movements. And then one day I was eating my sandwich because I was on a break. And I took a bit of the sandwich and I held it out. And I just kept my arm just out. I didn't move or nothing.
Yeah.
And he slowly came up. He took the food and he backed up.
Gorgeous.
And then from that night onwards, feeding him by hand.
Gorgeous. They are such gorgeous creatures. I get them around here. And in Hackney, someone's actually spaying them. I saw a fox a couple of years ago and it had these spay marks on her side where she'd been done.
I would love to have met that person.
Yes, I think I know. There's a couple of very wealthy people living down the road. It's a great big beautiful Victorian house, and I think it's being done there. But yeah, someone's spaying them. Yeah, the girls.
I've only got to meet those people, and I will go to prison.
Really curious too that they'd be spaying them when like fox hunts. You know the history behind.
What's wrong with spaying a fox?
No. The person that spaded them.
Yeah.
I would hurt that person.
Why? I don't
because
understand.
It's cruelty to animal.
You know what? Actually, now this is interesting because I've got an interesting story about all this. Actually, it's spaying because I've been spayed. I've had the same op that cats get. We know the cats are spayed. I've had that op myself.
Oh, right. Hold on. I misunderstood. I thought that the person was going after him with a spade.
No, spaying, sterilizing.
Sterilizing. That's what. Yeah. Now I've clicked on.
Sterilize is the best thing can happen to somebody.
Right.
It's the best thing can happen to you. You know what I've been done?
I don't know about doing that to wildlife, though. You know, unless that's part of the systemic program.
A fox is not in the cities. They're not classed as wild animals. They're classed as urban.
Yeah, because they're so it keeps the population down. But
you see,
no,
the reason why there's more foxes in cities than in the countryside now,
not hunted. That's why.
Is in the countryside they're hunted,
yeah,
right? And I have the amount of fox hunting that I have got myself into trouble because I have tipped people off horses, right? Yeah. I have put pepper down on the floor so it screws up the dog's senses. I've done loads of stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Nice.
One of the biggest things, though, that I did and regretted was, I don't know if you've heard about this, Chickpea. A couple of years ago in Surrey, well, not a couple of years ago, we're
Yeah.
talking probably about 30 years ago now in Surrey,
Mm-hmm.
there was a mink farm.
Yes, don't tell me
Animal
about it.
rights broke into it and let go a load of mink,
Yes.
5,000 mink.
Yes, I know.
Oh,
Yeah, I
God.
remember that. Yes. Hmm.
I was one of those people.
Wow. Well done, you.
Yeah, but that caused a major problem.
Yes, I
Yeah,
know, because
that's
agreed.
gonna mess with the
Well,
ecology of your area for sure.
It wasn't so much the mink ran amok. They decimated all the duck population in
Yeah,
Surrey,
exactly.
all the chickens,
Mm.
loads of other birds as well.
Yes, because they're
Oh,
invasive
minks are
species.
crazy
Yeah.
predators.
So the mink was in the end, they were culled.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if I knew then what was going to happen, I wouldn't have
right.
been part of it. I wouldn't have
Thing is,
released
two
it.
wrongs don't make a right.
No.
And they don't. They shouldn't
Right.
have been there in the first place. They shouldn't have been breeding them for
Harm
fur
the
in the
risk
first place.
benefit.
You know, it's two wrongs don't make a right. You can't. Yeah.
I was wanted by the police for that.
Well, good, well done, you though, for
I
doing
bet.
it.
I bet.
And the other one that we did, we broke into a laboratory and they had beagles.
Oh, Jesus wept. No. Yeah.
And we broke into the cages and took the beagles
Yes.
out. We got arrested.
Yes, I bet you did.
And the beagles was given back to the lab.
Yes.
And basically, the company didn't want to press charges because they didn't want all this in the press.
Yes.
So we got away
I've
with
been
it.
arrested.
Well, thank God the
rights.
lawyers were so dumb to not think that, you know, you might be releasing that information anyway.
Thing is, at the end of the day, unfortunately, we're a member of the 2%, so we'll never get anywhere. It's sad, brutal.
Hey, but guess what? Us 2%, we love fighting the rest.
I used to have given up.
I'm an activist. I'm an activist. I'm a protester.
Yeah,
I've been down to London many times in Parliament and protested about the poll tax. I was there for the poll tax marches. Well, that then turned into riots.
Yes.
I was there when
we probably went. I bet you anybody we were probably in the same demonstration somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to demonstrate a lot when I was young.
Animal rights.
Yes.
I am against the government.
So
against authority.
Yes, so am I.
For sure.
There's too much authority. At the end of the day, it's common sense.
They're just bloody, they're evil and corrupt. I mean, look at the RSPCA. Charlie Boy is the patron. So Charlie Boy likes to go out killing foxes and shooting down birds. So there we have it.
Look, the one that always gets me is how come PETA's never talking about the militarization of these animals? You know, canines and police forces and, you know, horses, you know. You never hear anything from PETA about that. And it's crazy, though, because I looked into that. Apparently, a big part of that is a lot of their benefactors are conservatives that, you know, don't vibe with that kind of stuff.
Well, here in the UK, not so long ago, we had, you'll remember this, Chickpea, about the parade horses that escaped and ran through London.
I know.
And they was banging into traffic and they got injured and everything.
Oh,
well,
geez.
The white one, I can't remember her name, but she is back on parade and she's healthy again. But the male who was dark, he's been put out to pasture.
Oh, that's good.
But they get looked after. The ex-parade horses, they live out their lives on a nice farm, you know.
Yeah.
But he was too traumatized, and he couldn't be put back into the guards again. So, but one thing I will give the military for when it comes to animals, they do look after them.
They do. They're very kind to them. I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the police tend to be, because I'm one of these leaders that stops police horses.
My uncle was.
Must be different over in England, man. It's not that way over here in America. I mean, it is that way with the canines for the most part, but the police horses, they do not give them the respect that they should give an animal.
That annoys me. That does.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, they'll teach you to ignore their training to fucking, oh, they've been trained to not stomp on fucking innocent civilians. I'm gonna, counteract its training to teach it to fucking stomp on these fucking innocent civilians. Like,
That
they do all
happened.
sorts of shit.
That happened at the poll tax march in London. It turned into a riot, and they brought in all the riot horses. And one of the riot horses bolted and knocked a woman over and then trampled on her. And they picked the woman up. She got medical attention, but so did the horse. They made sure that the horse was fine.
Horse tramplings at the LA protests that happened
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah, I saw that.
Horse tramplings.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Because I'm really pissed off with ICE.
Oh yeah, me too. Big time.
There was a video that I saw of a 15-year-old girl being dragged out of a car by ICE. They threw her on the ground. They put their knee on her neck, handcuffed her, and then threw her in the back of the car.
Jesus Christ.
And then she got deported, and she was screaming, "I'm 15 years old, I'm 15 years old." And then I saw another video of a little girl who was 6, handcuffed behind her back, being put in the back of a police car.
Yeah.
6 years old.
I saw a video of a 6-year-old girl that didn't speak English in immigration court without a lawyer, without any interpreter, and they were asking her if she understood what was going on.
Actually, Chris, that's Chickpea sitting in the picture. You're the cat sitting there? That's Chickpea.
Yeah.
We were together for 20 years. Yeah. 20 whole years. Yeah, she died of kidney failure and diabetes.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
That's why I'm trying to make it as comfortable as I can for him.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm not looking forward to that day.
No.
I mean, he's 14 now.
It's sad, brutal reality of life. It's the sad, brutal reality of life.
Do you know,
all you can do is give him the best life you can and give him a nice, pleasant death. When the time comes, just get him quietly euthanized, because euthanasia is very peaceful. They're just dying in your arms. Chickpea died in my arms. You can't have a better death than that.
I get more upset over an animal's death than I do with a human.
Yes, you're like me. Yeah.
I don't understand why that's this. I mean,
I'm the same. Exactly the same. Yeah.
I'm the same across the board.
Yeah.
I'm across the board. No, I mean, I'm same across the board. Humans die, it fucking irritates me, pisses me off. Animal dies, it irritates, pisses me off. I'm across the board.
You know what? Shall I tell you something terrible, Chris? Yeah. I've never had any children, and I don't like babies. And when I can understand that women kill their own babies, which I don't know what's going through my little head. I mean, I'd never have a baby, but if I see a kitten, my heart swells with love. If I see a baby, there's nothing there. Nothing.
Well,
well,
at least there's not hate there.
No,
that's it. But I see baby animals as
beautiful. There's just nothing to match it.
But also helpless.
Yes, and beautiful.
They
and innocent. It's the innocence. We're not born innocent.
Human babies is more helpless than animal babies.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, but animals are born innocent. We're not.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I think we're born chaotic. I think we're neutral chaotic. It's like we're that blank slate, but a blank slate of chaos.
Blank slate. You know? Yeah, that's it. A blank slate of chaos.
Yeah, that's what I think babies are born. You know,
I don't like babies. I've never completely.
We're not this atheist. We're born a blank slate. We're not this Christian. We were born sinful. You know, we were born chaotic neutral. You know, we're a chaotic blank slate.
Very untoward about us. Very untoward. Yeah.
Just the things human babies do that are completely different than any animal's baby species on this planet. You can't attribute it to anything but chaos.
Yeah, you're right. Learned something new today. Yeah. But Chickpea was the dearest girl. Oh, I loved her so. I loved her. No one in the world as gorgeous as a tortoise.
You don't believe in the soul, do you, Chickpea?
Yeah, my soul hurts.
Oh, well.
That's why I come here.
Okay. Well, that's probably what it is then. It's probably that maybe chickpeas another aspect of your soul, you know? Maybe it's the other side.
Chickpea has clawed away into my soul. When I met Chickpea, my soul pinged.
Oh, okay. So you don't think she was a different aspect of your soul. You just think she crawled her way into your soul.
She just, as soon as I met her, I knew I loved bits. No, my soul hurts. I got to, that's why I'm coming here, because I'm I'm 71 years old. And I've got to find out what the problem is and to solve it before I pass through the gateway. Because I don't want to come back for another stint. I don't want to. That's why I come here, because my soul hurts.
I love you, Chickpea. You're like, I'm on my final test. I got to make it count. I need to fucking pass it.
Yeah, I don't want to come back for another stint on this planet, and I don't want to.
Well, you have more awareness than most.
See, somebody asked me the other day, he goes, are you scared of dying? And I went, no, I'm not scared of dying. I'm scared of leaving people. That's the thing. My friends and my brother, I'm scared of leaving them. I'm not scared of dying, because I know for a fact that there's something after this life.
Yeah, but you don't believe. I believe there's something very negative. I believe in the tunnels of light and the dark, and I'm training myself to go into the dark. I believe that. Yes, unfortunately, I believe it. I'm very, very anti-God, and I think us humans are caught up in something very, very pernicious.
I'm completely neutral about the afterlife. I think the afterlife is probably just another series of tests, just like our life is.
Well, I think we're just recycled, to be honest.
I think of it this way.
Reborn.
I think of it this way. We are energy. And when our body dies, that energy will just go up into the ether. You'll become, right. So your energy will still carry on living.
Yeah, well, I don't
want even though your body's gone, you know, people say, oh, the energy is your soul, or, you know. Yeah. So that energy will disperse from the body into the ether, and then you'll become part of the world. Now,
have you had out-of-body experience?
No, but I have had what scientists call, which I totally disagree with, is sleep paralysis. And I've had it more than once.
Experience under surgery when I was.
God, sleep paralysis can be a fucking bitch.
What?
Oh,
yeah, but I don't believe what the scientists class it as. Because even though they class it as sleep paralysis, where your mind is wide awake but your body's asleep, right?
Right.
They still don't know what sleep paralysis is, so they just label it as sleep paralysis and then expect everybody to believe what they say, but they still don't know what it is. Right?
I know what you're saying, though.
I believe that sleep paralysis isn't sleep paralysis. I believe that people are they're not being abducted anymore. They're having the experiments while they're in this paralysis.
I see.
But on the subject of out-of-body experiences, when I was 7, I had to have surgery, and I came out of my body during the surgery, and I just
I'll tell you a story in a minute.
Floated above myself, but my soul and my being was in the floating me. My body was just a load of cells. I was very aware of the fact I was me in the body floating above the surgery.
My granddad had to have a major surgery.
Yeah.
Right? If he didn't have it, he would have died.
Yeah.
Right? He was put under to go into the operating room before he was in the operating room.
Yeah.
He was in the room next door.
Yeah. Yeah. I know
so they gave him the ether or whatever, and then they wheeled him in.
Yes.
Right. Right. So he didn't know what the operating theatre was like. Right. My granddad, this is the very first time I'd ever experienced anything like this. My granddad turned around when we went to go and see him. He said, when they was operating on me, I was in the corner of the room looking down on myself.
Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah.
And the doctor was like, well, can you tell me more? This is the surgeon. Can you tell me more? Because I've had other reports of other people saying this.
Yeah.
Right. So my granddad, he turned around, he went, yeah. He goes, I can even do you one better. I can even tell you the joke that you told the nurses, and we told the joke to the surgeon what he turned around and told the nurses. Now, my granddad was under. There was
Yes,
no way
exactly
he
what
could
I'm
have
trying to
heard
say.
anything or seen anything.
Yeah, I've had that.
But he described the theatre,
Yes.
where all the machines were,
Yeah.
where the doctors and nurses were standing and everything.
Yeah, I've had that.
Yeah.
But my mum basically called my granddad a lying bullshitter
Oh my gosh.
because she didn't believe,
No, people don't.
right?
I know, I still don't. It's crazy.
My stepdad, my granddad went and sat in the kitchen and I followed because I was interested in what my granddad was saying. My dad went in there and we sat in the kitchen for like 2 hours just talking about it all.
Yeah.
And that was like my first experience of something paranormal.
Yeah, this is mine, the whole thing. But my soul, all my knowledge and everything was detached from my body. So our body, our being exists outside ourselves. We don't need this meat bag.
Right.
It's a trap. The meat bag is a trap. Yes, exactly. The meat bag is a trap. Because I was fully functioning, floating around the room, and I was.
Well, that's funny you call it a meat bag because that's what Bob Lazar said that we were.
Yeah, we're meat bags. We're trapped inside. That's what I'm trying to say. We're meat bags trapped
Yep.
inside. And what happens is when you die, you know what I believe about myself? Because I do believe I've lived before, because I was born with certain capabilities that I brought into this life with me. Shit life. And well, I believe that when you die, you're just bloody well recycled into the next body that comes along. And I really believe that. Huh?
I believe that I lived in, I think it was probably the 50s.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say this is because it was an old American style car with the bench seats on the front.
Yeah.
White bench seats.
Yeah.
All chrome dashboard. Stereo in the middle. Glove box. Steering wheel with the chrome in the centre and white steering wheel. Yeah. The woman sitting next to me had a white red polka dot dress. The man that was sitting next to me had a black thin moustache in a suit, and I was a little boy sitting in the front seat.
Yeah.
And that's all I can remember.
Yeah.
Now I turned around and told my dad this, and he was like, "You probably lived back then, and something happened, and then you was put into
you just put to
reincarnated in 7." Yeah. So it was just, and this is such a vivid memory. I can see colour. I can see it was sunshine. The roof was off on the car. We was all sitting on the front seat. I wasn't in the back or nothing.
Yeah.
And the woman, she had a beehive hairstyle.
Yeah.
The man had his hair all flicked to one side, thin moustache and that lot, suit and everything. It looked 50s style.
Yeah.
But it also looked American.
Yeah, well, that's okay. You probably decided to reincarnate to the UK. You'll just put into the next meat bag that comes along. Because when I was a little girl, I could knit, sew, and crochet without anyone teaching me. It was just there. I was born with it. And I reckon that I probably lived in Victorian England as a housemaid. I got a horrible feeling.
So, you know what I said earlier about everybody's, oh no, you wasn't here then. It's the other lad that we was chatting to.
Yeah.
I said to him, I strongly believe that everybody is born with an ability.
But now, I think we get that in our former lives.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? Everybody is born with ability where if you're good at art, you're good at music, you're good at singing, you're good at writing, you're good at whatever, right? And you can then, from an early age, you can carry on with that experience to make yourself better.
Yes.
Or you can follow another path and do something else.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You just broke open my brain a little bit with that one, man, because I'm a polymath and I have all these different areas of expertise and I have multiple past life experiences. So
there you
that
go.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
So what if everybody's born with the ability that they've already been taught?
Wow. That was pretty impressive there. That was a
So
good one.
yeah, that's yeah.
Oh, believe me, right, because I suffer from insomnia, my brain is working all the time.
I'm just going to make
can't-
yourself a cup of tea, okay?
Okay, I can't meditate. I can't do any meditation because my brain's that worked. I can't settle. I can't relax. Right. But because of this, I have some really good ideas. Another one was Three Eye Atlas. Harvey Loeb said that there was the tail was pointing towards the sun, unlike any other comet where the tail is facing away from the sun. So I suggested, what if it wasn't a tail? What if it's a shield? And the reason why it's all glowing up on the front is because of all the sun particles are hitting it, and it's making it glow like what we do get on the aurora borealis with the northern lights.
Right.
And he was like, yeah, okay, that sounds plausible. It's a good theory, but yeah, and he goes, well, if that's the case, then Three Eye Atlas must have some form of mechanism to give it that shield, like magnetic force or something.
Right.
And all the others agreed. It was like, yeah, okay, that's plausible. It's a good theory. And then they said, oh, the tail is now facing away from the sun, but they're still getting the glow at the front. And I come out with certain things like this, and then I have to tell the person that's come out with the story in the first place. So I got in touch with Harvey Loeb, and I mentioned this to Harvey Loeb, and then gets a message back going, it's a really good theory, but you're probably wrong. It's probably not that, because I don't see Three Eye Atlas producing its own magnetic force, which would cause it to have a shield. So I said to him, I goes, yeah, but we're dealing with something that we've never seen before.
Huh.
So he agreed, yeah. So, but I love having conversations where you can just bounce ideas off each other. And it doesn't matter how stupid the idea sounds, because it leads to other things.
Oh, I know what you're getting at with that.
Yeah. But also with, what's the name? Oh, she's back. There's Betzel, I think her name is. She's the one that does all the photographic plates of the stars, and noticed that there's objects out there that was up there before Sputnik was. Right. And I've looked at these photographic plates. There was a thing online where you could sign up, and then they show you two plates of the same stars, but one was took in the 1950s and one was took in the 90s. And what you had to do was you could slide the two plates over the top of each other so you could match up the stars. And I noticed that there was objects that was missing. So what you had to do was you had to mark it to say the object is missing, or the object had moved, or there's no change. And then you go on to the next slide, and then the next slide, and I was finding loads of anomalies. I was like, yeah, that star's missing. Yeah, that star's moved.
Right.
Now, when you're looking at stars at a distance and they're photographing it over, say, 50 years, that star hasn't moved that much as it's going through like the plane of the galaxy.
For sure. Totally.
So when you see a star that's moved, say, a couple of millimeters, that's acceptable because that's the movement that it would normally do. But if you see a star that's moved considerably, then that's not a star.
For sure.
So what is it? And if that was up there before we put any satellites up there, it's got to be something. So she wrote two papers. She wrote a paper and she's had it published twice. One in the Science Summit, and then the other one was a Piers paper. So now that story's out there. So other scientists now can do the same test as what she did and come up with the same conclusions as what she did, because there is no other conclusion. So, and she's leading the way at the minute. And I messaged her and said, I was doing exactly the same thing with these plates, but I can't find the website. I've been trying to find this website so I can carry on with the research, and I can't find it.
Huh.
I didn't save it.
Interesting.
But there's, all it is just a photographic plate, and you can either have it so it's black with white stars, or you can reverse it so it's white background with black stars. And I found it easier to use the white backgrounds because you can see the stars better.
Oh, for
Even
sure.
the little dots of light in the distance.
Yeah.
And all you do is you just put a mark, and say, right, this one's got anomalies, go on to the next one. And then that plate then will get viewed by another person.
No, I know what you're saying. That used to be a big thing on the internet, man. That networked computing, you know. Where
look, SETI did it. I had a screensaver, which is from SETI.
Yeah.
And it used to crunch the data.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could leave your computer running overnight and just leave this desktop running.
Yeah.
And they was looking for really, really big spikes, which is data coming in. And I'd found a couple, and I'd made a few reports. Nothing major. I didn't find any, like, quasars or anything. But yeah, I used to do stuff like that all the time. But back then, SETI didn't have the setups like what we've got today with like all the crypto crunching and all that lot, using loads and loads of like hard drives. So what SETI suggested was using everybody else's computer around the world, because there's millions of them. So just get everybody to download the program and let their computer crunch all their data for them.
Yeah.
And it's a brilliant idea.
No, it is. Yeah, no, I looked into that around COVID, and apparently they stopped doing that as much because they were saying it didn't make as much economic sense because the supercomputing and AI is just the processing power, you know. But to me, that seemed more like an energy management issue, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, the data banks that they use today, they use so much energy, it's unreal.
Oh yeah, insane amount of energy. It's absolutely insane. And to me, the whole thing is, okay, well, why don't we make some slow moving power system, you know, use some solar panels to some old iPhones and get to crunching some numbers.
Yeah. Right then, listen, I'm going to have to shoot off because it's just gone 2 o'clock in the morning here.
I've been asleep all day, so I'm still wide awake.
Yeah, but I've got to be up in 4 hours.
Wait, are you going to work?
No, I've got to go and do an interview.
Oh, wow, what for?
This guy spotted a UFO, and I'm going to go and interview him about it.
Oh, wow.
So
it's hard work.
Should be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got to go and meet him at 9 o'clock in Prestatyn, which is North Wales. But I've got to go catch a train out of Wales and then catch a train back into Wales.
Lovely.
There's no direct link.
Yeah. So no car then?
No, I don't drive. I've got my racing license. I used to do a lot of racing.
Wow.
I haven't got my driving license.
Oh wow.
Well, you can get away with that in Europe, man. Fuck.
No. You ain't got a license. They'll put points on your license. They'll give you a hefty fine.
No,
I'm just saying, like, you actually have at least some public transport available yeah.
I tell you,
in Europe. There's
Europe
like
now,
no transportation in America.
Tell you something, Sage is getting so bad in England anyway. Only certain members of society have to have a driving license. Others don't need one. There are people driving cars who can't speak the language.
Oh, tell me about it.
And it's sickening.
Don't get me started on immigration.
I'm getting. You know what? I like a bit of diversity, but it's gone complete because I'm looking to.
It's gone too much, right? Look. There was the other day. You had a MP that turned around. He went to Handsworth in Birmingham and said he went there and he didn't see a white person.
Yeah,
right. He was classed as a racist for what he said, right? But
I know
there was a Muslim bloke that spoke near enough directly after him, right? And he even admitted that he hardly sees white people there.
Yes,
but he wasn't classed as a racist.
Yes, I know.
Right?
I'm having problems because of it.
I agree with when people do immigration properly and they go through the proper channels, but all these boats and everything, that really does my head in.
They're coming in with my plane as well. It's just, yeah, I go to Tesco when I go shopping, and I'm the only blonde there, and I don't like it.
Well, it's just about to get a whole lot worse now that Trump shut down all that U.S. aid. So have fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking to move out, unfortunately. I don't know where I'm going to go.
Sega, you want to hear me on X slagging Trump off? And I do it to him. I send him messages and I slag the hell out of him.
Be careful with him. He's a nasty piece of work.
I no longer have anxiety like I once did, but I'd be straight like Tweak from South Park, man. I'd be like, oh my God, Trump's going to tweet to Kim Jong-un and they're going to fucking send a nuke to my backyard. I'm going to be fucked.
It's like I sent a message to Netanyahu slagging him off about Gaza and everything. And I turned around and I went, what are you going to do? You're going to send like one of your drones over and put a missile through my house or something?
Fuck, I'd be fucking afraid of Mossad coming after me, man.
Yeah, even.
I don't care. Look, I fight the establishment, and Netanyahu is nothing. Trump is nothing. Right? I remember the days where we used to go after these dictators, and they used to get hung. Now they're given a green light to do what they want. So.
Mine has always been a shit house, Chris. It's been a shit house since the beginning of dawn of time.
Yeah, right.
It's Cain and Abel. After all, who was it that killed whom? But if I'd been the one thrown out the Garden of Eden, I would have been the big bad one for offering vegetables.
I wouldn't have gone out the Garden of Eden. I would have told them to sod off. I'd say, I like it here. I'm living here. You invited me. I'm not leaving.
If you want me out,
the right approach, Chris.
Yeah, I'll turn around to him. I say, you want me out? Go and get your solicitor. Go and take me to court. Get me out that way.
It's true, though. Because I tell you something, I find this world very hard to live in. It's very hard.
It is getting harder now. As like what I was saying earlier, back in the 80s, back in the 70s, it was a lot easier.
Yeah, there was a nicer vibe in the world.
Well, back then, everybody went out to play. All the kids went out to play.
Yes.
They weren't stuck on computers or, stuck in gangs or nothing. We didn't have gangs back then. We were friends.
Downfall because we pushed technology too fast. You had too much technology available all at once, and we pushed the progress too fast.
Right, I used to live with my partner. I used to live with my partner up in Grimsby when I used to work on the docks. She had 3 kids. So I became like stepfather to them for like 7 years. Great kids. I still contact them today and everything. When Facebook came out, Kelly, she was 10, 11 years old. She wanted a Facebook account. And I was like, hell no. Facebook said you're not allowed to have an account until you're 13. Right? So on her 13th birthday, she was like, can I have an account now? So Anne set up her account, but on the condition that we monitor it. That doesn't happen today. You're getting kids signing up to these platforms at 7 years old, and the parents don't even know they've signed up to them.
For reals. And then the platforms don't care when the pedophiles are going after them. It's fucking insanity. It's fucking disgusting. It's insane.
See, I would go to prison for 15 years for attempted murder if I came across pedo.
Oh, they're not even fucking pedophiles. They're full-on child molesters. They actually act on their fucking thoughts.
Well, look at all this crap with fucking Epstein files. Right?
But you know what I don't understand about the Epstein files? That girl was 17 when this happened. Now, when I was 17, I was already fully aware of the fact if I went into a room with a man, I was liable to have him come on to me. So I didn't do it. I already knew then to not find myself alone with a man.
Why is it?
And I don't understand this.
Why is it that Jeffrey never kicked off while it was going on?
Yeah, I don't understand what she was doing there even.
No, why is it only later on that she came out why not kick off
Yes,
at the
exactly.
time it was happening?
I don't understand that, because I tell you something, speaking as a young woman, I remember years ago going to a modelling agency when I was very, very young, and it was made quite clear to me that if I wanted work, I would have to perform certain acts.
Yeah, well,
It was made
that's where I
perfectly
would have
clear
walked.
to me.
I would have kicked him in the balls, and then I would have walked
No, I
out.
just walked out. I said, "Oh, no, I don't fancy you." If I'd fancied
No.
him, I might have done it. God knows. So
But,
I learned, you learn young. You learn it very
yeah, but
young.
you see, I get really annoyed when you get historic cases of
There's something weird
from,
going on there, though, with that Epstein thing with her.
what gets me is you're getting people that are coming out for something that happened 25 years ago. And it's like, well, why didn't you complain 25 years ago?
Yeah.
Why only bring it up now when everybody else is doing it?
She was 17, so she
Yeah,
had.
in English law, she was legal, but in American law, it's
Oh,
illegal. But
right.
apparently,
I didn't know that.
she had relations with her in London, as well as in Epstein Island. Now,
right.
in London, she would have been classed as legal to have sex.
Oh, right.
Because in London, in the UK, 16 is the legal age.
Yes.
Oh, so
Right.
you're saying like the age of consent laws and the statutory
Oh,
rape
that's
aren't
what's
the same.
causing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know
Right.
Like
that.
in America,
Oh,
like you can be 16 and it's the age of consent, but you can't be with the 16-year-old, otherwise you're a rapist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. See, in the UK, it's different. You are legal when you are 16 to have sex. But in America, you can't have sex until, is it 18 or 21? I can't
It's
remember.
18 in America.
Yeah, 18.
At
Yeah.
least it is now. God
Yeah.
knows. Fuck.
But I'll tell you, as a 17-year-old girl, you know the score already. You know the score when you're 14. It's you know the score. You do.
Yeah, even though I know the score, I never pressured a girl into sex.
Yeah.
It was either, if you don't want to do it, fine, we don't have to do it. But if you want to do it, fine, I'm up for it. Let's go. But I never pushed myself onto anybody. And I've never, it's like in 55 years, I've never laid a hand on a woman either.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
I've had mates that beat up their missuses and,
Really? Yeah, that's a lot of it about, isn't there?
When I split up with my missus, I got my own apartment, and then the kids would come over at night time or holidays and stay over and everything. Anne turned around, she went, "Can you have the kids this weekend?" And I was like, yeah, fine. Well, Kelly, the oldest, she turned around, she went, "You ain't going to believe who's around the house." Well, I goes, "Who?" And she went, "Simon." Well, Simon at that time was my best mate. And Anne, she hated Simon. But apparently they was having relations. And Kelly told me about it and says, "I don't like him there." So I mentioned it to Anne and she was like, "Yeah, it's just something that happened." And I goes, "But you hate him. Why are you having him in the house? Why are you having sex with him?" And then I found out that he'd also hit the two young uns.
Wow.
And I lost it. I saw him in the street one day and I just pinned him up against the wall and just, yeah. You don't, if the kid's been misbehaving, then a smack on the arse, smack on the back of the leg, smack on the hand or something, let them know that they've done wrong, but not wail on them like he was. No, so I wailed upon him.
Makes sense.
And then he called the police on me, and then I had to have to deal with all the police and everything. So, but as I turned around to the police, I goes, "You could do what the hell you want with me. I'm not going to have a bully like that beating up kids, and then expect you lot to get away with it. No." I goes, "I will hit him again."
Before you hit him, then you got a little fucking backlog. You go fucking check back up with
yeah,
check up with that agency. Get back with me.
But I hate coppers anyway.
They've gone downhill, haven't they, since I was young? Back in the 60s, they were lovely.
West Midlands police have always been rogues, right? They pinned a burglary on me that I wasn't even in the area, but they still charged me with a burglary.
All right.
Fuck.
And I was like, well, I don't burgle because I can't stand burglars. I can't stand
Right.
thieves or nothing.
For
Right.
reals.
And two, where's all this information coming from? Well, I found out that it was a guy because I was working as a security guard in a shopping centre. They wanted me out of the shopping centre.
Mm.
Right.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
they fabricated a story and told the police that
Yes.
I'd been
I
burgling
like
property.
that. Yes.
Eventually, after 6 months, all the charges were dropped because there was no evidence.
Right.
Right. But I turned around to coppers after that and I said, if anything happens outside my house, like somebody getting murdered or something, and you come knocking on my door to see my CCTV cameras, you can go fuck yourselves.
Yeah.
I am never helping out the police again.
I tell you, they've
Yes.
really gone downhill since I was young. Back in the 60s, they were such fine men. They
They're
really
only getting
were.
worse every month. My goodness. Just like the political climate, they're getting worse every month.
You
Yeah.
know, it's shocking.
Yeah,
I
but
really
Sage,
noticed it.
have you heard what's going on with the British police here?
Well, I know they're
Loads of them have been kicked out for
Yes, I
rape,
know.
child molest, fucking murder.
Wouldn't surprise me, shit, man. The fucking shit Trident was doing. Fuck.
Yeah, they're just.
Right. You know what else I find scary as well here in the UK now? All these foreign doctors. I tell you something, it's one of the reasons I want to leave London, because I daren't be ill. I'm too scared to be ill.
They only hire like young white women as doctors here now. I swear to God, they all look like they're straight out of high school.
See what we got here. Jesus
I know,
Christ.
like early 20s. It's like insane.
See, here, because they haven't invested in new doctors here to train our own doctors.
Oh, they have been. We know they're going to Australia to work.
They have to go. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Yeah. They get the training here and then they sort off to Australia
over there
get
too.
the Nigerians. And you know they've got fake documents and everything. Because many years ago I had an arthritic attack. I don't know if you know, say sometimes your RA shows can blow and you're in so much pain you need medical attention.
Right.
You know, yes. I went to the hospital and this idiot doctor thought I'd walked in with a broken neck. Actually thought I was walking around with a broken neck.
What the fuck?
When it transpired I had not broken my neck, he had an absolute hissy fit and started screaming and yelling at me.
What a fucking nutter.
Even though my documents say, even though my medical documents say I've got a high ESR. It's in my
because
blood.
people just go around walking with broken necks, you know, that's
exactly.
the thing.
A doctor.
Well, I broke my back in 2009 after an accident.
Yeah.
And I've had 5 consultants, not surgeons, consultants, tell me that they can't operate because it's too dangerous. And I always said, I want to hear it off a surgeon. I don't want to hear it off a consultant.
No,
consultants don't do the operations, the surgeons do.
Oh, for real?
Now,
terrifying.
In the NHS, if they want to,
I used at 16.
In the NHS, if they want to save money, get rid of all the consultants. They don't need them. It's the surgeons that make the decisions about operations, not consultants. And I remember when surgeons used to do certain operations, and if they came up with a new technique, they would teach it to other surgeons, and then it'd be come into the medical profession. Right? That's not done anymore.
No, it's not done anymore now.
Right. So I've had 5 consultants tell me that they're not going to operate because it's too dangerous. So I haven't worked since 2009.
Don't worry about it.
I can't lift.
Don't worry about it.
Right.
I tell you something, I haven't worked for 30 years. And you know what? I don't even regret it anymore.
I do, because the amount of contracts that I've missed. I could have bought my own house now instead of living in this crummy little flat.
Well, I'm in the same position.
I'm sick and tired of it. I mean, I wanted to buy my own piece of land and build my own home.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll tell you something. I've got the RA, so works a legal sec in the city, and I got good money, but I never had a bit of land that I could call my own, just a flat. That's all I can afford. You know, and even if I had worked for all these years, I wouldn't be that much better off, because I would have drank and smoked myself to death, probably, because I can't afford to smoke and drink. So it's all evened out.
Well, my mother passed away couple of Tuesdays ago.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. We didn't get on.
Oh,
It's like I had a feeling the night before something was
Yeah.
going to happen.
yeah, I
'cause
had a feeling, but my mother, yeah.
I messaged my brother on the Monday night, and I hadn't seen my mother since 2009, 2010. Last time I spoke to her, we had a mass argument. She then packed up my dad, took him back to Birmingham where he died, and then she didn't tell anybody. Had the funeral and everything. So me and my brother, we stopped talking to her. On the Monday night, I sent my brother, because I had this real strong, strange feeling that I had to contact Diane, my mother.
Yeah.
So I messaged my brother and I said, Hayden, if you want to get in touch with Mum, or Diane, I didn't call her Mum, because if you want to get in touch with Diane, it's okay by me. If she wants to get in touch with me, I'm all right with it. He sends me a message the Tuesday morning as he woke up to go to work, and he sends me a message going, random, I'm okay, bro, cheers. In other words, he didn't want to contact her. And I was like, yeah, okay, mate, sound. He then phoned me up on the Wednesday and he went, you spooky sod. And I went, what? And he went, you psychic or something? And I was like, why? And he went, Diane's died. She died yesterday, meaning the Tuesday. And I had a real strong... Now, when I found out that she died, I literally just sat there, like, shocked. And it wasn't shocked that she died. It was shocked at the feeling that I'd got. See, to me, my mother died when I was 7 years old, when she saw me away in a home, children's home, right? She didn't want nothing to do with me, so I was like, fine, you know,
I
whatever,
understand that.
right? So to me, that's when she died. So I've had all those years to grieve and get over it.
Right.
So when I found out that she died, there was nothing. There was no feeling whatsoever.
You've stashed it all away.
Yeah, but it's like I didn't feel, okay, she died. It's just another day.
No, say my mother died recently. You know what happened to me when my mother died? My brother phoned me up and he said, hello, it's me, Raymond. This is my brother, my stepbrother. Mum's dead, first sentence. Second sentence, I want the flat that she was living in. And that was his second sentence. And the third sentence was, and I want her gold Omega. She had a gold Omega. That's my family. It's true. That's the second sentence. I want the flat.
I found out
seafront.
I found out that it wasn't the family that found that she died. It was the council.
Yeah.
They have also announced her death. It wasn't the family.
Yeah.
And I also found out that none of the family is going to the funeral.
Yes, I can well believe it.
Right. My brother said to her, like when he left, you're going to die a lonely old woman.
Yeah.
And he was right.
Yes.
Now, a couple of years before, she tried to get in contact with me and my brother through my aunt. And my aunt says, oh, just to let you know, she won the lottery. And I turned to my brother and I went, she hasn't won the lottery. She's just saying that to get us to be involved again.
Yeah.
Right. So apparently she did win the lottery. I don't know how much though.
All right.
So I said to Aidan, is she going to offer me money? I'm not accepting it. I don't want nothing from her. And then they said, well, if she hasn't made a will, then it goes to probate.
Yes.
And then the probators will get in touch with the immediate family, which is me and my brother.
Yeah.
And he said, why don't you keep the money? He said, even if you just give it to charity or whatever, at least you're doing some good with it.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, fair enough. If that's the case, then I'll do it. But if there's no money to accept, I'm not going to go off my head about it because I didn't have the money in the first place. So why should I bother about it? And my brother's like, yeah, you're thinking smart. And I was like, dude, you got to think smart in today's life, because if not, you're just going to get walked all over. So the family,
for reals,
if they're going to start saying they want this and that and the other, because I know my family, They
Yes.
was all lining up when my nan died, so they
Yeah.
could like go into the house and just like take what they want.
Wanted. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell me about it. Had it with my
So
brother.
This.
I said, I've got a feeling that the family's going to be after the money,
Yes, of course they are.
right?
Yeah.
And Aidan says, well, if it's probate, they won't get anything because it'll go to the immediate family, which is me and you.
Mind
And I
you,
was like,
there's
okay.
all these little loopholes in the system.
But me and my brother, we will get slagged off to hell by my
Don't worry
family
about
because
that.
they
Slag
said,
off.
they'll say, why do they deserve the money? They didn't go to the funeral. They didn't have anything to do with her in the last days and all that stuff.
Yes.
And I can hear them saying it now.
Yes, well, yeah, but that's brothers and sisters for you. I know exactly what you're saying. So I'm going through it at them. You know what my brother did? You're going to like this one, okay? This happened 3 years ago. I'm on housing benefit and I'm a pensioner, but I am on housing benefit. And when my brother phoned up to tell me that my mother was dead and the will, my mother had changed the will, so I got half of it. He said to me, fourth or fifth sentence, isn't this going to affect your benefits, blah, 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 because you're on housing benefit, blah, blah,
No.
blah. Anyway, 2 weeks later, I got a letter from the DWP telling me that my bank account's being monitored. So Raymond must have told them that.
That's
Told
all
them.
right. Don't put your money in a bank account. It
Well,
can't get monitored.
yeah, but that's my family for you.
Yeah, I
I got
understand,
a letter saying we're monitoring your bank account.
Freaking
I am.
man.
Huh?
This is why I have nothing to do with family. And you know, since I've been on my own,
Yes.
since 2009,
Yeah.
I have enjoyed every single day
That's what's up.
because I have been able to do what I want to
I
do
want to do.
when I want to do it, and
When
I
I
haven't
want
got
to do it.
any
Yes.
problems to deal with the family.
Yes.
Right?
It's ace. I love it.
Yes. Yes, I just the only people I
Independence
listen to
without
myself-
flying through a lot of cobwebs.
What? But family is a strange thing. A very strange thing. My brother's a little shit. Horrible. No, he is. He's my stepbrother. He's a nasty piece of work. Nasty. You know, I'm terrified of him. God knows what he might do.
I used to be. I grew up, but when I was younger, I was a little shit.
Now, I was always okay, actually. See, but he was the chosen one. I was the rotten one.
I think I must have been a half shit.
But growing up, if my brother had done something wrong, I'd take the blame.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I got the blame. I didn't have to take it. They gave me the blame.
Oh yeah, eventually,
right?
yeah, eventually I got the blame
I got
because
the blame for everything.
yeah, because in the end,
I feel you.
I got the blame for everything.
but when it was me and my brother growing up when we was young, and he would do something, and then you could see the sheer panic on his face because he knew he was going to get into trouble. So then I'd turn around and say, I'll take the blame. I did it. And then my mum would come in and say, who's done this? And I'd say, I did it.
Yeah, I got the blame for everything. I was the rotten one. Hey, you must see this. Want to see my little I've got another one here you can see. This is, she says, a sweetie. Look at this little doll. This is Lala.
No, my little puppies.
I love how that one has no problem getting right in front of the camera.
No, she's a half
That one's a
ragdoll.
little diva.
She's half ragdoll. She's very sweet.
Look at that
Oh,
face.
Secret says joined.
Huh?
Look at that face.
Look at my face.
Look at that baby.
I'm going to see. Look at my nose. Let me see my nose.
There.
I'm going to have a nose job.
It,
I
well,
can't bear it.
it-
What?
he said. I'll just stop myself doing what DNW said.
What?
Just click
Am
the
I
audio.
in here? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I can hear you
yeah.
now.
So you're the first guys to see
Okay.
me.
Yeah, this
Oh, here.
restream thing it's kind of wacky. Restream is wacky.
Yeah, Restream is a little wacky.
How's everybody doing, man? How are you guys?
I'm good. I'm good.
But Chris, this
Yeah.
cat, I can hold her up in the air and she flops like a doll. She does. She's a little half ragdoll. She's ever so sweet. And one day I was going out to the bins, and a bloke stopped me on the street and said to me, "Excuse me, would you like this cat?" And I got a cat whilst I was going to the bins. That's how she came into my life.
The bin cat. So how you been doing, Seeker? Find any new gnosis you feel like sharing recently?
Um,
Oh,
the
there you go.
newest gnosis I can share is if you seek within, you will know that you are God.
For sure, for sure.
And that's the best advice I could tell anybody, because I've been just thinking about this whole Jesus thing, and I can't wrap my head around the whole believe in me or you'll burn in fire.
Right?
I'm trying to figure out which sick fuck added that to the Bible, because I don't think
Oh,
that's
Romans.
I don't think
Speaking of
that's the way to go.
Who
You know what I
added
mean?
the fundamental the Christian fundamentalism, right? That
Huh?
is the
The
question.
Romans?
So it was what happened was when the Romans during the Roman Empire time, the Romans used to tell people, pay us money, we will forgive your sins. If not,
Right.
we'll burn in fire. That's how it started.
Fuck, the Romans did fuck up a lot of shit.
They did. That's
Fucking
what
A.
Yeah, there was in the
nobody
UK
can
for a long
forgive your
time.
sins. Nobody apart from the person you sinned against.
I just
No one
always
else
see
can
them
forgive
as such fucking like
Yep.
dishonest, lazy hypocrites. Like, let's just syncreticize a shit ton of fucking Greek mythology, call it Roman, and we'll say it's truly individualistic Roman, when in reality you do a deep fucking theological or metaphorical dive or whatnot, and it's the same fucking shit.
But no one can forgive your sins. Nobody.
I'm like, sure, you did some upgrades to the engineering, architecture, Roman aqueducts, that kind of stuff. But for the most part, you got the Colosseums too, man. Like, fuck, you were fucking up a lot of shit.
What are house prices like in your neck of the woods, Chris?
London prices.
What? You're
Yeah.
in Wales?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Wow.
It's the second most
That's not
expensive
good.
part of the UK, Wales.
I didn't know that. Because
Yeah,
I was married to a Welsh guy. We used to go to Swansea every now and again, and house prices were so low
They
compared
were
to
low, yeah.
that is legitimately crazy.
God, you shocked me with that.
I could tell.
Where you buy a house in London for $1 million, you can buy 2 properties here for that, right?
All right.
Well, they're still overpriced to the rest of the UK.
But then, like I said, I'm looking to move. I'm looking to move out of London, and yeah, very
we
difficult.
got a lot of holiday homes here, though.
Yes, it's holiday homes push the prices up, isn't it?
Yeah. So what the government's done now, the Welsh government, is they are doubling the council tax on a holiday home.
Yes, I've heard of that.
So everyone's selling up the holiday homes now.
Yes.
So hopefully there should be places for people to buy and rent.
Maybe I should hang around for a while because I'm looking to buy something near the coast because I need
Come to
some
Wales.
Huh?
You'll have a birthday here.
What?
It has me curious how many Welsh homes are owned by BlackRock.
Yes. Yeah, BlackRock.
Well, I was talking to a mate of mine yesterday. And I'm not being racist here now.
No, you're not.
But I turned around to him and I said, there's a lot of Muslims that have set up business here where before it was just, there was hardly any.
They get backing by somebody.
And now they're opening up Greek restaurants,
Yes.
Chinese,
Same here. Someone's backing them.
houses and everything. Right?
Someone's backing it.
But also I've noticed that we've got asylum seekers that walk the streets and sleep on the streets as well.
Yes.
We never used to have that.
Yes, I know.
And as I said, I am all for immigration if it's done properly, paperwork and everything, and they go through the proper channels and they do it properly. 100% back them 100%, right? What I don't agree with is them coming over here on boats or
But
coming
this
in
is
on
an
lorry
immigration. This is an
and break. Yeah,
invasion.
because these people that are coming here, they burn all their documentation.
Yes.
So they can't be identified as soon as they get here. So it takes longer to identify them.
Yes.
So that's why they get put up in hotels or whatever, so
That
they
doesn't
can
make
get.
any sense, man. If they burn
There's
all their
something
paper,
very
they're just
sinister going
stateless
on.
citizens and they get deported even faster.
I tell you, Sage, there's something
here.
very sinister going on in Europe. Something very sinister.
But what gets me is you get in all these, it's say coming in from Afghanistan or whatever, right?
Yes.
And they walk through all these countries,
Yes.
and then they get given asylum in say Germany, France, Belgium,
Yes.
wherever, and they're in a safe country.
Yes.
And then they come across the channel
Hmm.
claiming asylum, saying they can't go to this country because they get persecuted. They're in a safe country.
I tell you,
That
it's
one,
insane.
I will give you a little bit more leeway with that one. That one sometimes is a little bit fucking more, yeah.
Yeah, and the reason is they know that if they come to the UK, they can get a business, an illegal business.
Yes.
On the flip side of that, though, there has been enough immigration to where some of the what's it called, the fucking crime systems have immigrated over as well. So that's where they might be moving from, one European country to another one.
We had
But that's where it falls into the same logical trap. If that crime system's emigrated into that country, they might just as well be in the other country they're immigrating to as well.
Well,
They're not escaping anything.
A good
Russian
example.
nesting dolls.
A good example was before Brexit. Romania, they joined the EU, and we kept saying, "Don't let Romania join the EU. The country is corrupt. There is loads of illegal, like mafia business, and if you allow them to be in part of Europe, they're going to come to the UK and set up business illegally," which is what happened, right? And then we was getting loads and loads of jewelry shops being broke into and cash machines broke into. It was all Romanians. It was a controlled business that was being controlled from Romania, sending in their thugs into the UK to do all this crime.
I believe our government's involved directly. I think somebody in government's making a lot of money out of this.
Well, I mean, the government's not listening to the public.
No,
We
they must
vote
listen
them
to
into
someone.
power,
I
and then they
think
ignore us.
if you guys would like, I can give an input.
Go for it,
Yeah.
Seeker. You're in here. Go for it. You're welcome. What the heck? Oh, probably just a glitch. Really.
But you know what, Chris? I don't know if you've read the Bible, but
Did
the
I
Old
drop
Testament
out?
talks about
Yeah,
this.
you're back.
Did I drop out? Okay, so this is what I wanted to say. I think this is a bigger issue than we even think it is.
Yes.
It's rather a sociology issue, and I'll explain it to you why. Now, I don't think every immigrant that migrates to first world countries, whether it's England, America, or Canada, I don't think every single one of them has a criminal background.
No.
Matter of fact, it's actually, if they did, like legally on paper, then they wouldn't even really be allowed to get in, most likely. But what I'm saying is, here's the problem, right? When it comes to third world countries, some of these other countries, the education is not as good as we have it, right? So when they're coming here, they're starting from fresh. They're starting from scratch. They're educated. They're not as educated as we are. They're starting from scratch. They probably don't even have the talent or the gifts or whatever that we have. And so what I'm trying to say is, it's in a way, it's like they don't have too much to do besides to get into trouble and to cause problems. Because really, if you think about it, most people, if you could sit them in a jail cell right then and there, you sit them in jail, and then they start crying like a baby, and you're like, you're going to be here forever, and they start crying, and you say, this is what's going to happen if you commit that crime. I guarantee a lot of people are never going to commit a crime, right? A lot of people end up going to jail, right? And they don't, it's because of ignorance. But the problem with the law is the problem doesn't care about ignorance. It doesn't care if you're stupid, right? Like I watched a video today of this guy. He was doing a live court session, right? It was on Zoom, And the guy is in his car. He starts rolling up a blunt and he starts smoking it. And the judge says, all right, like you're going to jail right now. The judge tells him you're going to go to jail now. Like turn yourself in. But you could tell the guy's just stupid. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you just have to feel bad for him. You got to feel bad that it's like, what else is this guy going to do with his brain? He doesn't know how to be any more productive. Like, who the fuck smokes a joint in front of a judge? You got to be really, really stupid to do that. Oh, you've done that? You've done that, Chris? Oh, God. Oh, Chris, say it ain't so, brother.
I wasn't smoking it. What it was, I went to my local courts to pick up some bankruptcy papers, and I had weed in my tobacco tin that I forgot I had. And when I walked into, last time I walked into those courts, they didn't have metal detectors. So as I walked through the courts, I walked through the metal detector and it beeps, and I'm like, oh, what's that? Yeah. The guy behind the counter says, can you put all your metal items on here? So I pulled out my keys, my phone, money, and then my tobacco tin. And then he opened the tobacco tin and he was like, oh dear. And he goes, back in a minute, closes the tin, he disappears out the back and then comes back with a police officer. And the police officer opens my tin, he went, I don't think you're supposed to have that, are you? And I was just like, oh my God. So I was like, all right. And I'll tell you something now, though. They was as nice as pie, right? They arrested me in the courts. They took me across the road to the police station. They put me in a cell with the door open. They gave me a cup of coffee and a newspaper. And I just sat there for about 10 minutes. And he said, right, come on, we'll get you sorted. They gave me a caution, let me go. And it was like, oh, I don't believe this. But it's the only time that I did something stupid.
Yeah.
That actually happened to my grandfather. He was a public defender. He got the same kind of treatment. That's funny.
But now, if I got caught again with it, I would go to court and I would get a fine. And if I got caught again, then I'd probably end up going to prison for like 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as easy this time because it's repeat offense.
Well, I keep calling for it to be legalized because it would solve a lot of paperwork for the police and the courts and everything. And
so it's not legal, right? It's not legal in Britain.
Not in the UK. No.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
England, man.
You know, like I'll tell you, man.
Fuck.
I don't mean to make you jealous. Chris. But here in Canada, bro, there's a dispensary on every block, bro.
No, God bless Trudeau. God bless Trudeau for changing the laws.
There's one on every block, brother. You'd love it here.
I've been campaigning for years. I even had a Facebook account saying like legalize the marijuana and everything. And the government actually shut down the site. Right? And
I'm convinced until a member of the monarchy comes down with some fucking like seizure ailment that's only cured by some fucking cannabis, they're not going to do squat.
Do you know why it got banned in the UK?
What?
It was in the 60s. It was in the 60s, and there was one MP in the 60s that said he didn't want people walking around looking like zombies, right? Now, people were smoking it back in the 60s and still going to work, still keeping like, a job and everything, still carrying on with their daily chores. They weren't walking around like zombies, right? And it's because this one person didn't like it that it was banned. And that was it.
Fuck, it always starts out of the bad faith of one person.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what,
that's why you got to have more councilmen, right? You got to do a vote. You got to have like five councilmen come to an agreement. You can't really just pick on.
I applied to become a councillor. I didn't get the job. I didn't go. I didn't get the votes. So, but they have legalized medical grade marijuana, and Britain now grows more medical grade marijuana than what the Netherlands used to grow.
I didn't know about that.
We export it now to the Netherlands.
Huh? How about that?
That's right. And I've been banging on to my doctor because I want to be put on to the medical grade because It would make me a lot better.
Right?
Why?
Especially
Why do
with
you
my
make
back.
it better? I'd be asking.
Because the painkillers that I've got for my back don't work.
Oh, what do you take? As a matter of interest, do you mind me asking?
I was on Proximal for Tramadol for 10 years,
Yeah.
and after like a couple of months, that was just nothing. It was not doing anything, and I went from taking I was taking about 8 tablets a day of Tramadol.
Oh,
Right.
geez.
Yeah, it doesn't work very
And
well. I
then-
take Codimol, yeah.
Yeah, and then eventually went up to 16 tablets a day,
Oh my god.
Oh, my goodness.
and it still wasn't working. It still
Wow.
wasn't stopping the pain.
You know, have you ever tried comfrey as a matter of interest?
Yeah, I've tried them all. I tried naproxen. I
No,
tried.
comfrey, the herb.
She's talking comfrey,
Yeah.
the plant.
Comfrey. I tell you something, because I get terrible pain with my RA, and comfrey does make a difference.
Um,
But
I
I'm not saying it
find
works 100%, obviously.
it's the marijuana that
Yes.
does the trick. It just
Yes.
it's so
Kratom for me.
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah,
I say I've been
we have
smoking
kratom
since
here in
I
the
was like
States.
14.
I don't see any harm in
yeah.
it. I must admit.
Yeah.
But you see, because it's illegal in the UK,
Yeah.
it adds to the excitement when you
That's
go
why
and buy
they
it.
do it. That is all a scam. That's why they do it. Make it illegal.
Yeah,
Same
but
movies,
it's
yeah.
the excitement going out and buying it
Yes.
from somebody on the street, and then you have to like get back to your house without the old bill knowing that you've got it and everything.
Exciting.
So it's
Yeah,
like
great.
cat and mouse, and it just adds to the excitement. I love it.
You
If they
like-
legalise it, I'm going to miss it.
It may be that way
Yeah.
with the pot, man, but I bet it's not that way with the fucking chemicals, man. You buying some fucking MDMA in fucking England, man. You're gonna want to fucking test that shit, making sure you're not getting fentanyl, and that added extra step of actually sourcing the fucking testing kit and actually buying it and getting it to your house. I don't think it's gonna be as
Right.
much fun.
I used to go to in the 90s. I used to go to a lot of raves,
Mhm.
and I would take pills and powders. Right. They had testing tents where you could go and test the drug that you was about to take.
Right on.
Right, and then they would test it. They would tell you exactly what was in that tablet or that powder or whatever, and then they would put it back on the tray, and then it's your decision if you want to take it or not.
I never knew testing pets had such a long history.
Yeah, but the reason why they had to bring in the testing is because they wanted to try and make it as safe as possible. They couldn't
It's
stop
harm
drugs from
reduction.
coming
It's
in.
public harm reduction. It's a brilliant fucking idea. It should
Yeah,
be
well,
everywhere.
Scotland's-
The fucking legislation shouldn't hinder this.
Well, Scotland has just changed their laws. They actually now have centres where people that inject like heroin or whatever, they can go to these centres now and do it
Safe injection
safely.
sites.
Yeah.
They get their drugs
they-
tested to make sure there's no other chemicals in there that can kill them.
Chris, they had one of
Also-
those here. Chris, they had one of those centers here, and it only lasted about 3 months, and the government ended up shutting it down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's what happens to all of them. It's fucked.
the English government tried to shut the ones down in Scotland, but the Scottish government overruled them, right? And
Oh,
it
yeah.
opened up the start of this year, and since then they have had because Scotland has got the biggest drug death in Europe.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So to combat it, because they knew that they couldn't stop the drugs, so they said, right, we'll make it safer.
Smart on them.
Yeah.
Good on them.
Now, England, because it's gone well in Scotland, the death rate is starting to come down. They're on about doing it in England now. Now, I was against it at first because basically I don't like heroin. I don't like crack cocaine, things like that. That stuff will
Right,
kill
you don't like the
That
hard
stuff, you
drugs.
get hooked
I
on
know
it,
your
that
stand.
you're hooked, right? So I've never injected, I've never touched that stuff. Never will. But most of my friends, they've moved on from smoking pot to taking pills, taking powders, and then going on to the harder stuff. And I've even had my friends die from it. So when I thought back, I thought, okay, it's a good idea that they're making it safer. And they're on about doing it throughout Europe as well now. So they have these like proper centres where you can go and take your drugs safely without incrimination either.
Right.
Because they were saying that they'll have the police waiting outside these centres, and as soon as somebody tries to walk in, they'll arrest them for carrying.
Nah, but they'll probably have some dipshit First Amendment auditor. I love some First Amendment auditing, but fucking A, you know there'll be some dipshit outside those centers.
Oh yeah, you're always going to get like somebody that's going to rebel against it. But if it's going to make it safe and stop the deaths, then I'm all for it. You know.
Oh yeah.
And then they can combat then on reducing the drug.
Yep.
Sure.
I think all drugs should be legalized. Actually, I think it's ridiculous.
I used to be that route until I looked into the Russian theater of fucking hostage crisis
It's
shit.
all to make money. It's all to make money.
Fucking carfentanil, man. Carfentanil is fucking terrifying shit. That
scares
me. Is like up with there with nerve gas with like fucking A, just pump it in the fucking ventilation and knock everyone out, and a few of the fucking civilians will fucking die of drug overdoses because we won't fucking inform our paramedics and shit, so they can have naloxone and save the fucking. Oh my god,
right?
Fucking insane.
When we used to be in a group and we used to take say ecstasy or something or whatever. We always used to say, right, I don't care how screwed out your face you're going to get, you keep an eye on everybody else. Right? And if somebody, say, ODs or something, we all go to the hospital and we tell the doctor what that person has took.
Yeah.
And we done it on a couple of occasions. We didn't lie to the doctor. Oh, yeah, we took this, we took that. And the doctors will say, well, we're not police. We're not going to arrest you. We're here to help. We need to know exactly what he's put in his body so then we can counteract it.
Yep.
So we never lied to anybody about it. I've never lied. If cops turning around saying, are you smoking a spliff? I'll go, fucking damn right I am.
Chris, you want me to tell you what law they have here? They have a law. It's called the Good Samaritan Law. And what that law states is, let's say primarily it's usually for homeless people, or, whatever term you use. But normally it's like if me and you are homeless and we're doing the same drug, we're shooting up and you die. Normally what a homeless guy will do is he'll run away. Like if the guy died, he'll run away. But instead, if me and you are doing it and you die and I choose to call the police and report it and say, hey, this guy just died, you're free. Like you're not going to get in trouble because you chose to tell the police what. So because that's the thing, right? They would tell them, right? Like we're not telling you to do drugs, but if you do drugs with somebody and he dies, like you're not in trouble. Just tell us about it. Just tell us. And I like that law. That's a really good law.
That is a really good law. They need another Good Samaritan law to counter the Good Samaritan law here in America, because nobody actually follows the Good Samaritan law in America. They just fucking do the bystander effect bullshit because they
I just turned up.
They know if they follow the Good Samaritan law, they're actually probably going to get prosecuted for it. Like they're going to be fucked in the legal system. So they're like, all right, somebody's dying in the street. I ain't getting near there with a 10-foot pole. Like they'll fucking come up with some bullshit charge. Oh, I was imitating a fucking doctor, or some bullshit. Like it's crazy. So apparently they need another Good Samaritan law to counteract the Good Samaritan law here in America.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll tell you guys this. I, for one, I really have a problem with the justice system. And like I was saying earlier, when I was talking about the guy smoking weed in front of the judge, like for me, it's just the thing I don't like about the law is it really like, and first of all, let's just get this out of the way. Everybody's breaking the law one way or another, right? Like people in white collar, some of them, some or a few or whatever commit what's called white collar crimes, right? Like everybody is committing some form of a crime, something in whatever what do you call it? Sociology class that they're in, because we're all in different classes. Some of us are lower class, middle class, whatever. But the thing that bugs me is the people that seem to take the biggest hit when it comes to the law are really just people who don't have the money to hire a defense attorney, which just fucking bothers me. It
Oh yeah.
just bothers me that that's how the
Oh yeah.
law is.
That's
You know,
life.
That's
no,
so.
I understand. I understand that that's life,
Dude,
right? But
it's
the law,
Catholic
the
Church all over
It's a
again, man.
bitch.
Pay your way out
right.
of hell. Pay your
I
way out
But
of hell.
but this is what I'm saying. That's why they say it over and over.
For reals.
It's not what you know, it's what you
Who
can
you
prove
know?
in the
No.
court of law. No, I'm talking about in the court of law. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. That's why, like, see, if you even watch some of these videos about a judge talking to somebody, you'll even hear a judge give a guy a heads up. Be careful how you answer this question.
For
Like
reals.
he's literally giving you a heads up. Like you can kind of beat this part in the case if you
Peter,
just answer it the right way.
I've
Huh?
worked in law, and I can assure
Yeah.
you that the lawyers, the defense lawyer and the prosecution lawyer, go out for drinkies after they've been
Yes.
in
They're
court.
Of
super
Right.
course
nice.
they
Right.
do.
For reals.
I've
Yeah.
worked in law.
Right. In
Fucked up.
1990, I was going through a real bad patch, and for some reason, I ended up sniffing butane gas.
I've done that when I was
God.
little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
that's
on.
dangerous.
I was buying it from wholesalers because the shops refused to sell it to me. So I was going down buying it in large amounts, and I was on 16 cans a day.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh my
When
God.
I went to the hospital, the doctor said that it's lucky that, in fact, this is why I've got emphysema now, because my lungs are damaged.
Hmm.
I damaged them back then. I basically, all the ice particles did a lot of damage to the sacs, the air sacs.
Yeah.
That night, I had a siege in my flat, in my apartment, for 4 hours. I had a helicopter in the sky, I had fire engines outside, police, ambulance, riot squad down the side of the building, police dogs,
Are you
everything.
a Leo?
No, I'm a Virgo.
You're Virgo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
After 4 hours, I gave myself up. I took the barricade down from the door, and coppers was as nice as pie. Couldn't fault the coppers, right? They basically, I was exhausted. I was still the effects of gas, marijuana, whatever. They didn't put me in handcuffs. They took me to the back of the police car, put me in the back of the police car. While I was doing the siege, I punched the window through because I kept opening and closing the window to talk to the police officer, and I got annoyed of opening and closing the window, so I just punched the window through. I then made threats that if any coppers came into the building, the first one that come through, they was going to get cut. It was my property, but it was mine and my partner's at the time. She stayed at her mother's. I then threatened the police that if anybody came into the flat, I was going to burn it down. And I got some paper, newspaper, screwed it up into a torch shape and lit it, held it against the window. The wind blew the flames back onto my hand, and I dropped it on the floor, put it out. And it burnt 2 small holes in the carpet. So
Wow.
the next day, I was put into the police cells on the Thursday, and I don't remember it. I was still out of it. Saturday morning, I went to the courts, and then I was put into a prison, but in the hospital wing of the prison.
Yeah.
Until the Tuesday morning when I was due back in court again. I was looking at around about 12 years, between 8 and 12 years inside, for criminal damage, threatening behaviour, a wounding, breaking an entry, and arson with intent.
Jesus.
The judge basically looked at me, and I'm being held up either side by prison staff because I couldn't stand. I was still out of it. And because I was out of it, and they said I didn't know what I was doing, I was not in my own frame of mind, I got 12 months conditional discharge and £195 fine. And that was it.
Lucky you.
Yeah,
Wow.
that changed my life around because that was it.
How
I
long ago was this, Chris?
1990.
Wow.
Oh, you're right. I remember you said that. Yeah.
So the judge ordered me to go and put into like a halfway house, if you like a hostel. And he said, you stay in that hospital until you're better, right? And I was like, yeah, fine. So I booked into this hostel away from the missus, and I stayed there. I got off all drugs, didn't touch anything, got myself totally clean. And then my missus kept coming up to me and going, will you come back home? Will you come back home? And I'm going, I'm not coming back until I'm better. I want it to be perfect for me and you. I don't want to do anything like this again. Anyway, I did. I got off everything and changed my life around, and we ended up being a lot happier. You know, her family hated me for it because we got back together, but I didn't do anything like that ever again. So, but yeah, it scared the crap out of me. I thought I was going to jail for a long time.
Yeah, then and Chris, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? I said if you put somebody in jail, let's say for no reason, and and they're confused, they're like, "What have I done?" And you say, "This is what will happen to you if you commit this crime." They're now going to remember to not commit any crimes. They're going to be on the straight and narrow, right? And that's why I'm saying it's just unfortunate that sometimes we'll make a mistake out of ignorance or out of not even thinking. It's not even anger. It's not even anger or rage. It's just not even thinking. And that's going to cost you a big portion of your life or even your life.
I find it really hard to believe the times that you give people in America to go to prison. 25 years, 30 years, 40 years. It's like, I can understand if they've committed murder or they've done something against a child or nothing,
It's all reverse. All the non-violent crimes, you get the maximum penalties.
No, but Chris, you want me to do you one better? Do you know how many Americans get fined out after 30 years that they were innocent the whole time? And they end up and this is how they fix it, right? This is how they fix it. They're like, oh, here you go, 12 million, right? Now I get it. 12, like to walk out with 12 million is pretty nice, but bro, 30 years is
nothing
priceless.
For having your fucking civil and human rights violated.
Exactly. Like 30 years, bro.
I mean,
30 years is worth way more than 12 million.
Years, I better get a politician as a slave, all right? And that's what I fucking do after 30 fucking years.
Right. Factual facts.
There's a British guy here, and he's been in jail for 30 years for shoplifting.
What?
Yeah.
Fucked.
You're kidding me, bro. For shoplifting?
And
what did he steal? What did he steal that was so important?
I don't know what he stole, right?
For real, loaded up a brand new Hummer full of fucking big screen TVs. Fuck.
Yeah. What it was, apparently, so I heard, he got extra time because of the fighting while he was in prison, right? But he's been in there for 30 years, and there's a campaign now to try and get him out. But even he said to himself, I'm institutionalized. I don't recognize the outside world anymore.
He wouldn't cope anymore.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want out. He wants to
you know who he's like? He's like, what's that old man from Shawshank Redemption? Remember him?
Yeah.
What was it, Mickey, I think? Or I can't remember his name. Mickey.
Guy. Yeah, the old guy. Yeah.
But that's what he said. He's like, I don't like it here about the real world.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, they were treating him. The guy that he was working for at the grocery store was being a real asshole to him. He wasn't being nice.
Have you heard of a guy called Bronson?
Yeah.
I'm not about the actor Charles Bronson.
Action Bronson.
I'm on about the prisoner.
About Charles Bronson, the English prisoner.
Yeah. Well, he's from where I live. His family still live here.
Yeah.
Right. He's just had his appeal turned down. He's been in jail for nearly 40 years, and he's just had his appeal turned down.
Yeah.
The guy's like 75 years old. He doesn't do fighting anymore. He can't fight anymore. He's no trouble to society anymore. But he's still
not
got
one of
his
those
parole turned down.
70-year-olds that like kept their body like fucking prime as shit and buff as fuck.
Yeah.
You
But,
know, I'll tell you the thing I can even see about that, Chris, is a 70-year-old man who's been in jail that long. Although I agree with where you're going with this, I agree you're right, but it's still like he could kind of come out of jail and have this type of attitude where he's like, fuck it, I got nothing to lose. I'm this old. I've lost so much of my life. He might even be crazier than let's say a 40-year-old that comes out.
He's got mental issues. He doesn't like authority. So that's why he spent so long in prison, because he used to fight and beat up the prison guards and everything. So he got extra time added and added and added. And that's why it's up to 40 years. But
yeah, well, he's one of those guys that's naturally hot-headed, naturally prone to anger issues.
Well, you talk to him now. I mean, this guy he's done psychology courses. He's done.
Oh, I know what you're talking about with that, though. Yeah, he's sort of like toned down. He's tempered down his edge. Yeah. I know what you're saying.
And he's so smart. He is so smart. It's just unreal. They've made films about him and everything, books and everything, right? And because he wasn't educated, he was dumb. That's why. Because he never got listened to. That's why he rebelled. Because he couldn't articulate his words properly.
Right.
We get frustrated and then just lose it. Right? So, in the end, he took university courses while he was in prison and passed, got top marks and everything. He's wrote books, psychology books and everything. I got a lot of respect for him. He's had a hard life. It's only started because he was fighting and he got sent down for it. I think his original sentence was like 5 years or something. Because he rebelled so much, he wouldn't stay in his cell. He got told something and he'd kick off. He'd go and beat loads of people, just fight. And he didn't care if he got hurt. He didn't care if he got killed. He'd just go for it. And in the end, they just kept piling on sentence after sentence after sentence, and he's just stayed there. And he's not the only one. There's others.
Chris, what bothers me about that whole story is that's why I'm saying the system is fucked up anywhere you go. Because in other prisons, they have an underground what do you call it, fighting thing. Like, for example, I don't know if you guys ever heard of they actually, believe it or not, they actually have boxing in prison, and they'll have boxing matches and they'll have a title winner, they'll have the prison champion. Funny enough, Bernard Hopkins, who's by far one of the greatest boxers ever, and he's actually the oldest champion. He's the oldest champion of all time. He held his world titles just 2 months short before turning 50 years old. So he was 49 years old in 10 months as a world champion, which is crazy. And he defended his middleweight title for 10 consecutive years, from 30 years old to 40. Anyways, that guy went to prison at a young age. I think he must have been 16 or 17, because he's from Philly. He's from Philadelphia, and he was always getting into trouble. Well, anyways, he actually learned how to fight really good in prison, and he became a good boxer in prison, and he became disciplined. And the program there in Philadelphia, it actually, if they saw that you were fighting, it wasn't none of this shit where they'd be adding time on. No, they said, okay, get your ass in the gym and try and train like a boxer. And see, I these are what they need to be doing. Not this whole dumb shit about, this is the problem, bro. People in authority have zero fucking understanding on psychology. They have zero understanding on sociology. Like that's why I'm saying the whole thing is rigged. It's fucking rigged. It's like it's
Well,
all about.
the people in authority are bound to their ego mind, and the legal systems are bound to dualism.
Well, a
Right.
majority of people that's in the legal profession, they haven't had a hard life. A lot of them was brought up in
Exactly.
a better life. They weren't brought up on rough housing estates or anything.
Right.
They haven't had to fight to like get somewhere in life. They've had most of them have had it handed to them on a platter, right? So
Facts.
I prefer these legal people that have grown up in rough backgrounds that understand the system, understand how
They
everything
don't
works. Yeah.
exist. They don't exist.
My cousin, she became a barrister.
Wow.
And she
Oh,
was
yeah.
brought up on one of the roughest housing estates in the UK. And she rebelled at school and everything. She got into fights and everything. And even hung around with a few gangs where she was growing up. But she got into trouble when she was younger. And she was told that if she didn't sort her shit out, she was going to spend the rest of her days going in and out of jail. So she got put onto this scheme that taught her how to do discipline and things. And I think it was to do with judo or something. But they taught her how to keep her anger bottled up, and keep it. And then she went from there to university, did a degree in law, done that for, I think it was 5 years, and then took a further education to become a barrister. And she got it. She got the bar. And her family, she's the only one in her family that ever went to university, ever actually got a decent job, and she was like the pin-up girl of the estate, to saying, well, if she can do it, anybody can do it. So, she'd go around to the schools and talk to the kids saying, look, I'm a barrister now. I used to be just like you. I used to fight and cause a lot of trouble. But if I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah.
And that's what they need. They need more people to be mouthpieces towards kids nowadays.
Oh, exactly. Facts.
Right.
No, facts, bro.
Be mouth voices or whatever the heck you said to the kids.
You know, with kids, I'll tell you this.
Crazy fucking people be teaching these kids. I mean, that's what they're fucking teaching themselves. They're just pulling up any fucking random stream on YouTube. Fucking no parental guidance. It's like not good.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier about gangs. They're not getting the love and respect from the families, right? So they go and join a gang.
Yep.
Because the gang leaders can give them a new pair of trainers, but you've got to go and sell drugs on that corner for them.
Yep.
But some do, though. Believe it or not, some would have like a good mother that really cares about them.
Yep.
But what is it with parents? Parents are what you call boring, right? The streets are more entertaining. They're more fun, right? Like as a kid, it's like, seriously, what do you want to do? You want to hang out with your mom and dad like a loser? Now, I'm not saying you're a loser if you do that, but that's like the mindset. Or it's like, do you want to go hang out with your friends that they're gonna take you to a party? They're gonna get you some chicks. It's more fun, right? And that's kind of
part of that too. Is that parents often or adults often lose that childlike sense of wonder. And when you can't share curiosity and wonder to a child, they're not going to feel very stimulated or interested.
But also, you've also got the problem of kids growing up now, and the parents are getting scared of the kids.
Oh yeah, that's big time. I've seen that. I remember this thing. I'm not a fan of him anymore by any means, but I remember Bill Maher. He has this term called the "fuck you generation."
Yeah.
And I've seen it in person. I remember a few years ago, I went to the theaters, and this kid all of a sudden screamed to his dad, "Dad, I want some popcorn right now!" And his dad's like, "Okay." And then the kid starts screaming, "Dad, I want some popcorn right fucking now!" And the dad's like, "Okay." And he literally fucking gets up out of his seat and goes out of the theater and buys his kid some fucking popcorn.
When I was growing up, if I ever said anything like that to my dad, I'd be pinned up against the wall and get a good slap.
For reals.
Right?
That's crazy.
But you
They
want
don't
you
do
guys
that
want me
anymore.
to tell you the problem with that? Look, I'll tell you why that stems, right? Some people, okay, look, for example, right? You could take two types of people. You have the you have the active listener and observant person. And then you have the other person who's just kind of there, and like you could talk to them, they're fun, you can conversate with them, but they're not like they don't know how to really read a room. And what am I getting at is a lot of parents are not active listeners and they don't know how to read a room. And really, like their parenting style, it was never reading a room. It was just always just kind of gliding by. Whereas if you have other parents that are constantly in their kids' lives, like they're really monitoring their children as if it's like like something very, very serious. Now, it's not about controlling your children. It's not about controlling them and telling them, but it's about being observant to their feelings, to what they're telling you. Some parents don't give a shit, man.
Yeah, it's
I've seen it,
observant to the
right?
things that you can't see. That's what it is.
Exactly. Like you really have to have, and I've figured it out. Again, for the record, I'm not a parent, so like if people are gonna say to me, "Oh, well, technically you shouldn't talk," but my observation, the best parenting style is the one to where you're a friend to your child, because at the end of the day, honest to God, kids are gonna do what they're gonna do anyways. So why not at least have that style to where they'll at least come to you before they do some dumb shit, and then they might just ask for advice on, is there another way to do it? So it's like, well, like that's just my belief. Why be
It's that
strict?
fucking
Because
cold
strict parent.
apathy professionalism, you know? We have to distance ourselves from our fucking very own children. It's like, it's crazy.
Right, right. But that's the thing. Like like I got this funny thing that's gonna, I could like micro break down the Bible. It gets a little crazy, but like the Father in the Bible, like the Father, like who's the Father? The Father's within you. That's the super conscience, right? Who's the Son? We're the Son. We're all the sons, right? Ye are gods, children of the Most High, right? We're all children. So what's the point I'm trying to get at is technically at the end of the day, no human owns you, not your own parents. Parents are parents, a pair that rents. That's all they are. They're renting you out, right? But it's like,
Ah,
but they don't own you. Nobody owns you. You're really going to be your own parent. You're really
right?
going to be your own father or mother. And it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to kids, it's like definitely raise them the best, give them the best advice, the best resources you can. But like I've just noticed it with society. If you treat them like a friend, they're in my opinion, they're never gonna want to even hang out with their friends. They're gonna always want to hang out with you because you're a friend, and then you're like the coolest friend of them all. So that's just my belief on like the parenting style. You know what I mean? Instead of some of the more other styles where it's like you just brush your kids off, you ignore them. I've seen you know what's the most annoying one I've seen is where parents will actually look at their kids like they're stupid and they can never be as smart as them. Like
Oh, yeah.
that's to me that is just psycho. Like
Oh, yeah.
that's
My
like
dad fucking
demonic.
does
That's just
that shit,
demonic.
man. He's a fucking world-class narcissist, man. Fucking right. I'll
Right.
never forget the point where it got where I was smart enough to where I was smarter than my teachers, and he was like, "Oh, that's just hubris, you know? That's just hubris." It's like, no, like I've been doing some of the ego work. I've pushed away my intellectual ego. Like, I
Yeah.
know what I'm saying here.
Right. But are you seeing that though? Are you seeing that though, bro? How Sage, how like your own parent is trying to like fucking compete with you? You know what I mean? Like you're like, what the
That's
fuck,
because he's
bro? What?
fucking utterly and existentially intimidated by me at this point. I can tell, man.
Yeah,
It's actually humorous at this point. It's pitiful but humorous.
it's humorous. I'm glad you could see the humor in it, bro. I'm really glad you could.
Because it at least makes it go by better, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about it the one time, me and you. I remember that.
Yeah. That's one of those weird things too. It's how the fucking dumb smart or the dumb fucking bad people end up always being the ones that fucking make it money wise, right? You ever notice that?
Oh, because it's the type of shit they're willing to do, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
look at Trump.
yeah.
Since the 80s, he has committed like crimes, how to get money, right? Even his own father cut him off because he was wasting money, right? He even conned $5 billion out of investors. And then when they came for his money, he turned around to him and said, I'm not going to give you $5 billion back for anything. You're going to give me even more money so I can invest it, which he did. And then he paid back the money that investment paid off. And then he paid back the $5 billion that he owed, plus the money that he got off him. So, and he also made a packet from it. But he teaches his own family how to get out of not paying tax. He even admitted it live when Hillary Clinton was there. He goes, yeah, but I've got ways of like not paying tax because I'm smart. And that's, you know, he knows he's doing crime. He just doesn't care.
Right. Exactly.
And it isn't just him. There's loads and loads of rich and well-off people that are doing exactly the same as what he is.
Oh, yeah.
And if we did it, if we stopped like paying tax or got around a loophole of paying tax and everything, we'd get done for it. We'd be up in front of a judge. We'd get the fine. We'd even get prison sentence. But because they're rich and famous, doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
See, I'm going the rich and famous route first, then I'm gonna go to be making the fucking case law studies fucking for future generations, man. Like I'm getting workarounds on all this shit.
Oh yeah.
See, everybody that I know, they like Trump. I don't like him because of the crimes that he's done. The stuff that he's done throughout his life. This is before he became president. This is before he did The Apprentice.
For sure.
Right? I have disliked Trump right from the start because of who he is and what he does.
For sure.
Right? And it's not because he's president or nothing, because there is certain things that he has done that has been good for the country, but most of it hasn't. It's just bullshit. Right? And I got a feeling that he's going to start a war to try and stay in power.
Yeah,
he's already knocking on Venezuela's door, right? And I've got, because he'll take a leaf out of Putin's and Netanyahu's
on those fucking Venezuelan boats and shit.
Yeah, he killed another 14 yesterday.
Fucking insane.
Right? And
fucking insane.
All the fishermen now are refusing to go out and fish. That's their livelihood. That's their business.
The thing that pisses me off about this shit too is it paints the UN in such a fucking bad light. It's not even funny. It's fucking ruining their reputation for the fucking future generations and shit. And it's not fucking pretty. And the UN is not fucking perfect by any means, but it arose from a fucking system born from World War II that fucking made sense, right? And to fucking do away with that entirely in a fucking hyper globalized world, it seems like madness, you know? So, you know, it's crazy because it seems like we're going to have to develop another kind of UN in addition to this UN to make up for the faults of this. It's crazy.
Well, I remember, not so long ago when you had a dictator in power that was bringing down the country and that lot. That dictator was taken care of. He was was took out of power and hung or whatever.
Right?
Now
that's one thing that trips me out is why do spies never fucking perform assassinations anymore? You know, they're always, I got to report these war crimes back to some bureaucratic system so it'll take 10 fucking years to create any real change. Like, what the fuck's up with that? I don't understand that at all. Like, I don't advocate for violence, but at the same time, it's like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Just, you know, just the math, the logic, like, it doesn't make sense.
Well, all this business about Trump's assassination, attempt. Bullshit. I'm sorry, but you get shot in the ear with an AR rifle, right? You're going to take a lot of that ear with it. There was no damage to his ear when he was on the front page of the Times magazine the other week.
No, that's one I have seen. Is that his ear is fucking restructured itself? No fucking surgical scars.
Oh, did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? He said that God fixed his ear.
But yet he doesn't think he's getting into heaven.
That's what he put on X.
So what the fuck is his ear for? He's not getting into heaven, but God gets him a new ear? What the fuck's that about? That's some weird shit, man.
This is why I didn't believe the day that he got so-called shot, right? So they shot somebody on a roof and killed him. That shot at the president, right? But I don't believe the president was hit.
No.
My whole thing about that is there's multiple things. First of all, you can't tell me that this motherfucker got up there and, you know, everybody's been pointing him out for a fucking hours and shit. Nobody's fucking doing shit. Second of all, you know, Secret Service is going to actually think fucking tactical, military-like. They're going to think we need to get this motherfucker alive so we can interrogate him, figure out if he's part of a bigger system. But no, they went straight for the fucking kill shot. You know, that to me, that says, you know, this is a ritual suicide. You know, they fucking got some fucking poor fucking scapegoat to fucking, you know, and they fucking
before Trump was even in the area, before they even set up, they would have had Secret Service all over that area on every rooftop to make sure that there's no advantage point.
Right?
Right? He was like, what, 350 yards away on a building. And none of the Secret Service saw him at first. To me, it was a complete setup.
It was a nonsense. Utter nonsense.
No, and it's like the one in the golf course, the second attempt on his life in the golf course. Again, I reckon that was all a setup. I haven't heard anything since.
Oh, that one was so full of loose details too. You know, people could have fabricated any story out of that.
But it did its job. It got Trump back into power. He was right. I cannot wait to see the midterm elections. Right, I guarantee he is going to be losing people that are following Trump hand over fist, because the tariffs that Trump has put on the world is affecting America more. Countries are getting around the tariffs, right? They're saying, right, we've got all the tariffs on this. Fine, we'll sort out how we sort out all the tariffs and pay them off and a lot. But it's also hurting a lot of Americans because they get a lot of their products from around the world. And they can't afford
everything's fucking exported and fucking in here. It's crazy.
But Trumps don't care about it. I mean, Trump has made a shitload of money from tariffs. Hell of a lot of money. He was telling his own family, now's the time to buy shares because they're all low.
Yeah.
Right?
It's even affected us, bro.
So his family buy all shares and that lot, and then all the shares get sorted out and start going back up. They make a packet.
How bad did it hit the UK there, Chris?
It's hit our steel industry. And our steel industry was struggling as it was because we've had to turn our blast furnaces into arc furnaces. So we're not making the top grade steel like what we used to with the blast furnaces. The ones in Port Talbot in South Wales, they're turning those into arc furnaces. So you can't burn.
That's for the steel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense. I heard that's normally just used for like aluminum. That's fucking energy intensive.
Yeah, well, and the blast furnaces, you could add like loads of coke and things like that to make super strong steels, which go into everything from aircraft up into rockets and shit.
Fucking hey, man. Now the world's making metal like shit nowadays. It's fucking a travesty.
To save on we're not burning coal, they have electric arc furnaces. And you can't add coke or anything to the electric arc furnaces.
And where does that fucking electricity for that electronic arc furnace come from? The fucking coal.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, all our coal mines are closed down now. We ain't got none.
Oh
They
yeah.
started closed.
Fucking,
It
if
was-
you're importing any energy, that energy
Oh.
could be coming from coal.
We import a lot of coal because we have still got power stations and we've still got like arc furnaces and things. Blast furnaces, sorry. So we still import coal. We import a lot of gas. We import a lot of like oil and that.
Yeah.
Our North Sea has still got tons and tons of oil reserves and gas reserves that we could be like getting at ourselves. But that oil and gas won't go into the British markets. It goes into the world markets, and then we still have to buy it, even though it's from our oil fields.
Oh yeah, and they just figure keeping it its own natural reserves, is keeping it safe for now. Like they don't need to fucking extract it and fucking haul it in some bunker or nothing.
I remember, because I used to work like part of refineries. I remember when the gas and oil used to come in from the North Sea, we would keep a percentage of it for UK usage, and then the rest of it then would be put onto the market, and we would get funds from that from selling it, which then goes towards our economy. They've stopped all that now. And it's like, so go back to the old ways. Let's go and like get all the gas and the oil out of the North Sea. Open up all these oil rigs that you've still got out there that are, that are not doing anything. All the Christmas trees are on the bottom of the sea just waiting to be connected back up again. But they won't do it because we're sticking to climate. We've got to watch the climate change and everything. And it's just
fucking environmentalists still battling the climate, just like the fucking oil fucking hungry. It's fucking insane, man.
But this is another thing that gets me. You've got places like Dubai and that lot that are pumping out millions of barrels every day, right, and then selling it around the world. But they're building new cities that are going to be fully electric. They're not going to have like gas cars going through them anymore.
Yep.
They're going to be building the mile-long city in top of Saudi Arabia, I think it is, right? It's over 100 miles, this city that they're building. It's just a straight line. And they've said they're going to have 2 major car parks either end. And anybody driving like gas cars have to park up and either hire out an electric car or get on an electric bus or electric taxi or something to go the 100 miles down the city, because they're not going to be allowing any gas cars going through those cities. But they're still going to be pulling out loads of oil to sell to other cities. And it just drives me up the wall that, I mean, I said I would never start driving until they bought out electric cars. Well, they bought out electric cars, but we haven't got the infrastructure so we can charge up an electric car.
Right.
And they lie about how much your battery is because of the speed limits are all different. So when they say you can go 350 miles on one charge, and you're only doing, say, 120 miles, and the reason is because you're going slower on certain roads, you're speeding up on other roads, and then you're going up 70 miles an hour on motorways or highways.
Oh, yeah.
And
all
then
the different variables, depending
your
on what
battery's
city
not,
you live in, different
yeah, your battery's not doing it. So the car companies are lying to you. The government's lying to you. The activists are lying to you. The companies are lying to you.
For reals, man. For reals. For reals.
This is why I don't get into politics.
Same here, man. I'm too
You
cynical,
fucked
man. I see through all the bullshit.
Well, I used to help out Labour a lot in the UK, right? And I even got asked, why don't I go to be an MP? And I said, if I became an MP, I'd last 5 minutes in the Houses of Parliament before I end up sparking some fucker out.
For reals, man. I feel you on that. I'm like...
I would. I'd end up swinging for half the MPs in there because they haven't got a bloody clue. And most of the MPs now that we've got in Parliament, we used to get MPs that was from shops, from your school, your janitor, whatever, right? Now it's all top lawyers and businessmen and people that are like multimillionaires and everything. they haven't got a clue how we live, because most of them was born with a silver spoon up their asses,
Oh yeah.
right? So they don't understand how the other half live.
Yep.
So they're making decisions for themselves, not for the public. And this is why I hate politics today.
For sure.
It used to be they would have MPs that were from local backgrounds, normal people. And now it's all wealthy people, people that have got money because they've bought their way into being politician.
Well, fuck, it used to be at least somewhat respectable too, man. Like, I don't fucking think fucking 1700 Englishmen in the fucking court systems were duking it out with their fucking fists, man, like we were. Like, we're fucking seeing that fucking crazy shit fucking way too often. It's nuts. It's like I'm watching a government fucking like telecast or whatever. Like, this isn't, I'm not supposed to be watching a reality television show. Like, what the hell?
See, I can't be done with reality shows. It's a way of TV shows piling them out one after another, and it's low cost effective for the TV companies.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
They're not paying for all the big scenery and all the actors and the props and the cameramen and sound. Yep. They can have cameras where they can have two people in a room to monitor all the monitors.
Oh, that's one of the things that's been pissing me off lately, is that there's nothing but reality coming out for the past fucking 3 to 5 years now. Like, they said that the fucking writer's strike, okay, well, once it's over, it'll take a year for things to get back to normal, and you'll start seeing a lot of content being released again, and there's no fucking content. The only thing coming out is fucking, propaganda and fucking reality television. I'm like, sorry, I don't buy into this fucking pro-cop bullshit. I don't watch fucking brain rot. I'm into film theory. I actually like watching fucking quality media.
Do you know what I've started to do? I don't watch films now or TV programs. I prefer to sit and watch a documentary.
For sure.
Because I'm learning more from a doc. I mean, it's like you'll have like a TV show and it's about a murder.
Yep.
Well, I can go on TV and watch real murders and real crime and why have I got to watch fictional stuff when now I can watch the real life stuff?
Yep.
It's the same as like sci-fi. You get all the sci-fi movies and that lot, and it's like, well, why watch a sci-fi movie when you can go online and listen to real stories from people? So I've like
sometimes
sort of switched
the
now.
sci-fi is more interesting than real people.
Yeah. Well, a good example, I turned around to my mate and I goes, do you realise they're bringing Stargate back? And he was like, you're joking. I was like, no, they're bringing it back.
Oh, they've been saying that for fucking 5 years now, man. I've yet to see it.
What I read today, MGM apparently are going to pick it up.
Oh, huh. I'll have to look
back into the news. It's going to be through Amazon and MGM, and they're picking it up, and they're going to, and apparently they are going to have some of the old actors in this new season.
Well, hopefully they fucking, keep the producers from fucking pushing too much into the fucking creative vision of this shit. This is our set. Fuck off.
Guess who I chat to a lot on X?
Who?
Gillian Anderson.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Now, I grew up watching Gillian Anderson in X-Files in the 90s, and I watched every episode every week, right?
Right.
Because back then you couldn't binge watch unless you bought the box set or
VCR and pre-recorded the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been chatting to Gillian Anderson because she lives in the UK. She lives in London, right?
Right.
She's just done a new TV series called Trespassers, which I think is based in the 70s. And I think it covers IRA or something like that.
Oh, that might be interesting then. Not enough media related to the Troubles.
Yeah, I've got a pet hate with the IRA. And the simple reason is I had family that was in the Birmingham pub bombing. They didn't die, but they got injured.
Yeah. Well, fuck,
And
how could you not be affected in one way or another in that situation, even if you're not physically injured?
I mean, I'm all for them going up and blowing the fucking Houses of Parliament up and things like that. But why go after the public?
Oh yeah, well, fucking, that's the nature of fucking bombs, man. They're fucking sketchy shit, man, and indiscriminate in nature. You gotta fucking really be aware, and even when you're really aware, there's no guarantees.
I mean, there has been so many terrorist attacks in the UK, going right back to early 80s onwards. And we had the Manchester bombing. That was the big one. That took out most of Manchester. That fucker did. And then you had the 7/7 bombings. You had the London Tube bombings. And now it isn't bombings; it's knives. You know, you will have some
knife crime in the
radical,
UK. Holy shit!
Yeah, you'll have some radical Muslim who'll just go up and stab loads of people. There was one yesterday. 3 people got stabbed in London.
Fuck, it ain't even all immigrants. There's tons of fucking white boys over there fucking carrying around machetes and shit, man.
Yeah, that's the gangs. Then the reason why that is because they do things called county lines, where they'll go over and sell their drugs in another county, and then the people in that county don't want those people there.
Like gangs of roadmen.
Yeah, big machetes they're bringing out.
Yeah.
And it's like, and they kids as young as 7 carrying fucking carving knives around.
Well, I find it interesting is that the knife drop boxes have done sort of successful, but not as much as you'd want. But the knife crime laws have actually helped reduce it more than you'd expect. That is sort of interesting.
Well, in the UK, the kids was going online buying zombie knives, right? And then Parliament said, right, we're going to ban these zombie knives. So they banned them, and all the companies did was just change the name to a different name.
Oh, fuck. The companies are doing their fucking unethical bullshit and still fucking, oh, that's some shit.
And also on YouTube, right? I've noticed that there is people that are getting metal and making their own knives, and they're showing you a full video, 28 minutes of like how they make this knife, and then they're holding up this knife, and it's like, why are you showing this shit in the UK when we've got knife crime?
Oh yeah, for reals. And that's actually really easy to fucking solve too, like technologically speaking. You know, fucking A, with all the algorithms and fucking VPNs and all this shit, that's pretty fucking easy-ish to solve. Or to help fix toward the better. Look at that cutie.
Daisy.
Hello, Daisy. What's that? What's your cat?
Daisy.
The reason why we've got a knife crime in this country is because we've got no guns. Because if they had the guns, they wouldn't need the knives.
Yeah, no, I feel you. It's still an interesting fucking human phenomenon, like sociological phenomenon. Like fucking versus here in America, I found out that the gun law shit is so lax, so fucking insane that you can actually buy a fucking flamethrower over here. I'm like, okay, this is going to be really fun when Civil War happens. You know, the country that prides, property over people is getting flamethrowers to everybody. Like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, okay, apparently they don't really care about property or people. You know, that was just an excuse to fuck over the people.
I was chatting to Paula Luna, Republican. And I chat to her online sometimes. And I was talking about the gun laws in America, about the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. It's an old law that was there for when the English came over and attacked America. And they said, right, you've got the right to bear arms to protect your premises, your property, in case the English come over and try and take it, right? And she was like, yeah. And I goes, so why don't you change that amendment? You're changing amendments every day in the Constitution. Different words, new things. So why don't you change the Constitution on the Second Amendment? And she went, it's really difficult. I goes, okay then. Tell everybody they can buy as many guns as they want, but the ammunition's illegal. And then you watch how many people give up their guns because they can't buy ammunition.
For reals.
Right?
That's actually
and she loved it.
Funny.
she loved the idea, right? And I said, you're not breaking the Second Amendment that way. And she was like, so how would I go? And I goes, well, obviously you have to put it through Congress. You'd have to get them to it. But most of them are probably signed up to the NRA anyway. So they ain't going to give up their passes. They ain't going to give up their guns. Right? So just make ammunition illegal. And and then you watch how many people hand in their guns, because now they say that there's 8 guns to every person in America. And what is there, 365 million people in America?
Yeah.
And there's 8 guns per person.
Yeah, I envy them.
Right.
Wish I had a gun.
Those are probably just the
Don't you
ones
wish
on
you had a
record,
gun?
too. Not even all the ghost guns and fucking black markets and all that shit.
You want to see my gun?
Yeah, go on. You got a gun?
Yeah.
You lucky thing. No, I want a gun, Sage. I'll tell you something, I'm starting to live in fear. So how come you got a gun?
Just don't be doxing yourself to your local government.
Oh, fabulous.
And I've got 2 sets of mags as well.
Wow. So how come you got a gun?
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
It's an MP5.
Huh?
It's an MP5.
Wow.
I assume
I
only
tell you, I'd really
semi-auto.
like to own a gun.
What?
I assume
Really?
only semi-auto.
It's automatic and semi.
Wow.
Holy shit!
Jealous.
Got no ammunition though.
Oh. Still, it's enough to frighten people with.
It's enough to make me go, I'm surprised you answered my question.
Well, I only use it in shooting ranges.
Right. I've always wished I'd learned to shoot.
Then I go, and I don't know how all the legislation and laws and permits work in other parts of the world.
No, I'd love to have a gun, because I tell you, it's becoming so bloody violent here that I don't feel safe anymore.
See,
yeah, that worries me though. I've seen too many videos of fucking old Americans fucking shooting fucking their neighbors through their fucking doors and shit. Like, it doesn't always end well. Not to say that you would be one of those people, but
do you remember when there was the Kosovo War with Serbia? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those people in Kosovo and Serbia escaped from the country to get away from the war.
Yeah.
Right. Some of them settled in Birmingham.
Oh, right.
Which was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because they put them into 2 tower blocks.
Mm-hmm.
One tower block had Serbian in it. The other tower block had Kosovo people in it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was actually shooting from one block to another.
Shit.
Yeah.
What retards thought that was a fucking bright idea?
Oh,
maybe they'll talk it out, you know. Maybe they'll make peace. Like, you gotta lay the fucking frameworks for that kind of shit first if you're gonna be thinking that. Gosh.
They had to send in the police, the armed response and everything. They went from flat to flat and they searched every flat.
Yeah.
They found loads of weapons. They arrested loads of people, and then they was deported.
Yes.
But they were shooting at each other in, where I grew up. And it's like, are these people mental or something?
Yes.
But we're getting this now because we've got loads of different races living in the UK.
It's going to happen. It's going to be terrible.
Yeah. There is wars going on between Pakistan and India and things like that.
Precisely.
And they're bringing their wars back to the UK.
Yes.
Now,
I'm very unhappy about it.
I grew up in Birmingham. There is a road in Birmingham called Allen Rock, right?
Mm.
And it's all run by Pakistan and Indian and
Yeah.
that, right? I grew up around that area. I grew up with the kids. I grew up with a load of Pakistan and Muslim and there was no fighting. Everybody got on. Everybody grew up together. We used to play in the street. Used to go from one house to another house and have all these different meals, samosas and things like that.
Yes.
Awesome, right? I went to Birmingham recently, and they actually put up a sign saying no whites allowed.
I can well believe it. Yeah.
Right now, if we did that, we would be classed as racist.
Yeah,
We'd be arrested, for inciting violence and things like that.
Yes.
They were allowed to do it. Now, the road has got all Indian shops down that sell all saris and things like that. People that was doing the deliveries had to stop at the top end of the road, and then the shopkeepers had to come out with trolleys to go to the top end of the road to get their stock out the back of the truck and then bring it back down to the shop. Because if he was a white driver, he weren't allowed to come down that road.
I can well believe it.
And that was in Birmingham.
Well believe it. Yes, like that in
fucking micro-segmentation,
terrifying.
micro-segregations and proxy wars. Holy fucking shit,
Terrifying.
man.
Also,
we are
go up north of
a
England.
crisis over here.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm being forced out of my home because of this, because as Richard's pointing out, I get scared.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not happy about it anymore.
In the north of England, you've got places like York, Huddersfield, Halifax, Bradford. Well, most of these towns now are Muslim.
Yeah, precisely.
Even the British police won't go into these places. They leave the Imrans to sort out their own mess.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And these Muslims are running amok up north of England.
Yes.
And we can't do anything about it.
Yes, I know.
That's also just the fucking British police and how they fucking run their shit, man. They're like, they ain't a fucking 2 million plus cameras over there. We can't go over there. Like, they gotta be in London if we're gonna be doing that shit.
Well, there's no way in the UK you can go without being caught on camera now.
Yeah.
Nowhere?
But you know what gets me is it's okay for them to cover up their faces. And you know what worries me about it is that men could start playing that little stick thing.
I used to be
Yeah,
I used to be sort of the anti-mask. I was like, people should be able to wear masks, but I've gotten to the point where I'm like, all right, I saw that fucking shit about the fucking Russian mercenaries, you know, in the fucking Ukraine, shooting at the fucking Ukrainian police and Ukrainian civilians, and they fucking, the international criminal courts are like, all right, well, we know that these fucking names are attributed to these people in this unit, but they're all masked up. We can't exactly pinpoint who's faced to what gun, so we can't really do anything. I'm like, all right, if that could be used as a fucking war criminal defense, then nobody on this fucking planet should be allowed to fucking wear masks at this point. Like, fuck that shit.
Right. When you go into a bank, you're not allowed to wear a motorbike helmet. You've got to take it off so you can get your face recognition on camera. But a woman can walk in with a burqa.
Yeah. Yep.
How is that legal?
It's unfair. It's not right, is it?
At this point, we got to fucking start telling the Islamic people, this isn't about anti-Islam. With the mask laws. Just let me finish.
They will be.
Just let me finish. It's not about that we're Islamophobic with the anti-mask laws. It's just that you yourselves admit the nature of suicide bombing in relationship to your own religious attire. Maybe we should switch things up.
No, I'll tell you something. I've lived in Muslim countries, and I also spent time in Beirut, and they will take over.
Chris, you still there?
Yeah.
All right, for sure.
So the camera just died.
Didn't know if that was
I just had to reload everything.
Why's my camera died?
Yeah, you have to do a reload.
Oh, what?
I'm not quite sure how you do it. You have to press the camera button and faff around a bit with that, and it reloads itself. Yeah,
I'll leave the camera off. It's not working. Press V to enable camera. I did.
Yeah.
I'm pressing V. Nothing's happening.
You have to press. Hold on. What did I do? Front camera.
Freaking technology, eh?
Oh, there we go.
I don't like this restream. There you are. Unless you're very brave talking on it. Oh, you wouldn't get me talking with my face.
Can you see
what are you talking about? You have like the best fucking hairdo ever, chickpea.
Yeah.
Like, shoots you. Like,
On
what are
my
you talking about?
I remember I said to my mate once, because I've been to India. He goes, "Oh, what part of India you been to?" I went, "Birmingham."
Yeah. Yeah, but
Oh
I
my
tell you,
goodness.
Chris, I think this is going to end very, very badly for Western Europe. I hope I don't live long enough to see it. I really hope it, because I don't see it ending very well.
I
Because
don't
I
know.
tell
I
you,
just
something, I
think
went to Beirut. I went to
Western
Lebanon.
society needs to get their fucking interfaith work into fucking gear so we can fucking, modernize Islam without fucking,
That will never
pissing off
happen. That
people
will
and
never
getting people
happen.
killed. Nobody fucking wants that.
It will
Nobody
never
wants
happen.
that.
But you see, Islam is
It's
the
a
same as Judaism
Yeah.
is a made-up religion,
Yeah.
right?
The
You can say that about
Most of
anything
the
in the
religions are
world,
made up
really.
religions anyway. But most of the religions are made up anyway.
It's like,
But you
you
know
can
that the
say
whole
that about
thing.
anything, though. Really, it's like once something didn't exist, and then we invented it.
Yeah.
Like you can say that about anything.
Well, we was on about this earlier, weren't we, Chickpea? The reason why religion was given to the masses was to
Control us.
basically give them something to do and to keep them in order.
Yeah, to give us something to
Oh,
believe
yeah.
in. There's so little for us to believe in.
But you try
We
telling
turn
that
off
to a
the land.
Christian.
Huh?
Oh no, that's where we need to dive
you
deep
missed it,
into
that's
some
a
of this
Christian.
stuff, like
You are.
some of the food dietary restrictions, the food law in the Bible. It was actually built out of the Jewish priest class, trying to tell people don't eat rotting corpses on the meat and come into their cities and spread diseases and get us all fucking killed, And it was because people were starving and they didn't know better and they were eating rotting corpses.
I find us a very stupid species, actually, bearing in mind everything. We're really stupid.
Well, I got asked the other week, am I racist? And I said, yes, I am. I can't stand the fucking human race. Look what we do.
Yes, I agree
That's
with
the
you.
best answer ever.
I don't like us very much.
Anybody turns around to you and said you're racist, turn around and say, yes, I am racist. I can't
racist.
stand the human race.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Right? And I tell you something now, it stops them, it shuts them up just like that.
Yeah.
I guess I'm an e-racist. I want to erase all the race, whether, not the human race, but just erase all the fucking races. We don't need to be in a fucking race. Let's enjoy fucking
It will
life.
always be at each other's
Stop
throats.
fucking
It is the
competing and
nature.
all this
It is our
fucking ego
nature.
bullshit.
It's our nature. We'll always be at each other's throats. We've been like it since we left the Garden of Eden. One brother killed the other.
Nature can change.
Huh?
Nature can change.
No, it can't. It will always be like this with us lot.
No, nature can change. It's just
Tell that to the storm incoming.
People that are in charge don't want the change because they like it the way it is because they can manipulate people.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see that Israel's broke the ceasefire.
All right.
Surprise, surprise.
They killed another 13 people tonight. And Netanyahu said the reason why we was bombing them is because they're not handing over the dead, the hostages that was killed. And it's like, well, Netanyahu, you flattened Gaza.
No fucking shit.
You killed most of your own hostages.
Can't be recovered. They're fucking, rotting pulp underneath fucking tons of rubble.
Yeah, and I said to Netanyahu, you killed most of your hostages by carpet bombing Gaza.
Oh, I called that from day one of this shit, man. I called that from day one.
And then I have a go at him because I slag the shit out of Netanyahu online. I do.
I wouldn't dare. I must admit, I tend to keep my mouth
shut. I don't care.
Nowadays.
What's he going to do to me?
I'm glad that somebody's fucking giving him a reaming. He fucking I may hate Trump, but Netanyahu's fucking evil personified.
Yeah, right. Netanyahu, because I joined X this year for the first time ever, because I said I'd never ever join X, but I needed to get in contact with certain people in the UFO community, and the only way to do it was to go on X.
Oh, right. I see.
So now I'm on X, I am chatting to loads of people in the UFO community.
Here's one to give him, Chris. I swear to God, Hitler must have reincarnated and found himself in Netanyahu. I swear to God.
Sage, the thing is with Sage, Hitler didn't do anything. He just sat behind a desk telling all the masses what to do. Hitler didn't do anything. And people
What, you
forget
saying
this. I'm no fan
Netanyahu's
of Hitler.
personally going up to Palestinians and executing them?
He didn't do it, though. He told them to do it. He did nothing.
That's
And that's
exactly my
scares
point.
me
You're
about
both doing the same fucking evil shit, man.
That's what I said to Netanyahu. I said, why is it that Hitler got done for killing loads and loads of Jews, but you're doing exactly the same thing now?
That's
all
where, like,
these years later.
metaphysically speaking, the Nazis fucking won because they caused so much intergenerational fucking trauma on the Jewish population that they had to create their own ethno-state
Actually,
and
though,
fucking
there's one
do all
thing
this
about
fucking
this.
crazy fucking bullshit, do the Nakba on the Palestinians and fucking escalate the Nakba into this genocide. It's fucking absurd.
Right.
Yeah.
1948. That's when UK, France, parts of Germany, Eastern Germany, not West, they all got together and settled the Jews in the northern territory of what is now Israel, right?
Yeah.
And they was given strict instructions that they wasn't allowed to expand. Within 2 years, they started to expand, right? They never had that land to begin with because a lot of the Jews lived all over the world in different countries. When they got persecuted out of Germany and other countries like Poland and that lot, these Jews, they had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So they was put into other countries until the war was over. And then once the war was over, they was given this land that they could live on.
Yeah.
And then over the years, they have reduced the Palestinian land and made it smaller and smaller. And Israel has took over more and more land. Now, they broke the contract that they had in the beginning of 1948. A lot of Palestinians was kicked out of their own land so the Israelis could have that land.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they have been doing it ever since.
Yeah.
And nobody has stopped them.
We're selling all the naughty secrets that you're not supposed to say. I'm
I'll
amazed
tell you
that
another little story
stream
about
hasn't just been cut on us yet.
another story about this whole thing. Back in the Second World War, the British powers that be said they knew nothing about what was going on with the Jews in Germany. But my mother was a little girl living in Rotterdam. She would have been 7, 8, 9 years old. My mother knew what was going on in Germany.
The
So
British
the British
knew.
authorities say they didn't know. A little 9-year-old girl living in Rotterdam knew.
The British knew what was going on.
Yeah,
I'll trust the child, you know? I'll trust the child.
My mother knew. She saw them being shipped off every day because, they used to go into Rotterdam and they used to, bring them all to the docks.
I haven't got a problem with Jewish people. I've got a problem with Orthodox Jews. It's the Orthodox Jews that are causing a lot of the atrocities that's over in Israel.
It's Zionist Jews.
Yeah.
Zionist Jews. That's the more refined one, you know. Orthodox Jews is just the religious aspect, you know. The Zionist is the political, religious, ethno-nationalist fucking clusterfuck.
Did you know that if you was an Orthodox Jew, you didn't have to do the 3 years in the army? Netanyahu's now changed that Orthodox Jews now have got to join the army for 3 years and fight.
Yeah.
And they're kicking off the Orthodox Jews. They don't want it.
I bet they are.
That's what I'm saying. That's because these motherfuckers are stone cold Zionists in charge, you know?
Well, I said I'm a protester. Every Saturday here, we have a Palestinian march.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And we have just passed a law in Aberystwyth where they're not allowed to sell any Jewish items.
All right. Gosh,
So we don't sell anything in the shops now that's made by Jewish
the
people.
papers about it. Mind I don't read the papers, sir.
I'll send you the clipping. And it's took us since the start of this war to stop. And also every year in August we have a lot of Orthodox Jews that come here. They rent out the Aberystwyth University and the campus so they can do all their Jewish ceremonies and all that rubbish, right?
Yeah.
They like to burn candles. Well, one year they started a fire. So it didn't cause much damage. but
Yeah.
they was ordered that they weren't allowed to use candles anymore for health and safety.
Yeah.
And they called the race card.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that bloody race
Right.
card.
So they said, "Oh, you're going against the Jewish faith and all this lot, right? We're not allowed to." And also, every time they've got right next to the university, they've got a student campus, and all it is just loads of new houses that have been built, and all the students share the houses.
Yeah.
When the Jewish Orthodox hire out the university and these, what they do is they take all the mattresses.
Yeah.
And they store them in one of the houses, and then they go to the warehouse and buy new mattresses.
Yeah.
And then when they leave all these mattresses behind.
Yeah.
So then the council have to get rid of all these mattresses. And it's just, and they do it every year because they refuse to sleep on the mattresses that others have slept on. Right? And then the council have to come in, find all these other mattresses, put them back on the beds.
So you lot have to pay for it.
Man, they should sleep on the floor like so many other cultures. Fuck.
Well, you see,
the taxpayer has to pay.
I was out on my bike. I've got an electric mountain bike, and I go all over the place, all over the fields, all over the hills, everywhere.
Oh,
right?
wow, lucky you.
Well, it's my only way again. I can't ride a normal bike because of my back. I can't pedal, so I've got electric one, and I've got a little throttle on it. It's against the law. I'm not supposed to have a throttle.
Having the space.
Yeah, but I can get out and about, so I'm not homebound. Right?
Yeah.
This summer, I was going up to the hills, and it was a Jewish family. And they stopped me, and I didn't really want to talk to him. And he started talking to me about my bike, and I just stood there and didn't say anything.
Yeah.
And then the heads of the family, the Jewish father, whatever, he goes, "Have you got a problem with me?" And I just looked at him and went, "Mate, don't get me started. Just don't get me started." And then I got back on my bike and I just rode off and left them. But believe me, I really wanted to say something, but if they had kids there and I didn't want to say anything in front of the kids, right? But he knew why I didn't talk to him, right? And I get a lot of feeds that come out of Gaza that people have took on their mobiles. When you see it on the news, it's all blurred out. You can't
you can't see it properly anyway.
But the footage that I'm seeing,
the real stuff.
The real stuff.
Yeah.
Right? I did the same for in Ukraine. I was getting I was tapping into a lot of the live feeds in Ukraine. So I was watching everything live. I was also doing it in Israel, where they had cameras in Israel looking over towards Gaza. So I was monitoring those cameras, and I was watching all the bombs being dropped on Gaza. I've seen Gaza go from all beautiful houses and high rises and everything to just rubble.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In 2 years.
Yeah.
They've dropped dropped more ordnance on Gaza than they did on Dresden.
It's carpet bombed, man. It's carpet bombed to shit. It looks like what what we did to fucking Japan in World War II before we dropped the fucking A-bombs on them. You know, everyone always talks about the A-bombs, but no, the fucking the mass air raids we did before the A-bombs caused a lot more fucking death and destruction than the A-bombs. The A-bombs are just spectacular enough to cause some unique kind of existential trauma that got communicated across the culture in such a sensationalized way.
Oh, Chris. Sorry. I just want to say, do you give your little baby catnip?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. Yes. We can go back now, Sage.
He's got a little hedgehog, which is his baby. He'll carry it around in his mouth, doing all the little meows and that lot. And if I say to him, "Where's baby?" he'll go and look for him.
Oh.
Right? And he's got catnip inside it.
Oh.
Well, I've got the spray.
Lovely cat.
I've got the spray catnip, and I've got the twig catnip.
Yes. Yes.
You know what also works? Valerian root.
I take valerian root.
Valerian root has the exact same chemical compound in catnip, and it's safe for cats.
Oh, because I take it as well for my nerves.
Yeah.
and my anxiety really worked.
Well,
Actually.
when I went to the vet,
You really are a cat person, Chickpea. Even your
When I went
body's
to the,
responding to the
Oh,
cat
my
drug.
when I went to the vet for Jensen after finding out that he's got a heart condition and
Oh, God.
kidney condition, the doctor gave me a muscle relaxant, right, in a
Yeah.
little vial about that big with a syringe, and I have to do a full syringe, and it tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
So I get him a chicken meal, and I'll just spray it into it and mix it in, and then he'll
Yeah.
eat it, and then he'll go to sleep. But
Yeah.
the medicine is for humans.
Hmm.
It's not wasn't designed
This
for
is
animals.
nice,
But
you can thingy it.
yeah, right. And I was like, oh, wait, so I'm giving him a human medicine. He goes, isn't that going to harm a cat? Oh no, it's designed for
Yeah,
animals as well.
you can
So,
do that.
Yeah, as
but
long as all
yeah,
the
he's
chemical compounds in it are cat safe, the cat can definitely take it as long as the dose and measurement is measured out correctly. Totally possible.
Oh, valerian root, yeah. Yeah, I take some. Yeah, I take it for my. Oh gosh, no wonder I'm all sleeping. But what else is there to do? There's nothing else to do. You know.
right, my lovely people. It is just gone 4 o'clock in the morning. So
I know you haven't got much time to sleep in, have you?
I don't think I will sleep. I might as well just stay up. And I'll get back here around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So
I've got a lovely day ahead. If you know what I'm going to do today, I'm going to sleep.
yeah, see, I can't sleep on a moving vehicle, so I can't sleep on a train or in a
No, I
car
can't.
or
I
anything.
must admit, no, I can't do
Mm.
that. No, no. But
Well,
I
I used to travel from Coventry down to London, which is run about 200 miles
yeah,
every day, 6 days a week,
yeah.
and then travel back home
Doesn't
again.
that drive you mad?
Well, I did it for 18 months, and the doctor
Oh
turned
my
around and said I had
God.
to give my job up, or else he was going to
I
kill me.
couldn't do that. No, I hate traveling. I don't like traveling. I must admit.
Well, I used to have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'd be picked up at 4:30 in a van.
Oh my God.
The back of the van, there's loads of people asleep in the back of the van, and I have to sit in the front seat because I can't sleep in a moving vehicle.
Yeah.
You get down to London around about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh God, no.
We go and have some breakfast, and then we're straight onto site.
Oh
Do a
my
full day's work, and then by about 5 o'clock in the evening, back in the van, driving back up to Coventry, another 200 miles.
Oh
And
no, I couldn't do that.
I did that 6 days a week.
No,
Sunday, I just slept. I never had a Sunday dinner.
no.
I didn't see the family for 18 months. I did that.
I don't know how people do. You know, when I worked, I used to work in the city, and I knew people used to spend 4 hours a day commuting
Yeah.
every
Oh,
day.
Jesus Christ.
Like,
That's
I don't know
insanity.
how they did it, because I used to live near the city, so I could walk to work. But these people used to 12 hours a day. If that was my life, I would have hurled myself off bloody Tower Bridge.
But you see,
I can't do
that's
this.
happening a lot more now because of the prices shooting up in London.
Yeah.
I mean, rent is like £2,000 a month.
Yeah, my flat
Oh,
was £2,000
jeez.
if I was renting it privately.
My
Right.
God.
That's private. But now they've just brought in laws yesterday that's going to help the people that are in private like
What you
lodgings.
going to do?
I think they're going to reduce the rents because
They
these
should do.
people, there's no laws for the
There's
private
no laws.
sector.
There used to be laws in this
Yeah.
country at one time.
Yeah, well, they're bypassing the laws.
Yeah.
So these private people that have got these houses that are charging 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 a month to live there, if you're working in London, you can afford it.
Oh, you're not even.
But if you're living on the outskirts of London, you can't afford to live, and so people are being driven out their own houses, and they've got to go further afield.
Yeah.
So they're commuting into London, and it's taking 3 hours to get to work. So they've got to get up at early hours in the morning.
How they do it. I tell you, if that was me, I would hurl myself off a bridge. I would just give up.
For reals, I would never
that
be able
type
to
of
drive that
courage.
often for
What?
that long. Oh, God. How
Nightmare.
miserable.
I don't know how they do
That's
it.
a
I don't know
cubicle
how
life
they do it.
existence while in a fucking vehicle designed for freedom. How sad is that?
Yes, Precisely. I don't know
That's
how.
just sad.
But I used to go over to France to go and pick up tobacco and booze and bring it back.
Yes.
No, illegally.
Yes.
I don't care. We even booked a hotel in Dover, and then we just fill up the hotel with stock,
Yes.
and then keep going back and forth, back and forth. This is before they changed all the laws.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't go to France to go and get all our stuff. We go to Addenkerk in Belgium,
Yeah.
which is about half an hour over the border.
Yeah. No, I know that part of the world. Yeah.
And then Addenkerk in Calais, they've got a warehouse called EastEnders,
All right.
and it's named after the TV show EastEnders,
Yeah.
right? They've also got one in Addenkerk, but it's a lot smaller. But
Yeah.
you hardly get people going in. You go to the one in Calais, and it's jam packed.
Yeah.
But you go over the border, and there's only a handful of people that go in.
Right. Yeah.
So we'd go and get all our tobacco and spirits and everything
Yeah.
in the car, back on the ferry, and we used to go. Dee was driving; he would take his car. We'd get out the car, and then we'd go foot passenger because it was only £7 to get back
Yes.
to England.
Yeah.
And so we'd go back to the hotel, unload all the bag, get back in the car, drive down to the docks, get back out the car, go back on the ferry, foot passenger, and then keep doing that about 3 or 4 times a day.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we made a fortune.
You
Yeah.
definitely got a stockpile doing that like that.
Well, I had a black and white Raiders jacket with leather and cloths, the wool sleeves and that,
Yeah.
with a big Raiders sign. So I had one of them on, my black wraparound glasses, my hat was turned backwards. I had this massive holdall full of tobacco all on my shoulder, and everywhere you walked, you could smell this tobacco.
Yeah.
I'm walking down. I've just got off the ferry, showed my passport, walking down this aisle with loads of everybody else that just got off ferry, and I noticed these 2 women leaning up against the wall. They were customs and excise. They stuck out a mile. You knew what they were.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at through my glasses. They can't see my eyes, but I'm looking at them. And then they've weeded through all these people, and then just flashed me a badge going, customs and excise. Can you go into that room there, please?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh God, here we go.
Here we go.
So because I was saying, I was kicking off, going, what the fuck are you doing? I've been up 36 hours. What are you doing this for? I'm knackered. I want to go home. No,
Yeah.
Because I kicked off, they sort of like, right, we're not going to go easy on you.
Yes.
I walks into this room, and it's a long room, and you had long tables, all on the one side, and on the other side you had an X-ray machine.
Yeah.
And then right down the bottom, they had old hospital screens.
Yeah.
They used to put around the beds before they had the curtains.
Yes.
Right? And a big white mat at the bottom. Right. He said, what's in the bag? I went, tobacco. How many pouches of tobacco? Because I lost count, about 750. I couldn't count anymore. So there's probably a lot more. There was about 2,000 pouches in there.
Yeah.
Because in a box, you get a box of 5 tobacco in a box.
Yeah.
So it's easier to take them out of the box, and you pack them like bricks on top of each other.
Mhm.
And a big holdall, it's heavy, throw it over your shoulder, you can carry it. So they asked me what was in there. She pulled the zips open. She just turned the bag upside down. They all fell out. They all went all over the floor, all over the desk. And I went, I ain't picking up that fucking lot. You can do it. And she turned around. She went, right. She grabs a handful. She takes them over to the X-ray. She places them on the X-ray machine on the belt, and he goes through the X-ray. And I went, what are you looking for? She went, guns and drugs. And I goes, well, I ain't got no drugs on me. And because I ain't got a gun. So what else do you need me for? Do you know it's illegal to have this much tobacco? And I goes, well, no, actually, I don't. It's close to Christmas. Most of my family smokes, so I bought most of this lot. This will last us a year. Right? That was my excuse.
Yeah.
And then they turn around and says, you see that where those curtains are down the bottom? I was like, yeah. She goes, can you strip down to your underwear, please, and go down there? And I was like, excuse me?
Fuck no! I ain't got a fucking sailor's plug of fucking tobacco up my anus, and you ain't fucking checking. And if you are checking, you're gonna get a different kind of brown package.
Yeah. So one of the women went out, and then these 2 big, huge blokes come in.
Yes.
Right? And basically pushed me down to where these curtains were.
Yeah.
Right? So strips off, standing there in my undies, and they said, right, take your undies down to your ankles and squat.
Yeah.
Did it. Checked. Right, get dressed.
Oh
Goes,
my
are you happy
God.
now? Are you know, I haven't got a gun stuck up my ass or anything. Anyway, they turn around and I'm fuming by now.
Yes.
So I piled all the tobacco into the bag and this lot. And I was like, well, at least you got paid for the fucking job you're doing today, ain't you? And then as I've gone out into the car park, I've banged on the boot and it's opened up. I threw the bag into the boot and slammed it shut, and I turned around. There's a copper standing there, and I just turned around to this copper and I went, oh, what the fuck do you want?
I tell you, I nearly got caught on the Dutch going to Holland with a load of cigarettes. And at the last minute, and I was on the ferry, at the last minute, I thought to myself, I'm going to throw these cigarettes in the bin. So I threw all the cigarettes in the bin, which was just as well, because when I got to Sheerness, I got pulled aside by one of the customs people, rummaging around through my stuff. Luckily, I was in the limits, because they would have done to me what they did to you. Because once you give them, once they have one little thing over, they've got you. Gosh.
You know,
That's why you put a dildo in your purse, Chickpea.
What?
That's why you put a dildo in your purse, Chickpea.
Seriously, I knew something was going to happen, because I had about 8 or 9 carts of cigarettes for me to take back to London, because I had family in Holland. I used to go across to buy cigarettes and things. And this time I knew to throw away. Something told me, don't go through the customs with those cigarettes. I'm so glad.
I never had anything took off me.
That was good. Yeah, that was the only time that ever got stopped by customs.
But on the way home, we've got the van, like, because we hired a van.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't get it all in the car. So my mate, he drove the van, Dee drove the car, and I stayed in the car. And as we're driving up the motorway, you know these utes, they're like a 2-seater.
Yeah.
And then it's just got like a back where you can put all your stock and everything.
Yes.
Well, when we was in Calais, we saw a load of Muslims filling up these utes.
Yes.
And there must have been about 20 of them.
Yes.
As we're going up the motorway, these cars were driving up the motorway like that, because there was that much stuff in the back.
Yeah.
The cars was like that.
Yeah.
Next minute, all these blue lights, we could see them all coming up the motorway. They pulled alongside all these utes and pulled the whole lot over and arrested everybody.
What they were doing.
We were shitting ourselves because we thought we was going to get pulled over with this van.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We used to do some mad stuff, but
yes, you sound a bit of a wild child.
Oh,
doesn't it always feel good when you have the stupider criminals next to you, so you know you're all good?
Well, you see, when I say I did criminal stuff like that, I wouldn't go out and burgle houses or shop or anything like that.
I was a wild child.
Yeah, right. So. And also, when I worked on the docks, you used to get the Russian sailors come in.
Yes.
And they need English money so they can go to the pubs because they've been at sea for 3 weeks.
Yes, yeah.
Right? So the Russians would come in. They would sell us 200 cigarettes for £8.
Yes.
Bottles of vodka, like Smirnoff and everything, for like £3 a bottle.
Yeah.
And we would buy near enough all the stock that they got.
Yep.
And then we'd go and sell it for like £20 a sleeve of cigarettes and £15 a bottle.
Fucking that Russian tobacco, man, that will get to you. Fucking A.
Yeah, well,
they'll be putting so much alkalizer in that shit. You'll be taking one little flake, and your head will be going shooting through the moon.
Now, this was, I think, what it is. They was buying it duty free from like places, and then because it wasn't Russian stock that was selling us, it was from Europe.
Yeah.
So they'd bought it in Europe, and then they needed English money so they can go to the pubs and that. Because they have it's a 24-hour turnaround. So their boat will be parked in the harbour, and there'll be stock being taken off and stock being added on at the same time.
Right.
And it takes 24 hours to do a turnaround. So they've got 24 hours on shore leave.
Yeah.
So most of the time they just get absolutely tanked out the faces and then go back to the ship and sleep it off, and then the ship will leave. But I got to know a lot of Russian
I like Russian people.
sailors, and they are a good bunch. They are so down to earth.
I knew a few when I was living in Berlin, because Berlin used to be divided, and there was a Russian sector, and they were nice guys. I used to like them.
Also, South Koreans, they're fun. Chinese, I hated. We never used to deal with the Chinese because they were just assholes. But yeah, we used to get people from all over the world coming in.
But I'd say, if I was young enough to start all over again, I would try and get into Russia now, because I really do think there's going to be a lot of trouble in Western Europe.
What? So instead of the Catholic Church, you get the Russian Orthodox Church, because that's so much better. For reals.
Don't believe in the church.
No.
Oh, I'm just saying how they fucking infect politics, man. Like, Russian fucking Orthodox Church fucking at Putin's hand and shit. Like, they're fucking intertwined and fucking, pushing for the Russian-Ukraine war, all the involvement over there.
See, what gets me about Russia attacking Ukraine, they're attacking their own people.
But that's life.
Yeah,
you've got.
Look at
I know what you're saying.
Have you read a book called And What Do You Do?
No.
Well, in this book, it talks about the fact that during the Second World War, England had a German admiral of the fleet and a German brigadier. Was it brigadier in the British Army? A German field marshal. So these two high-ranking officers are both Germans during the Second World War, fighting against the Germans.
That makes sense. Germany was fucking chaotic. They had people fighting in fucking regiments of bows and arrows. Like, the fucking shit that happened in World War II is insane.
Yeah,
people don't realize the chaotic logistics that involved in World War II.
You know what gets me is the whole thing with Dunkirk. Like, so Hitler pushed all the Allies and the Germans to the shores of Dunkirk, 400,000 men, then let them all go. And I get the feeling, right, that doesn't add up. That doesn't quite add up to me. Still. Well, it doesn't add up, does it?
No. I mean,
really?
They surrounded them, didn't they?
Yeah.
They had them all surrounded, and all they had to do was just move in. They could have took 400,000 men as prisoner of war.
No, Hitler said, no, off you come. Let's go to Russia now.
But they didn't know that Dunkirk was going to be the invasion point.
Well, I don't care what then you didn't know. There's something very strange going on there. Look, anyone has to say that doesn't quite add up to me. But the same as
you have to think about this, Chick. This way, Chick P. Battle commanders, weren't always on the front lines of World War II like they were in the front lines of wars past.
It's very weird.
So, the way that the hierarchies of power flew in World War II were different.
It's very corrupt. There's definitely something going on between UK and Germany. Look, anyone says.
I think
just as bad.
I think it was because America joined.
I don't know.
Because at that stage, America, they weren't really fighting because they was asked to join the war, and they kept saying no, we're not going to join, we're not going to join. But then they kept getting all their ships bombed.
Yes.
That was sending supplies from America over to the UK, and they was losing a lot of personnel, a lot of lives, and they said, right, we're going to have to start protecting these fleets and that. So
I don't believe anymore.
They got bought in that way. It's the same as the Japanese, like Midway and Pearl Harbor and all that.
Job, like anyone says.
They got dragged into the Japanese war because the Japanese attacked the Americans.
Do you reckon that? I think the opposite. I think Pearl Harbor was an inside job. I've always thought that. You don't believe that, obviously.
There was speculation that there was spies that gave a lot of the Japanese information about what ships were going to be where at a certain
I
time.
just always think it was an inside job. I don't know why I've
Yeah.
always thought it, because I can't see why a country like Japan would attack such a huge country like the US. It doesn't even make sense. And they're such lovely, peaceful people, the Japanese.
Never, doubt the willpower of the Japanese population. That's all I got to say on that.
What do you mean?
The willpower of the Japanese population, whether it's samurais or erecting Tokyo, these modern skyscrapers and ginormous infrastructure. Never, never underestimate the willpower of the Japanese people.
I do disagree with the bombs that was dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Yeah, of course I disagree.
Because
I don't see it as any different than the bombing we did before. So
yeah, but these bombs were.
I think the Americans played a dirty on Japan of all sorts of.
I think the Cold War I think is more interesting on this perpetual state of mad. I think that's a little bit more interesting than whether it was morally right or wrong to drop the bombs.
Because I mean there was a lot of American like a lot of Americans that was in power. They didn't want these bombs being dropped because they knew what the devastation that they would cause.
I will say,
admittedly, it ended the war. It ended it didn't end the war straight away. It ended the attacks from Japan, but the war carried on land with like China and North Korea and things like that. So the war didn't end totally. It just ended where the Japanese weren't going to attack America anymore.
Yep.
But I love the way Japan is seen.
The one thing I was going to add to note was just that the radiation effects of the atomic bombs. That I do understand the moral fucking atrocity of the fucking radiation poisoning. That's like one of the fucking worst ways for humans to go. So that I do completely get.
And we're still. This is why a lot of people are getting cancers today.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Is that the affects the intergenerational, genetic effects that it's had and all the cancer.
It's nothing to do with the foods and all the lifestyle that we're living today. It's the defects that's in our genes that's causing the cancers, and it's from the atomic tests. But the British governments and the American governments won't admit it, because if they do, they're going to have to be paying out until.
No, dude, I live in Nevada. I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. We have the highest background radiation in the whole fucking country.
Yeah. Well, you go to certain parts of Wales with a Geiger counter, and you shine it on some of the trees and that, and you see the rads go high.
Oh man, I'm now got you interested in getting a Geiger counter and actually driving out to just some different areas of the desert and seeing what's going on. That's pretty interesting. I never even thought about actually putting those two together. Get yourself a fucking Geiger counter. Check it out yourself.
I don't know. Make it all anymore. All I know is I didn't ask to be here, and when I find out who's responsible, and
I know you're going to stab him, right?
I'm going to stab him in his eyes.
There you go.
Exactly. Geiger counter.
Geiger counter.
Gosh.
Sweet.
And it works.
Interesting stuff you've got there.
I got a bunch of uranium glass, so it'd be fun to have a uranium counter anyway.
Wow.
A friend of mine got a mysterious parcel one day through the post.
Yeah.
He didn't order it. It came from China.
Yeah.
And he was just mucking about with his Geiger counter one day.
Yeah.
Well, this thing that he got from China was a long silver tube about that big and about that thick.
Yeah.
That was sealed. There was no way of unscrewing it. It was just like torpedo shape.
Yeah.
Right. He then got his Geiger counter on it, and these things went straight off the scale.
Wow.
He ended up handing it to the police. Wow. And he even handed the address and everything where he got it from, and they said, leave it with us, we'll do our investigation. He hasn't heard anything since.
I bet he hasn't.
Right. But I said
No,
to
that
him, I
sounds
was, I
like a
wonder how many.
radiological capsule, but that like supersized. That's really weird.
Yeah.
Normally, that kind of thing, it's like they have to fucking, canvas and miles to find a little, 2 centimeter fucking black capsule of fucking highly radioactive fucking substance. But for it to be in such a massive fucking container, that's fucking crazy.
Actually, I see you've got plants in the background. Have you got plants in your background? Plants?
Plants.
Yes.
No, plants will be on my TV in the window. That what you can see there is trees and a photograph.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh right.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Ah.
Oh wow. Oh right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's the poster I want to believe.
In that
Oh
thing?
yeah.
It's
I want one of those posters, but I want Jesus coming out of it, handing magic mushrooms to little proto fucking Homo sapiens.
I've got one rad. I got 6 rads.
What, rats?
Yeah, rads.
Oh right. I thought you said rats.
No, he's saying the Geiger counter. He's got 6
Hold
rads.
on, let me see if I've got anything that's like radioactive. Oh, actually, my meteorite. Hold on. This here is a meteorite.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Let me see if I can get the light on it so you can see it.
I've never seen one of those before.
Right. Shh. Okay, it's gone up to 13.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Okay, it's gone up to 26. I'm going to put that back. Right. I've had it tested.
Don't sleep with that next to your head at night.
No, gone up to 18. Look.
Goodness. Is that high then?
Ish.
Right.
It's higher than background, put it that way.
Oh right.
Right. Oh, it's gone up to 21 now.
And what's your take on the 5G background radiation that's coming to us all?
Do you know, I've not put it on a 5G radar.
Oh.
There's one up the road. I'm going to test it. I'm going to take this up there tomorrow. I'm going to test it. If this goes up at like 50, I'm getting out of there. Swear.
I think if it did, it'd probably just be signal interference, though. So I think you'd be okay.
Because they're bringing 5G in where I live.
Have I got a charger for this? What's that? No, that's too big. This keeps going up. It's gone up to 32 counts now.
Wow.
I'm switching it off.
So
I don't want to know anymore.
Where did you get that from?
Where
did you buy your gun?
The Geiger counter is gaslighting, Chris.
I bought it online.
Online?
Yeah.
I might need to put some fresh batteries in that.
In fact, I bought it from Ukraine.
Oh, right. Also, I want to buy some fentanyl from, so all I've told Sages, I want to buy us a lethal amount of drugs as well. Not planning to kill myself, but for when World War III breaks out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
That's what always cracks me up is how all the preppers always stock massive amounts of alcohol instead of just fucking building a still. Like, I'm always laughing my ass off. I'm like, preppers really don't know how to survive except for buy things from Walmart. And,
You know what makes me die is they're all saving bottles of water. But apparently, a bottled water is only safe to drink for 1 year after you buy it.
It's not that it's unsafe after a year. It's just that the plastic starts leaching more and more compounds in them, so they become, more hazardous.
Yeah, so you're stuffing yourself. So I'm just saying, yeah. Because I'd like to ideally call it a day when World War III breaks out. Take the cats to the vet, then just do myself in quickly. That's what I would like to do.
What, you're not going to hold up the vet and you say, give me the same stuff.
Well, that's a thought.
I'm going with my cats.
That's a thought. Because it's a very nice death. No, seriously, pets, when you take a pet to the vet to be euthanized, they get the most beautiful death. You just hold them in your arms.
Definitely more fucking what's it called? Efficient than the fucking lethal injection.
They get the most gorgeous death. It really is beautiful death that you just hold them in your arms and you feel, you can feel the little heart stop. and that's over. And there's no panic, no nothing. Quite a beautiful death. Yeah.
I've been saving a lot of birds lately.
Have you? Oh, well done.
There's been a few pigeons, like baby pigeons, that have
God.
fallen off the roof because,
Oh,
like,
no.
you know, normally I find them and they've perished, they've died.
That's sad because I
Well-
feed a load of pigeons.
There was, yeah, same here. There was.
Oh, you do as well. Do you get people go get pigeons?
Does my head in.
What?
I do. It does my head in when they start
Yes,
on
makes
me.
me sick.
This
Really
year
makes me sick.
we
They may
had
be
a.
flying rats, but they're still smart.
I love pigeons. Pigeons are doves with grey feathers.
Well, it's like they turn around and go, "Oh, they're full of fleas," and I go, "Well, yeah, it's a wild animal. You
Yes,
try to
it's
tell me a
so
No
wild
shit
animal that
for
has no fleas."
reals.
They make me sick, utterly sick. I get it. I get
The
so much
fox is
hassle.
just as dirty as the pigeon, folks.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
But you
pigeons.
see,
They're very sweet.
I found this one pigeon,
Oh,
and
God.
it was like sprayed out on the floor,
Oh,
and I
God,
thought
that's
it was
sad.
dead. So I went to go and pick it up, and then I noticed that the wing was vibrating,
Oh, no.
and then I leant over it, and then the pigeon's opened his eye.
God, that's
So I
sad.
picked him up. I've got a photo of him. I'm holding him in my arms,
Oh,
and I kept him overnight. Kept an
mhm.
eye on him. Made sure that Jensen couldn't get to him.
Yeah.
Next morning, it was a little bit more lively.
Yeah.
So then I took him up the roads to the vets, and they
Yeah,
said,
that's
"Don't
kind
worry,
of
we'll
you.
sort him out." And they sent him to a sanctuary just up the
Wow.
road. And this little thing's flying around now. He's all
Oh,
right.
well,
He's
Dad,
like,
thank
you know
you
what I
for
mean?
that because I love pigeons. I think they're the sweetest birds.
They are so smart, and they
Yeah.
recognise you because
Yeah.
when I walk down my
Totally.
street, I have loads of pigeons
Yeah,
following me.
they
Told you,
come
pigeons
flying
are
out the
smart.
sky. Yeah, I get that.
They're smart.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
just lovely
And
birds.
also, there is a crow that I've called Russell after
Yes.
Russell
Oh,
Crowe.
crows
Yes.
are really smart.
Yeah, and
Crows.
Very smart.
he'll follow me up the street from tree to tree and signpost to
Yes,
signpost.
I can well believe it.
He'll then he'll sit on a signpost outside the shop waiting
Yeah.
for me to come out and then follow
Yes.
me back home.
Yes. Yeah,
Um,
I know. Yeah.
the jackdaws as well.
Oh,
They are so smart.
they're
Right.
gorgeous. I love all birds. Yeah.
On the seafront, we have concrete rubbish bins, trash
Yeah.
cans, right? And they had a black bag inside.
Yeah.
And what the jackdaws used to do was stand on the edge
Yeah.
and with the beak, pull up the black bag and stand on it, and
Yeah.
then pull it up again and stand on it until all the rubbish is
Clever,
near the
isn't
top.
it?
They'll get the food out and throw it onto the floor to the other jackdaws. And when there's enough food down there, that jackdaw then will come down and
So
feed.
lovely.
But the seagulls have also picked up of what the jackdaws are doing,
Yeah.
and they're copying the jackdaws.
Oh, how clever.
It's crazy how they do it.
So
And
clever.
I've been watching them for ages, and
Lovely to
they
see.
get around problems.
Yeah. Lovely to see. Must be lovely
Yeah.
to see.
It's crazy how they do it. It's like,
I think animals are a billion times nicer than us lot. I've always thought so. I used to have a cat called Boris. He was a Russian blue. I lost him about 2 years ago. And he used to talk to crows and talk to foxes outside. He used to
Jensen will
chatter to
sit on the
them.
windowsill, you know, where cats do that chatting
Yeah.
noise. He does it. He talks to the birds and everything.
Yeah, Boris used to. Mike, this one naughty boy likes killing them. He's a bit of a killer boy. But yeah.
No.
He brings home live mice. Then I have to catch the mouse. Yeah. But yeah. But
There we
I
go.
think pigeons are the dearest, dearest creatures. They are such sweet, sweet animals. And now every day I get because I feed the pretty things. Make me sick. I think people are really cruel that they give somebody who's feeding a hungry animal a hard time. Don't you think?
What about that 16-year-old girl a couple of years ago in the Thames?
I've forgotten what happened.
On one of the warships, HMS Belfast or something.
Yeah.
They had a cat
Yeah.
on the ship, resident cat.
Yeah. Vaguely
And
remember.
the 16-year-old girl picked the cat up and threw it overboard.
Oh yeah, I remember that
Oh,
vaguely.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ,
Yeah.
that's fucked up.
She got arrested, but because there was no law for like the cruelty of animals, she got
Yeah.
off of it.
Bitch.
At that point, you fucking put her under a psychiatric evaluation. Jesus Christ.
Nasty.
There's another story
Seriously.
as well where
I do remember that now. Yeah.
No sane
was-
human does that shit. Only psychopaths do that shit. Put them under a fucking psyche eval.
Yeah.
Jesus.
there's another one as well where there was 3 young lads. The oldest was 14, middle was 12, the youngest was 8.
Yeah.
And on a bridge over a canal, they grabbed hold of a dog and hammered 2 nails, 6-inch nails into the dog's skull.
Jesus
The
Christ.
dog survived for 3
Budding
weeks.
psychopath.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I've
The dog
noticed that in
survived.
Europe. It seems like there's like a way more fucking animal mutilation over there. It's
Oh, there
like,
is.
and I'm not talking like fucking, you know, oh, the UFOs fucking did some shit to the cows.
Yeah.
I'm talking, you know, this is legit 100% verified human caused.
Yeah.
You know, no phenomenons at play here besides the fucking phenomenon of the fucked up psyche.
Well, the dog lived for 3 weeks and then
Oh,
had to be put down because of brain damage.
Poor
That's
animal.
fucking tragic.
The 3 lads, because of their age,
Mm.
didn't get done for it.
Good job I wasn't around then.
The
Kill the little shits.
the 14-year-old's parents, they had to move house
Yes.
because they was getting loads and loads of shit off the estate where
Yeah.
they lived. The 12-year-old, he had mental issues,
Yes.
and I think the 8-year-old, he just followed what the other 2 did. But they was also, when they went to court, the judge ordered that they are banned for life for keeping animals. Even at that age, they was banned for life keeping animals because they couldn't look after them.
That's weird as shit. We can't fucking treat you as adults or charge you as adults, but we can ban you for life as minors. That makes a lot of legal sense. Like, what?
Mate, this is the legal system over here. It sucks.
Very corrupt, our legal system. So I tell you something, like I swear, it's a legal
Aren't
system.
all of ours? You know, I always say it's the injustice system, not the justice system.
And you
People
know what,
need to get
masonry
their
is
fucking words
involved.
right.
Talk about the legal system, masonry is involved, and every now and again, which is why I get these weird results in the courts. If the thingy, what's it called, the lodge gets involved in something, they have to go along with what the lodge tells them to do. That's why I get these weird results in law. It's as corrupt as hell. Let's see. What's he doing?
He's lying on my keyboard at the minute.
Oh yeah, they like doing that.
There we go.
Oh, whoa, handsome little baby boy. Oh, look at him. See, there's no one in the world quite like him. No one. He certainly loves you, doesn't he?
Can I have my
Why are
face
you all
back
in a
now?
coma?
Can I have my face back now? Thank you.
He's gorgeous. Mine are all crashed out of my bed.
Yeah, he was asleep.
Yeah,
Um,
little sleepy heads.
you're getting hair all over my jumper, dude.
You have to get him a little tortoiseshell friend, a little girlfriend.
He'll probably eat it.
No, he won't. He'll love her.
Oh my
He will love
goodness.
her. You wait and see, he'll love her. Cat. No, he'll love her.
Dude thinks he's a lion, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
He thinks he's a tiger.
Yeah.
Oh, even more
100%.
ferocious.
You see, I called him Jensen, right?
Yeah.
After the F1 driver, Jensen Button.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because I love F1, right?
Yeah.
It's the only sport I like.
Yeah.
So I called him Jensen Button. Well, I ain't going to call him Button
Yeah.
because if he was going to go out,
Jensen's a lovely name.
yeah. So he had to be called Jensen, and the reason is because Jensen Button was also ginger,
Yeah.
so it just fitted.
Yes.
And at the time, Jensen Button was winning the championship, so he was like the main man.
That's
So
a nice name for a cat. My cat's called Dave. That was
no, yeah,
I
we
didn't
used to have a
call
cat
him
called
that.
Bob.
No, I didn't call him that because he lived in another house. Oh, I've only had Dave for 18 months. He's a rescue from another place. He was actually 6 years old. He came to me because he wanted to go outside, but he couldn't. So I took him because he can go outside with me. He's allowed to play. So his name was Dave. So he's still Dave.
He's going to sleep on my lap. He's tired. You're going to sleep, Mr. Whiskers. You're going to bog us. Go on, you go sleep.
But my Dave loves going out. He loves it. He's finally come indoors now the weather's getting cold. He's been outside for the last 6 months.
You see, my friend, he bought 2 cats because he's got 2 boys. So he bought them a cat each, got them a cat each. One of the cats keeps going out for literally 3 months at a time and then comes back.
Done?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, tomcats do like to go out usually. The girls are different.
But you see, he'll go out, and I said to my mate Dan, I goes, "Oh, he's got other families.
Yeah.
Somebody else is feeding them and keeping an eye on him within those 3 months, and then he's coming back."
They do that. They do that.
But it's like what I said to him. I goes, you don't own that cat. That cat has many owners.
Yeah, it is like that.
Yeah. So, because I mean, we used to get cats from a couple of doors away coming around, and we used to feed them.
Feed them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then get told off for it.
Yeah, I'm sure people give Dave food. Yeah.
But there was a black cat that scared the hell out of me one night, and he jumped up on the windowsill, and all I could see was just the eyes.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't see it because he was black.
Yes.
And so I've gone over to the kitchen window really carefully and like moved the curtain across, and then I've noticed this black cat, and I automatically knew she was female.
Yeah, I've got a black female.
Yeah, it's just the way that they move. You can tell the difference between male and female.
Female, yes.
Yeah. So I knew that it was a female. So Jensen's come running into the kitchen, jumped up onto the fridge, jumped onto the windowsill, and he's like giving his little chatters as he normally does.
Cute.
And she was purring and walking backwards and forwards and that lot. And I couldn't open the window.
Yeah.
To let her in. So I went to the back door and opened the back door, and she just sat at the doorstep, and he came out, and they're both sniffing at each other.
Oh, you see, he wants a little girl in his life.
Yeah.
He does.
Shall I get you a kitten?
Get a nice tortie. No, nothing quite like a tortie. I've got 2 torties. And I love them. I love all my cats.
I always wanted a silver tabby.
Yeah, Boris was. Well, he was a Russian blue. Yeah.
We used to have
one. You can have any.
Yeah, we used to have a pure white cat.
Yeah.
And the only difference, he had a tabby tail.
Yeah.
But the rest of him was completely white.
Yes. Yes.
And then we asked the kids, "What do you want to call the cats?"
Yes.
And they called him Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
And I was like, "But Jerry's a mouse." Yeah, but Jerry suits that. So Tom and Jerry.
That's funny.
But this is the weird thing. We got our 2 cats from a house just up the road.
Yeah.
And me and the missus went up there one day, and we walked in, and they got French doors, and the sunlight's coming through these French doors, and there was cats all over, sleeping on shelves and back of the sofa and everything, apart from these 2 kittens that are rolling about the floor playing.
Yeah.
So I've just gone in and goes, "Yeah, we'll have them too."
Yeah.
And the missus said, "We only need 1 cat." And I was like, "Come on, you can't separate them 2. Look, they're playing, brother and sister."
Yeah.
So we get some. Tom, he was the pure white with a tabby tail. Now, Jerry, she had perfect black love hearts. She had 9 of them.
Oh, wow.
All over her body, right?
Yeah.
Different sizes. But they were love hearts, right?
Yeah.
So, and apparently she had rare markings. So, anyway, gets a knock at the door one night. And it was one of the lads who lived in the grove.
Yeah.
And he said, "Chris, I think your cat's just been run over." And I was like, "Oh, no."
No.
So I said to the missus, I said, "Keep the kids indoors. Don't let them come out. Don't let them see this."
Yeah.
And I goes out into the grove, and sure enough, right in the middle of the grove was this
no.
right. So I've gone down and I've given him a stroke, and I'm like, "All right, fudge, no." And I had a lump in my throat.
Yes.
And then one of the hardest men off the estate, he comes out, He's got tears in his eyes.
Yes.
And he turned around and he goes, "Do you want a bag?" And I was like, "Yeah, better do this."
God.
So then I picked him up, placed him in this bag, closed up the bag.
Oh,
And then
no.
my missus has come out and I said, "Right, keep the kids indoors. I'll go out in the back garden and I'll
Bury.
bury them." And then this woman who works at the RSPCA, who lived at the end of the grove, she came up and she says, "Do you want me to dispose of him properly?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Could you?" She would, "Yeah." She goes, "If you leave him at yours tonight, I'll come round in the morning. I'll pick him up." I was like,
Yeah.
"Okay." So I've got my arm around my missus and I've got the cat in the bag and we're walking back to the house. And as we go through the garden gate, there's a cat. Tom is sitting on the doorstep. And I was like,
That sort of thing before.
"Can you see what I can see?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I said, "So if that's Tom, who the hell have I got in the bag?"
Yes, I've heard that sort of thing before. Yeah.
Anyway, it turns out Tom was fine.
That's
It was his
relief.
brother.
Oh, no.
And it belonged to a little girl who lived around the corner.
Oh, jeez.
So I said to her, when we found out the next day it was her cat. And I said, "Look, I've already gave it to the RSPCA and they're going to get rid of her." The girl was really upset.
Yes.
So I said to her, "Because look, we're going to let Jerry have one litter of kittens
Yeah.
and we'll give you one of the kittens."
Yes.
Right. And she was like, "Okay." But it turned out that Jerry couldn't have kittens.
All right.
So we explained it to little girl and her parents says, "Oh, don't worry, we'll sort it out. We'll get her another pet." But it was just, I honestly thought that it was the ghost of the cat come to say to her afterwards. I've seen the ghost.
Oh my goodness.
It was so funny. It was so funny. But yeah, it was
real.
Yeah, that night it really. I mean, we're talking really hard people that fight and drink all the time, and they're rock hard people.
Yeah.
And they were sobbing.
Yeah.
And it's like what I said to the missus: it doesn't matter how hard you are, when it comes to animals, everybody's soft.
Yeah.
And I even said to this bloke who's like the hardest in the estate, I saw him the next day and I was like, "Are you all right last night?" And he was like, "Yeah, I hate to see animals like that." And I was like, "Yeah, same here, mate."
It's horrible to see, and it's very upsetting.
That's what I'm saying. Get a whole industry of empaths into the fucking meat slaughtering industry, and then you're going to have the same level of fucking animal cruelty involved. I can tell you that.
I couldn't work in an abattoir. No. I couldn't do it.
No.
I mean,
I could do that with a small fucking family ranch, but I could not do that on an industrial scale. No way, no how.
I mean, I've worked on farms where you'll have a truck come up and pick up the lambs.
No, don't.
But you don't know I know what's going to happen, but it's not happening in front of me.
No, but it's so sick. I'm a vegan, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well,
really sick.
I tried. I don't eat hardly any meat now.
Thing is, you do know that,
like that for me for years.
Milk has got opioids in it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that, so it's very hard to give up.
Same with spinach, though, chickpea.
What?
Spinach has opioids in it too.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to give up I'm not trying to give up spinach.
I'm just saying they both got opioids in it. You can't put
I'm going to go get myself some spinach. No, but milk contains opioids.
Yeah.
I'm like, no wonder Popeye was so addicted to that stuff.
Yeah.
But what I get about American beef is that they pump loads of like hormones and steroids into the beef to make them bigger.
It's the steroids and the antibiotics. They give them both because the steroids, make them bigger, but it makes them more susceptible to, pathogens, and then they get sick, so they have to give them the antibiotics to fucking make up for that bullshit. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Nasty business.
I mean, we've got rules and regulations, and when they was doing the trades with the United States, one of the things that we said that we wouldn't accept was hormone beef, because it would break our laws for the animal rights here in the UK, because even in the abattoirs there's laws, you're not allowed to give animals certain products, proteins and things, they've got to be natural animal. So our beef and that lot have to go through loads and loads of stringent tests and everything before it's sold.
Mind
And
you, I
it's
don't think they adhere to. I know quite. Do you watch Joey Carbstrong?
no,
Yeah, he makes a lot of films about all this. Very brave, very
Yeah.
brave guy. Because he's doing something. Because I used to block the animal rights movement before I became ill. It's pretty grim. It's yeah.
but I mean, I've had friends who come over from America to the UK, and then they've eaten a burger here, and they're like, "Wow, this tastes so different."
It's different, doesn't it? I
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
And then they go back over and they say, "Oh, you want to try the beef over in the UK? It tastes totally different to what it is here."
Yeah, I noticed that when I lived in Berlin. The American food was really, really sweet. And and then the German food and the British food was totally different. And I could see why Americans are so fat, because the food, I didn't eat meat or anything, but I still ate bread and everything else. And it's all sweet.
Oh
Very
yeah,
nice.
it's insane. No, I noticed a trend in recent years where they started adding artificial sugar to things that already have sugar in them.
Yeah, American food's very, very
It's
sweet.
insane. And I naturally have an aversion to sweet foods to the
Oh, I
point
love
where I just eat a natural dessert cake and I can find myself gagging.
Oh, no, I'm
So
the opposite.
it's
I love sweet.
horrible shopping for food nowadays with how much sugar
Yeah.
is in everything.
Oh, I'd love that.
Although I will tell you, I've discovered that even being on Snap, I have no problem with my grocery bills because I don't buy all this processed shit with all this sugar and fat that's overpriced like a
American food's so
motherfucker.
sweet. Yeah, I noticed it.
My
when I
sister
started
going,
in the
how are your
70s.
shopping bills so cheap? I'm like, I don't eat the crap that you guys do.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember from the 70s, it was quite obvious that American food was very sweet compared to German and English
It's
food.
all American food is freaking fat, carbs, and sugar and artificial sweeteners.
Yes, yes. Tastes
And now they're trying to put preservatives out of everything, and everything's fucking rotting in the stores, and nobody fucking gives a shit. It's fucking atrocious. Like, we'd rather freak out about a potential harm than actually this actual harm that we can see in front of our eyes.
I'm bad at eating. I eat a lot of processed food, and I shouldn't. But I don't go out and buy like veggies and that, because it's cheaper to eat processed food, like ready-made food and that, than it is to go out and buy all the ingredients and then make it yourself.
I just eat everything
True, but that's
raw.
where there's like two different levels of industry food. You know, you can find the ones that, you know, you look in the ingredients list and it's like, oh, this is all natural. And then you can find the other ones where it's just chock full of all this shit.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's like we need a middle ground with fucking food science and public health. Like, why is it so hard for people to find the middle ground between public health and food science?
I eat a lot of nuts and seeds. You know, you get the bags of nuts, seeds, and
No,
fruit
I'm actually
together.
laughing my butt off because, you know, they're trying to ban all the artificial dyes over here in America. And I found out the maraschino cherry industry basically already defeated a red dye ban back in the early days because, you know, their whole industry, it's like our fucking cherries are going to look like fucking, you know, fucking testicles in a jar or some shit. They're like all fucking white and eggs and translucent and shit. Like, you need to dye them with the red so they look fucking, you know, like cherries. And they literally got the fucking government to keep, you know, the red dye industry. So I'm really curious on the food industry backlash to the administration.
Food has changed a lot since the 70s. It's changed. I remember when cucumbers, if you eat a cucumber now, it tastes as though it's got fish oil.
Oh, it's super bitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the global warming. It's actually one thing that they've shown that, you know, the hotter the climate is for the cucumbers, the more bitter it is.
Yeah, it tastes hot.
See, I used to grow my own.
Wow.
I used to grow all my own veg. I used to have my own plot and everything. I used to grow loads of spuds, like veggies, everything.
That's what I want in my life, but I could never earn enough to have that. I'm really fed up about it.
Well, the council, I applied to the council to have a plot of land so I could grow veggies and that. And they said there's a 10-year waiting list.
Yes, exactly.
And I was like, well, how am I supposed to grow any veggies? I ain't got a garden.
Yeah, well, you know, that's being a member of the proletariat for you. Yeah. It really makes me sick. Like, I always wanted a pet goose. And, well,
I used to have a duck.
Oh, I love ducks as well.
We had a mallard
Oh
duck
wow!
when we found an egg.
Oh wow! They're
And
gorgeous, aren't they? So it's lovely.
we managed to hatch it, and we got a baby mallard out of it. And
Aren't they
for like
gorgeous?
6 weeks, we was feeding it with a syringe.
Oh,
And
they
it
are
made
so
it.
gorgeous.
We used to call it Puddle,
Oh wow! Yeah, they are.
as in puddle duck.
Yeah, I feel so sad. I never had a pet goose. I just feel so sad about it. You know.
We used to have goose on the farm.
Lucky.
Vicious little buggers. They used to just come chase after you.
Oh,
and
they
attack
love.
you, like-
There used to be loads of geese at St James's Park years and years ago. I used to go-
Canadian geese or the white geese.
What?
Canadian geese or
They were
white geese.
Canadian geese
Yeah.
in the park in St James's Park. I used to
Yeah.
go feed them
Fuck,
every
what
day.
geese isn't a Canadian geese these days?
I love geese.
Talk about the real invasion.
They can invade as
Yeah,
much
but
as they
hold on
like.
a minute. You know, in Canada, are they just called goose, not Canadian goose?
Oh,
Yeah, you know, in Brazil, they just call them nuts. You know?
no, I love geese. I think they're the most gorgeous.
And,
gorgeous.
I remember going down to London and seeing the deer, like the
I
Oh,
wonder if
yeah.
in France they just
roaming
call them
around.
pies.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
got to be careful in rooking season as well. Yeah, you got to be careful in rook season because, like mating season, because the males will run after you,
Yeah, I love
try
deer.
and skew with their horns, their
Oh my
antlers.
god, those fucking geese.
Oh, stop it! They're gorgeous.
Oh, they're
Shit, man, I'm
gorgeous,
just
but
looking
they're
at this
fucking
hurricane.
assholes, man.
What?
I'm just looking at this Hurricane Melissa.
Oh,
It's
right.
crazy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, is there another hurricane brewing?
No, this is the Melissa that's going over Jamaica at the minute.
Yeah. It's been quite-
185 mile an hour winds. It's
Yeah.
the strongest hurricane on record.
Wow.
Holy shit.
And then
Yeah.
it's going to hit like the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
It says Melissa strengthens to a category 4 as it nears Cuba. So it's gone over Jamaica and it's
Yeah.
slowed down to a category 4
Yeah. It's
and it's about to come into Cuba.
Yeah.
And then it's going to go over the top of Cuba and then it's heading towards the UK.
Hmm.
Oh, it's coming here. Ooh.
Yeah.
Because I love storms.
We always get hurricanes. It's just that by the time they get here, they're burnt themselves out. So they're just classed as ex-hurricane.
I've only seen one bout of bad weather. That was 1987 when we had that big storm in 1987.
Yeah,
I slept through it.
I remember that.
Slept through it all.
We had a brick wall all the way down our garden, and the wall had been blown over and it was still intact.
Yeah.
It hadn't broke up in nothing. It was just landed on the grass and it was still all intact. You could literally lift the wall back up and just put it back up.
Believe it. Yeah, no, I walked to work that morning and the place was totally wrecked and I slept through the whole thing.
Brighton got hit bad.
Huh?
Brighton, there was a guy in his house and the chimney fell through the roof.
Yeah,
and it landed on the bed while he was in the bed and it pinned him to the bed. He couldn't get out of bed.
Yeah,
didn't break his legs though.
Yeah.
He just pinned there. And then there was trees coming down.
Yeah.
We had loads of trees. 7 oaks in London ended up being like 3 oaks.
Yep. Yeah. London was bad too. Yeah.
Yeah. And a load of forests got wiped out because of it.
But I missed all of it.
Do you remember the news? Do you remember the weather forecast the night before?
No, I always stayed awake if I know there was going to be a storm because I love storms.
Well,
I went to sleep. You just sleep.
Michael Fish, he was the weather forecaster for the night, and he said, "Oh, I've had reports that there's a hurricane on the way."
Yeah,
and he said, "Let me tell you, there's no hurricane on the way."
I remember that.
And then that night, the hurricane hit.
Yeah, because if I'd known there was going to be a hurricane, I would have stayed awake for it to see it.
We had a hurricane here last week. The remnants of a hurricane.
A what?
We had the remnants of a hurricane last week.
You lucky thing. Love them. You know, I lived in Germany for a couple of years. In Germany,
it's so interesting how the global wind speeds are speeding up. You know, like it was just windy as fuck the other day, and now there's like the fucking worst hurricane on record. Like, interesting.
It's all the hurricanes. They come in from Africa, right? The rain's coming from the Pacific Ocean. They go straight across Africa, and then as soon as they hit the Pacific waters, they heat up.
Yeah.
And they start to spin, and then they go all the way up to the Caribbean. they can either go off into the Gulf or carry on up the coast, up the east coast, going past New York and that lot, and then it will go up to Nova Scotia and then come straight across to the UK.
Yeah.
But by the time it goes up to the colder waters,
Yeah.
it starts to burn itself out.
Oh, shame.
But there is hurricanes where they totally bypass America. They come off the coast of Africa and then they make a beeline straight up towards the UK.
I'd
And
love
they
to see one.
9 times out of 10, they'll hit Spain and Portugal first. And then they'll burn themselves out before they hit the channel.
I want to see one.
I'm
I
really
do,
curious
I'd
if
love
the
to see a
mainland
hurricane.
wind speeds here in America, they increased across the board before this hurricane. That'd be interesting.
Well, I was saving up money and I almost had all the money together, and I was going to go to America to the Tornado Alley, and I was going to spend a week there, and it was going to cost me £3,000, right?
Oh, goodness.
That was but listen, that includes my flight there and back and my accommodation while I'm there, right?
Okay.
And you give the storm chasers so much money because that goes towards research and buying new equipment. So it helps.
All right.
Yeah, right. And they give you a video camera so you can record your own film, and then they'll put it onto a disc for you, and you can take it home and whatever. Well, literally a week before 2 weeks before I was ready to go, I was still sorting out paperwork. Where I lived up in Grimsby, they had a tornado.
Oh, wow. So you didn't have to go?
I saw this, and it started off on land, and you could see all caravans being blown up in the sky and everything. And,
wow.
Luckily, nobody got injured. And the skies just went black. And then there was just this funnel that was going across. And then it went out into the Humber and turned into a water spout. And then it just died out. But I stood on top of a railway bridge and watched the whole lot go straight past.
Oh, I would have loved to see all
It was
that.
and I've got the newspaper cutting still for it. On the front page, it's like the tornado, and then you turn over the page, and then it's got the tornado out in the sea. So yeah, I didn't have to go to America to go storm chasing, and I've seen 3 tornadoes in the UK.
Wow, I've never seen one.
2 water spouts.
I just heard a tornado hit Paris.
Yeah.
What?
This week.
A tornado hit Paris.
You know what? I think it's the air there must be something in the air before this bad weather, because I seem to fall asleep before anything happens.
The reason why the weather's getting really bad around the world is the oceans are warming up a lot.
Oh God, yes, I noticed that when I was a child.
Right? And they're getting hotter and hotter. So these storms are going to get more and more. This tornado, this hurricane we've got today, this Melissa that's going over Jamaica and all that, like Cuba.
Yeah.
This is only the start of the season. There's going to be other tornadoes that are going to be coming in. That's probably going to be just as ferocious as this one. And the reason is because the air's heating up, the water's heating up. Yeah. There's a lot more moisture in the airs because of all the evaporation from the seas.
When I was young, so you could feel it.
So,
I could feel more moisture in the air too. I'm in fucking Nevada. It's a desert as shit over here, so.
Yeah, you could feel it.
I could definitely feel how much has changed over the years. It was so dry when I grew up here. Oh my God, it was dry. And
actually, Sage, you know that
I feel like I'm living in Oregon now.
Make your aches and pains worse. Sage?
What was that?
The moisture in the air can make your aches and pains worse. You know
this is so funny. Everything you tell me, I get the opposite.
Yeah, because you're in a warmer climate.
No, I tell you, I bought myself a dehumidifier about 5-6 years ago because I read somewhere it can make it worse.
See, I always let the steam from my showers escape and vent into my apartment, and I sit in front of a heater. So that's pretty funny.
It's weird because I do the opposite to you.
Isn't it?
Total opposite. Yeah, it makes sure it stays cool as possible.
See, I don't like cold weather. I hate it. I
used to love cold weather because my body couldn't tolerate the heat, and now my body's flipped, and I can't tolerate the cold, and now I love the heat.
I've always loved the heat, always. I used to love it when summer turned up. I remember.
Well,
I
it's
used
funny
to know
too
it's
because I
young.
like the moist heat. I don't like the dry heat.
I remember.
You know,
Do you
but
like
it's
moist
also, I
heat?
think it's also sort of a limit thing. Like, there's no way in hell I'd be able to handle, 110-degree moist heat. But but I also can't really handle 110-degree dry heat either. So that's where
The
it's
dry
like,
heat.
maybe it's just a certain different temperature range that
I
we're all talking about.
I remember when I went to Sicily, and it was like a heat wave in Sicily, and the plane
Yeah.
door opened. I stepped out onto
You can feel
the
it coming.
steps.
Yeah, you can
The
feel
heat
it.
just hit you. It was like, whoa!
Used to get that in Bahrain.
And I've just
Yeah.
come out
I
of a
used to
cold
go to Bahrain.
country, going straight into a hot country. So
Yeah.
no time
Yeah.
to
It was like going to
acclimatise.
Oh
Bahrain.
no, I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. You fly into Phoenix, Arizona, you step off that plane,
Yeah.
and the holy fucking shit. You get hit with that
It hits you.
110-degree blast of
Yeah.
heat, and it is like
Yeah.
you fucking opened
Yeah.
up a fucking furnace, man. My God, man. You instantly you get a shock in your body. Your body literally has a shock response. Like, I'm amazed they don't have like fucking paramedics out right in the fucking right there, the second you get off the plane, just in case somebody fucking has some case of heat stroke or passes out or some shit. We gotta reduce the liability, man, the legal liability. But of course, it's the fucking airlines.
Chris, do you know that me and Sage got the same autoimmune illness?
No, I didn't know that.
We both got the same. Yeah, we both got Sjogren's syndrome.
Oh, right.
But he treats his totally different the way I treat mine. Yes, we've got the same problem, haven't we, Sage?
Yep.
Sjogren's syndrome is great fun.
Yeah, all that
So
body drying out. You're a living mummy. It's so fun.
Yeah,
they should just call it the living mummy disease.
I suffer from psoriasis. I got psoriasis on my elbows and my lower legs.
Right.
And this year it's been really bad.
Yeah.
Because it's been so dry. And I've just been moisturising constantly to try and so it doesn't itch or anything. And it just started off on my knees, and it's just they give me this cream and said, "Oh yeah, this will help." It's made it spread.
Yes.
The cream made it spread. Yes. And when I explained it to the doctor, they put me, "Oh yeah, you shouldn't have been put on that cream. You should have been put on this one."
Yeah,
you put the lotion on, and then you put Vaseline as a sealant, so he keeps the lotion trapped.
Oh no, what I was using
might be something to try.
Those tube bandages.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was putting the cream on and then putting a tube bandage on so the cream wouldn't get knocked off by my clothing or anything. So then it soaked into the skin better. Which did the job, it helps. During the winter, it just disappears. And then as soon as the summer comes up, start getting red blotches and then doesn't hurt him.
That's the aging process. I've noticed that with everything. As you get older, heat becomes a real pain in the neck. It does. Yeah.
Keep your antioxidant levels up, chickpea.
Yeah.
You're getting too much of that oxidation damage causing inflammation. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I'm not too inflamed at the moment. I take lots of stinging nettle tincture.
Drink some like beet juice, beetroot juice. Drink some of that.
Pomegranate.
That's full of antioxidants. Chock full.
Drink pomegranate.
Yeah, pomegranate's really good too.
Yeah, I take stinging nettle tincture and I use comfrey.
But those have antioxidants. They just have a more minor amount. You might want to try increasing your antioxidant amount.
Yeah,
I used to get a pomegranate and then get a needle and sit there and take all the seeds out and eat them.
You know what? When I lived in Bahrain,
I was about to think you were taking that in a completely different direction there.
When I lived in Bahrain,
I'm like, I've heard of banana dine, but that's something new.
You could actually pick it. Yeah, pomegranates.
Well, what are you saying when you lived in Bahrain? What did you say when you lived in Bahrain?
When I lived in Bahrain, you used to be able to pick pomegranates off the bushes.
Yeah. My aunt used to get. We used to go and visit my auntie, and me and my brother. She used to get a pomegranate and give us half each, and then give us the needles, and you just sit there, just taking the seeds out, and try not to stab yourself in the tongue.
Pomegranates, yeah.
Man, I've
Yeah.
gotten assaulted by some of those pomegranates just falling on me naturally, man. I was like down in Mexico, and this shit, I kid you not, they started hitting me from nearly every direction, and I'm looking around in every direction like, what the hell? Is there some local custom I don't know about? Is there some like, pomegranate festival or some shit that I didn't know? Like, what the hell's going on here? Look up and I start seeing these fucking pomegranates falling down.
And you know what else, Chris, when I was young? When I was young, I lived in Germany because I'm an army brat. You used to be able to pick cherries off
Yeah.
the trees and apples off the trees. That's how different the world was in the 60s and 70s.
I got a story
That-
about when I went scrumping once.
Yeah, yeah, crumping.
We walked down this country lane to this farm, and it had an apple orchard.
Yes,
And we hopped over the fence. There was
Yeah.
about 4 of us.
Yeah.
We was only young,
yeah,
and we started picking all these apples off the
Yes.
trees.
yes.
And I've sort of like just put them in my t-shirt
Yeah.
and then wrapped my t-shirt around it. You
Yeah.
could see them all bulging out. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
We're walking down the road, back down this country lane, and a police car pulls up by the side of
Oh,
us.
for goodness sake.
And he wound down the window and he went, "Can I have a word, lads?" And we're like, "Yeah." He goes, "We've had reports of like some lads scrumping apples." And we're like, "Nah, it's not us. We haven't done it." Anyway, he gave us like a speech that we could have like fallen out of the tree and injured ourselves and,
Yeah.
broken leg or whatever. And then,
Okay, Mom. Okay,
yeah.
Dad.
And then this one copper turned around to the other one. He went, "I'm a bit hungry. Should we go back to the station and get something to eat?" And then the coppers turned around and goes, "Yeah." And he goes,
Yeah.
and then the copper turned around and he went, "Can I have one of those apples to eat on?" And I've gone, "Yeah, here you go, mate."
Well, the world was so different then, wasn't it? The world
he
was so
took
different.
the apple and he went, "Don't lie to me."
The world was so different. Yeah, we just goes picking our own cherries. That's how different the world was.
We took carrier bags one night and they had a farm and it was strawberries and raspberries, like one of those your own. So we went in the fields about midnight, started picking all these strawberries.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, all these lights came on the farm, lighting up the whole field.
Hmm.
And then all we heard was like gunshots.
Oh,
We
God.
just licked it.
Yeah. I suppose so, yes. Yeah.
Jesus.
No, we were
No,
allowed
he was
to
only
cherry
he only
trees.
fired it into the air just to scare her. But I
Yeah.
was wearing cream colour chinos.
Yeah.
When he fired the first shot, I dived onto the ground. And then when I got up, I had all these strawberries all over my trousers.
Yeah. Your mum must have been so pleased.
It looked like I've been shot.
You like tell your mates, "I've been shot." Fuck.
No, but these cherry trees we used to pick, they were just growing freely.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like, you're allowed to pick it. You're allowed to pick the
Well,
apples. They grew
we used to
freely
go-
those days.
We used to go and pick damsons,
Black currant.
elderberries. We used to pick the elderberries, so my dad could make elderberry wine.
Yeah, and they were just growing wild.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
we
Well, you want to know
moved.
why the reason why your allergies have gotten worse over the years? It's because they're planting all these fucking male plants, so you can't fucking get those fruits. They don't want the homeless to eat,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I like growing plants, right? I've got a couple of plants around in the kitchen in my living room. I'm going to grow a hemp plant,
Yes.
right? Now, this is going to cause me problems because the hemp looks like marijuana.
Right?
And if somebody sees it growing in my window, they're going to tell the old
it's
Bill that
loud.
I'm growing weed and that, and then I'm going to get my door kicked in.
Yes.
But they've got to fix my door because it's not marijuana, it's hemp.
Yep, true.
So they're going to have to do all the repairs on my door and then make me an apology, and I'm going to sue their asses off anyway. So
Yeah.
I might just do it.
And you know how much testing it costs to get that shit actually accurately identified as hemp?
Well,
They're not going to fucking like all that fucking tax-paying expense.
Where I
They're
used
gonna be
to
like,
live-
we're not going to bother with this.
Where I used to live in Grimsby, they've got a refinery that it burns waste, right?
Oh,
They've got a
one of
massive
those
claw that comes down,
biofuel facilities.
yeah, grabs it and then drops it in a furnace.
Yeah.
And it's that hot that there's no gases or any nasties that come out, it just incinerates everything. Well,
Yeah, I know what you're talking
they
about.
also incinerate all the drugs from all the drug busts that they do. And there's a truck, and it is totally packed with drugs, and it has to have an armed police escort to the site so it can get burned.
Yeah, they have that with the DEA over here in America.
Oh my goodness.
Same thing.
But that's a terrible waste, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm not anti-drugs.
I'll be sitting on top of the chimney, like.
As a drug lover, I'm always so sad seeing those kinds of
No, I
things.
find it a terrible waste, and I don't take drugs.
I'm like, even if they're hard drugs, it's just a sad thing to see. I'm like, that's just sad.
The amount of weed that gets burned. I'd be sitting on top of the chimneys, like breathing in all the smoke.
No, I don't take them.
You know what's fucked up though? They have fucking filters on those facilities like a motherfucker, so it won't affect
Doesn't it
anybody
make you
around.
sick, though? You're supposed to be a free human being, and you're not even free to smoke a joint.
We're not free.
No, I know we're not.
No shit, we're not free. That's blatantly apparent living in the States where, you know, freedom of religion doesn't mean squat unless you're a Christian nationalist.
Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of being yourself. You can't, there's no freedom. There's no freedom.
Bloody prison cell.
Oh, literally the faith I found breaks through the fucking, you know, current legal paradigms to where, you know, it's only constitutional in theory, not constitutional in practice. I know that my religious rights would be just completely shat upon by this country.
Bloody sickens me. But you're free to buy alcohol. And alcohol, in my opinion, is the worst drug of the lot because it makes people
100%. This is what gets me, right? You'll have warnings on everything else, like smoking and things like that. There's no warnings on alcohol.
No.
The thing that pisses me off is they recently raised the legal age for tobacco here in the States from 18 to 21. But then this is where it's bullshit. Oh, you're using a nicotine-only product synthetically. Is synthetic nicotine not derived from tobacco? You still have to be 21.
Do you know what they're doing here in the UK? They're phasing out smoking.
Yeah.
Right? Every year they raise the age limit.
Yeah, it's disgraceful.
So
Bloody
if you was born in a certain year and you can't buy any tobacco because they keep raising the age limit every year.
See, I'm always telling these young people, grandfather clause, motherfucker. Seriously, grandfather clause. Like, I get this shit. Fuck you, government. I get this shit either way.
It makes me sick. It does. Because I tell you something, we should have the right to have a cigarette if we want one.
Yeah, well, the government stopped you smoking indoors.
Yes, I know. Don't tell me about it.
They stopped workers smoking in the vans.
I know. Don't tell me about it. Yeah. I was one of them that stopped.
I remember I was at a bus stop, and I was smoking a cigarette in a bus stop.
Yeah.
And it's an open shelter.
Yeah.
And then the police come past.
Yeah.
Told me to put it out. And I was like, why? I'm smoking outside. There's no law smoking outside. He goes, you're in a shelter.
But it's okay to ride a bike on the fucking pavement. That's okay. Yeah. It really makes me sick.
No, the thing that's insane is over here in America, you know, they started, you know, trying to set the stepping stones for banning, you know, the cigarettes, raising the prices and all this shit, really and doing all this legislature, you know, banning it from indoors and all these places. But the thing that fucking was stupid as all get out is at the same time, the fucking, all the people from Pakistan and India came over and brought the shisha, the hookah tobacco over here. And that stuff's so much fucking worse for you than smoking cigarettes. Like, they literally have people going to the ER from carbon monoxide poisoning because going to shisha bars.
Yeah, but here it's allowed. It's allowed on the street.
It's fucking horrible for public health. So for them to, you know, ban the cigarettes and say that they're the ultimate evil, and then make an even worse form of tobacco on the market, like broadly publicly accessible, is absolute insanity. Like, I love shisha. It tastes amazing, but fucking A, you got to work out the science and make some actually functional, you know, herbal, non-tobacco, or, you know, like, fuck, they had shisha stones. What about shisha sponges? Make something that's actually fucking works.
I had a shisha pipe, and I used to just smoke weed through it.
Yeah.
The whole thing gets me because, you know, at the end of the day, and I'm glad I stopped smoking, but, you know, I just find it wrong. People should be allowed to have a cigarette if they want one, because Jesus Christ, life is hard.
I wish that it went back to the old ways where you bought your your booze, your liquor from proper liquor stores. You didn't buy it. You bought it from a pub that had a shop next to the pub.
Yes.
And they didn't have any problem with kids buying it because the kids never got sold it.
No, you didn't get sold it.
Yeah,
Well,
and then cigarettes.
but still.
All
I used to buy
cigarettes used to be
cigarettes after
sold.
18.
All cigarettes used to be sold in tobacconists.
Yeah, I remember
They
that.
weren't allowed kids in there, so the kids didn't get sold it.
Well,
And
we
then they
did.
started selling them in shops and in supermarkets and everything with all the booze, so people could just go in and buy what they wanted.
But you know what? So
Look, I never knew about
14-year-olds
that little
smoke.
bit.
Does it matter that much if a kid of 14 smokes? Does it really matter? It just bugs me because it's just
Right.
a bit of bloody
When
tobacco.
my
The thing that pisses me off about that is it's this whole fucking ageist myth born of scientism of the whole, prefrontal cortex not developing until you're properly until you're 25.
Getting
I've been
title.
told that my entire life by countless conservative men that don't understand that, okay, I was fucking out thinking you fucking getting into philosophy at 8 years old, man. The second those towers fell, I was fucking thinking about all this shit that you've never even thought of once in your fucking life.
Where were you the day that happened, 9/11?
What was that?
Where were you the day of 9/11?
I was in my living room when it happened.
I remember where I was as well. I was standing in the haberdashery queue.
I was.
I just remember that my parents were both fucking crying and shit, and it was on the fucking news live, and then I had to fucking go to school, and it was all the teachers and everybody, just thought that fucking everybody's down.
I remember I was in a supermarket.
Yeah.
And my friend phoned me on my mobile, and he said, "America's been attacked." And I went, "What do you mean America's been attacked?" And as soon as I said America's been attacked, everybody around me just stopped and just listened to what I was saying. And people was going, "What are you on about? What are you on about?" So I asked my mate, Matt, because what are you on about? He goes, "A plane has just flew into the World Trade Center." And I was like, "What, accident?" And he goes, "I don't think so." So I relayed it to my girlfriend and everybody else around me, and they was all shocked, and they were all like making phone calls and everything. And then the shop was like across the road from where I lived. So I got home, and as I walked through the front door into the living room to look at the TV, that's when the second plane hit. And I just stopped, and I was like, "Oh my God."
What was your take on that, the whole thing? I think it's a job, but that's what I think.
See, I was as old as the Twin Towers.
Oh, right.
They started building the Twin Towers in 1970, right?
Oh, right.
I was born 1970. So those towers was exactly the same age as me.
All right.
And I remember seeing them on TV as they was getting higher and higher and higher, right? And I even turned around to my dad and went, "These are good." He goes, "You have to take that tower and put it on top of that tower for it to be the world's tallest building." Right, which is what the Twin Towers were, the world's tallest building. And I remember watching the special program that BBC did about them, about the steel workers putting all the steel together and everything before all the facade went on the outside. As the question to what I think happened on 9/11, I think it was a big, big setup.
Yeah, I think it's our job. Okay, anyone says. I've always thought it. Because, those buildings fell into their own footprint. Plus, did you watch a thing about Building 7? The BBC...
CIA building, yeah.
The BBC reported Building 7 having fallen down, and the reporter had the building behind her, still standing. And that's how bad things are.
What about the CIA building that had all the
Pentagon?
They had all they wanted to find out what the CIA was spending the money on. And all the information was in the CIA building that was demolished. Now that building, that did not get touched by the World Trade Center.
Exactly. None of it makes sense.
And then all of a sudden, there was explosions going off, and that building fell.
Yeah, that was definitely an inside job. And that guy who brought those buildings made something like £7 billion from the insurance. Yeah.
Well, you know that they had to actually find somebody to quantify the value of each human life for those insurance companies.
Right. But I don't care, it was an inside job, like anyone has to say.
I can't believe that if it's proved that it was staged, how can they justify all the loss of life?
Well, what do they care? You don't think our elites care, do you? What do you think war is? It's a game of chess. War is a game of chess, and we are the pawns. I don't care anyone says. You don't have to look at Battle of the Somme. It's a game of chess.
Well, war's a profitable machine.
Yeah, a game of chess. We are the
And
pawns.
you can make a hell of a lot of money from war.
Yeah, exactly.
Not by just selling arms and making munitions.
Yeah,
I'm on about
yeah,
the structure of other countries that you're attacking.
exactly. How do you think the Rothschilds got to be so rich?
Oh yeah.
It's war. And our politicians, how come Tony Blair is worth something like, was it 70 million quid or something? How did that manage to pull that little stunt off?
Yeah, a lot of that is from when he did after he was prime minister. They go on the circuit tour around the world and do loads of speeches, and they charge like £150,000 for a sit-in.
Still need to do lots of speeches to make this sort of money.
He did a lot of speeches, yeah, but not 16 million worth.
You know, he's made a lot. I tell you, it's just a game of chess. We're just pawns in a game.
Fucking hell.
Well,
Microsoft tops 4 trillion
wow.
valuation. Jesus.
Yeah.
I thought $1 million was like high. They're on about the trillions now.
Yeah.
$1 million ain't nothing,
Million's
buddy.
nothing now, no. Pocket change.
Dude, 30 million is the beginning of, getting rich.
Yeah.
Anything under 30 million is chump change
Yeah.
nowadays.
Houses where I live cost 3 million.
That's why I always laugh my butt off, that people are still singing, that whole "I want to be a million," or that song, I wish I had $1 million. That's
Yeah.
what it was, everybody's still buying into that fucking myth over here. All the right wingers are like, man, if I had $1 million, my whole life would be set. I'm like, bitch, you'd be fucking broke in a fucking week.
If I had $1 million, I would buy a plot of land. It would cost me 90,000 for the land.
Yes.
I then spend 120,000 on building the property, and then the rest of the money I've got to spend.
Yeah.
So I've got it all worked out.
Just got to get the million.
Yeah, but I would have to treble the price now because of the materials have gone up in price.
Yeah.
So I just have to treble
How does property
everything.
tax work over there?
Hey?
How does property tax work over there?
They're changing it, aren't they, again? They're pushing
Yeah.
it up or something. They're up pass it again.
That's what I'm saying, though, that, even when you have $1 million, man, you get all these bureaucratic bullshit fucking things. You're like, unless you are an expert in finance and micromanaging and fucking your systems theory and shit, like, you ain't gonna be fucking making much money unless you know the right people to make money off of that money.
It's always been the same. That's why I'm glad I never had any children, because at least I haven't watched
That's
anyone
what's
else
funny,
to
'cause
suffer.
people always ask me, like, don't you want to be rich? And I'm like, only if I have 30 million and above. And they're always so confused by that. I'm like, how do you not understand that, man?
I always said I could survive on 5 million.
You're funny.
That's what I said. If I won the lottery, I would want to win 5 million. I'd be happy with that.
I tell you, you couldn't afford to let you just about buy a house in Hackney with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm reiterating it entirely just because of the medical system here in America. I'm like I know people personally that have over $1 million in fucking medical debt, and they're not even as old as I am. So yeah, maybe 30 million's a little too. Maybe it needs to be a little higher.
Your medical system over there is fucked.
It's terrible, isn't it? It's shocking.
Absolutely. I mean, right. There was a British woman. She went over to America on holiday. She was pregnant at the time. She went into labor. So she had the baby. She come back to the UK. She gets a bill through the post for a bill of something like £57,000.
Jesus Christ.
Right?
Yeah.
They even charged her for being in labor.
Oh yeah, no, they charge you for skin-on-skin contact as a mother.
Yeah, I was like, what? How can they charge you for fucking stupid things like that?
Dreadful country, isn't it, the US?
Dude, they're charging you for your fucking human right as a fucking mother to hold your own goddamn fucking baby.
An injection as well. Epidural. She had to have an epidural in her back, so then, you know, because
Yeah,
right.
it'd be quite painful. I wouldn't do it.
That was something like 12,000.
Yeah.
I was like, how the hell can you?
I don't know how Americans do it.
Sorry, no, 4,000 for that. $4,000 for an epidural.
Yeah.
Because this was on the one of the morning breakfast shows, and she was there, and she held up the bill, and there was like she had to get donations to help pay for it, and in the end, this wealthy benefactor, he said he'll take care of it, and he paid the rest. Right? They was going to sell the house and everything to pay for it all.
Yeah.
She said that she'll never go to America again.
I would never go there anyway. I tell you, if I went to New York, I'd have a massive panic attack.
My ex-missus
God, I
lives
hate
in
New York.
Indiana. Me and her split up. She then got off with my best mate.
Yeah.
Then they split up, and then the next minute, I know she's in America. She's got married. The kids are going off to school. They've got married. They've got kids now and everything. She still lives in Indiana. She works for the government. She works in one of the libraries, government libraries or something. So she's out of work in a minute because everything's all shut down. And I've spoken to her a few times, but this is the weird thing. When we was living in England and we watch all the TV shows and American TV shows that we get over here and that, and she would turn around and say, "Oh, I could never go to America. It's too wild. It's there's too much going on over there." And now she frigging lives there. It's like, what?
Yeah, I couldn't live there.
I almost went to America.
Now.
When I was at university, I almost went to America. I was living with a missus with the kids and that. And I went to university and I was doing CAD, computer-aided design, drafting and drawing. And I had a chance to go to, I think it's called Johnson and Wales University. It's in Rhode Island. And I would have spent 3 weeks in Rhode Island. And then I could have gone anywhere in America I wanted to go. So I thought, right, I'll go to Silicon Valley because I can pick up a lot more skills in computers in Silicon Valley than anywhere else. So that was what I was going to do. I had my passport in one hand. I had £850 in another hand. And I was like, right, I'm ready to go. And literally a couple of days before I went, I looked at the missus and the kids and I thought, I can't leave these for 3 months on their own. So I didn't go. And I regret
it. Having children?
Hey?
Did you like having children?
It was hard work. And plus there wasn't mine, so. But I loved them from like day one. It was.
All right, well, that's kind of.
It was, you know. Kelly, she was the oldest, so she would help out a lot. Ryan, he was like typical young lad. He was like only like young. He was about 6. And then there was Danielle. She was like the baby. She was only like about 18 months, 2 years old or something. So basically, I bought her up, Danielle. Now the other 2 had already been sort of bought up. I was with her for 7 years, and then when we split up, we still stayed in contact. We still was amicable, you know, good friends. And the kids would come over to mine in the weekends and the holidays and stay over, and you know, I'd make loads of popcorn and treats and everything, and put loads of videos and films on for them, and take them out. And then it started slowing down. They didn't come around as much, and that's when I found out that she was sleeping with my best mate.
Right.
So, and it was him that didn't want the kids around me.
All right.
And I only found out afterwards. And then I found out that he was like smacking the 2 young uns. So I just went to town on him.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna end the live for because I gotta do something for a few minutes. But you guys can keep talking.
Well,
that.
I'm going to shoot off because
Yeah, I've
it's
got to go
now.
in a minute. I'm
I've
a
got.
radical
Okay, sure.
antinatalist. I tell you,
I
I'm
was just giving you the
so
option.
grateful to have
Sure.
not had to have children. So
I'm going to have to catch my train later on because it's like literally 5:45, and I was supposed to
yeah,
cut.
I'm off stage.
Right. All right. Well, you guys have a good
Lovely
one.
meeting you, Chris. You're going to come on again?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Fun, isn't it?
For sure. It'll be
Well,
good looking.
I've
Look forward to
gave
seeing you again.
I've gave BNW my friends request on Discord so we can stay in contact. So he'll let me know when there's these ones on again.
Yeah. Oh, don't you do YouTube then?
All right. Sweet.
Yeah, I do YouTube. Yeah, but I find that on YouTube chat you get anybody coming in, they just slag you off and then they leave.
Oh yeah. Just a lot of trolls and idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
you
get back at them. I do. I was like, oh, so you want to troll? Come on, then let's troll.
Let's see the baby for the last time. Where is he, little boy? Where's your baby?
He's asleep. He's gone to bed.
I'll leave him be then.
He's gone to bed.
Yeah, mine are all laying asleep next to me.
But literally a couple of years ago when you used to get all these people coming online slagging people off, and then people would like leave the group because it was being slagged off.
Yeah.
Well, I take on these people that slag the people off.
Yeah.
Everyone turns around to me and says, "Oh, Chris, just leave them. They're just idiots." And no.
Yeah.
They want to fight. They've got one.
Hmm.
And I make them feel that small at the end of the day.
Oh, right.
So, and they don't.
That's if you're able to do that. Most of the time, they're just trying to stir the chaos.
Oh, yeah.
But if you can hit their ego, it will work.
So I entertain them. It's like, okay, then fair enough. You want to act an arsehole? Let's go. Let's act like arseholes. Come on. And then like they'll start slagging off and that lot, and I'll go like, "So you kiss your mum with that mouth, do you?"
Lala, before we go, here's Lala, little girl. Wee! Look at her.
No, Lala.
Night, Lala.
She's licking her lips.
For reals.
She's the sweetest. There's me not looking so sweet. Aging process. It's such fun.
Oh, I'm just getting on with it. I am. I dyed my beard about start of this year.
Yeah.
And first time I'd ever used dye.
All right.
So I dyed my beard, and it was all like brown and nice and that lot. But
Yeah.
it just looked too weird.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to grow it out and go back
Yeah.
to grey.
Yes. It's because you're getting old, the skin tone doesn't thingy it. Yeah, I'm au naturel now. I used to dye when I was young. But I don't do it anymore. I've done it for years.
But yeah, I thought so. I can't keep up with the grey hair anymore. So I just thought, sod it, just let it go.
Yeah. The aging process is very taxing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't.
I feel a lot more aches and pains.
God, yes.
Especially
God, I'm
in the
only
knees.
30 and I'm already feeling it more than when I was in my 20s. I didn't feel nothing in my 20s. I was still a baby.
You don't.
Fuck. Now I'm in my 30s. I'm like, I'm only 30 and I feel like I'm fucking 40 or 50. This is some bullshit.
Wait till you get to my age. But I don't have to work, so why should I moan? It's not as though I've got to get up anyway. I think about getting myself a cleaning lady as well. Spend my inheritance. Hey, Dave. He's looking at me. David.
All right. Well, I'm going to get going now. Yeah. You guys have a good one.
Okay. Bye. Bye. It's been lovely talking to you.
All right. Bye. See you.
Bye. Bye.
See you later, guys.